Oh, I see. Because they wanted to keep having campers.
Ready to go.
Oh,
Thank you, Tom.
there we go. Thanks, Tyler.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone online and maybe watching. I see the time is 9 a.m., February 3rd. I'd like to call this committee of the whole meeting of the Harrison Village Council to order. I'd like to acknowledge that our meeting today takes place on the traditional territory of Stahelis. Are there any late items to introduce today? Seeing none, I'll go to 4 on the agenda, which is approval of the agenda.
So I move, Your Worship.
Moved by Councillor Faccio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion on the motion. Call the vote, all in favor, and that carries. Which takes us to our agenda item 5A, a PowerPoint presentation. Pay parking in the boat launch. Over to you, Community Services Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Fallon. There'll be some certain slides today where I'm just going to really pause and look to yourself and council for some direction. The goal after the presentation today, I'll touch on it again later, but we'd like to go away and be set up to come back with a well thought out bylaw. We've already been working on them behind the scenes. There's a few that will need to be updated. So we're hoping to get some good direction today so that we can bring that back to meet the timelines for implementation.
So when we have a comment, a question as we go slide by slide, get my attention or just jump in and we'll proceed that way so we can have a good conversation.
Thank you. So I just wanted to start that since pay parking was implemented in the village, it has been supporting sort of the tax base through the net revenue. So an estimated 10.8% property tax increase would be required to cover this net revenue that the village is able to earn from its pay parking program. There are limited opportunities available to the village to raise funds sort of in a sustainable way outside of taxation, and this has been one of those opportunities that has been utilized. Starting this year, one of the big changes we'll see from managing this pay parking program is that the revenue will also support bylaw services, which were previously funded exclusively through taxation. Council will remember, but just to re-highlight as well, one of the main reasons that staff wanted to pursue self-management was really to increase the user and visitor experience and to be sure as a resort municipality that we are really focused on that when visitors are coming to our community.
Can I just ask a question on that, so please? Thank you. Yeah. In the budget, I don't think we saw a big uptick on the proposed revenue from parking source. So is it anticipated that it'll be about flat for the year? I mean, it's more of a budget discussion, but we're here now. So even though we're bringing it in-house, we're taking away the middleman, so to speak. I didn't see an uptick in the budget. Is that just being conservative?
No, good question.
So we've budgeted the revenue to remain the same, and that would still be true. And that the revenue itself comes just from people paying infractions or paying for parking. Where we'll see the differences are where our costs are outlined. So we will touch on that a bit more later, but it is definitely covering a lot more of our costs. And so we will be having higher net revenue as long as the actual revenue from the pay parking itself comes in the same. Then we'll be able to put $20,000 into the reserve fund, as well as covering off some of the bylaw enforcement and then the management sort of side of things ourselves.
Now, one of the things that the middleman, so to speak, did for us though was administer it, collect it, and you know, it was easy. There was no administrative impact, I don't think, on our staff. Do we anticipate that there's going to be an administrative burden on us? I'm particularly worried about Amanda. I just can't believe that, you know, all the hundreds of letters they have to write to collect fines and that sort of thing. Is it going to be automated? Is there an app? Is it going to be simple for our staff?
I think part of the answer is going to be it took the past practice with a contractor consumed a fair bit of staff time already.
It did. Okay.
So go ahead.
Thanks, Mary.
I remember past conversations.
Yes, it still did. We still handled numerous complaints, and there was a lot of things that made it more difficult. For instance, someone would get a ticket, they would come to the office, and we wouldn't be able to take a payment from them. They wouldn't be able to pay cash. They could only pay the way that the contractor accepted payments, which was through check or online. Whereas now they'll get their ticket, they will be able to pay online through the provider that we are looking to work with. They'll be able to pay that way. They can come into the office, they can pay with cash, they can pay with debit here. There will just be much more opportunity as well. We'll touch on this later, but I'm sure you've already reviewed the information. We are proposing lower infraction tickets as well, because one of the main things that our staff would always hear about is when people were issued a $100 ticket that caused a lot of upset visitors who I don't know if they have come back, because they say that they wouldn't. So we're just sort of, looking to really enhance that visitor experience. That answers the question, I think. We will touch more on the financial impacts.
But interestingly, for people who are against paid parking, almost 11%, we would have to increase taxes today, 11% plus the normal, if we didn't have paid parking. And we can say what we want about paid parking, but this is the answer here.
That's right.
It's a lot of money.
So what we did is,
I think there's also a hidden cost to the businesses on Esplanade on the waterfront, because there is a turnover. If there wasn't paid parking, people that come early in the morning could be all day.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're not free up spaces for people that come at midday or at other times.
Yeah.
Sort of self-regulates and manages that limited supply of premium parking, especially in front of the restaurants and other tourist attractions.
And that comment is related, I think, to something that came up last night, and that is the barbecue section. You know, it drives us crazy as business people to be on our waterfront where we pay a lot of taxes and have a lot of business opportunity. And people park there for the day, unload their coolers, they're there for 8 hours, they don't spend a penny on the village. I mean, we see a lot of that. So we need to make sure that we are, at least from a tax point of view, benefiting from their car being parked in that area.
I think there's a whole separate slides and lots for input from us on the rates. And I think part of, am I guessing correctly that the revenues were considered neutral because you're waiting for direction from council as to, there's some recommendations or ideas for altering the rates? And if you alter the rates, I guess it would alter the revenue stream.
That's exactly true, Mayor Talon. And then also we've sort of just budgeted that amount over the years. Sometimes it's come in higher, sometimes it's come in slightly less. And then this new self-management will give us a much greater opportunity to really look closely at parking behaviors in the village, which we're really looking forward to. Currently, we only sort of got statistics on the number of transactions, which is just sort of like the number of times a card made payment, so to speak. We didn't know how many people purchased day passes, how many people, if the average time is 3 hours, we're going to know that after this summer. And then we'll be able to sort of see which zones are more popular and be able to look really strategically at more changes moving forward to really ensure that we're keeping some of the parking supply flowing for businesses and having other opportunities for people who are wanting to come here for the day.
This was one of my questions. So data collection is going to be much better for us.
Yes.
So this is a trial year, and okay, that's fantastic. We're going to have that data.
Councillor Fatchin.
Sorry.
with respect to your worship, may I suggest that the manager does her presentation, we make notes as we go along.
Then go back.
We're thinking going ahead of what she's still got to bring forward. So I say I'm only trying to, it's going to be a long session on this one. And I think if we can just see the whole plan and make notes ourselves, I think that would move things on.
We can kind of
No
pinball
disrespect to you.
I think we're going to get to the same result having a full conversation. It's whether it's linear or a bit of a pinball approach, bouncing off of multiple. But this does touch on many aspects of budgets, visitor experience, and everything else. Community service move. Without further ado,
Thanks, Mayor Talon. So just up on there now is the current council resolution. Along with those two bylaws noted, there's an additional bylaw that would require an update, and that's the boat launch one. Staff are proposing creating a new bylaw to combine paid parking and boat launch regulations into one place. And so as I touched on, the purpose of today is to gather feedback on council's desired changes. I will also highlight some of what we've heard in the paid parking survey as we go. So in 2022, the village underwent a parking master plan. And these are just sort of snippets pulled from there that we are looking to achieve through the new self-management. So there is a proposed suggestion to along Hot Springs Road, north of Lillooet, sort of right adjacent across from the resort pool and the village mall. There's only about 4 stalls there. They've been a bit difficult to sign and to enforce. So we'd like to add those as 15-minute stalls to sort of have a couple more of those quick stop ones for businesses, or also as sort of like a drop-off spot near the beachfront if that's where people are going to set up. We'll also be updating our parking wayfinding, and we have a full slide on the electric vehicles costs later, but the recommendation was basically just to ensure that the cost of electricity is recovered and any operating costs. And then the boat launch lot recommendations were to ensure harmonization between what people are paying to launch and park their vehicle, while recognizing that that launch covers some other services and amenities that maintain the boat launch itself. And then there was a potential to restrict how long people can park there. So I do have that on a further slide to get some more feedback from council. Additionally, we will prepare a brochure summarizing the new parking operation changes. We are looking forward to getting some of that information out to Tourism Harrison, and just really feeling more confident and supportive of outlining to visitors before they come to town how pay parking works and what to expect. The parking master plan also had a large recommendation regarding special events, which has a lot of pieces in it. The one was to increase parking prices during events. So I'm going to touch more on this in a few moments for a bit more discussion. The rationale behind that in the plan was sort of to encourage ride sharing, encourage people taking public transportation on those busy event days, because there's talk in the master plan of one day potentially building a large parkade structure. But as has been highlighted through council and staff over the years, there's not necessarily capacity at times to really be increasing the number of vehicles here. So really trying to encourage the ride sharing, active transportation, taking public transit in here. So just adding more vehicles might not be the solution either. So then these are some additional opportunities for discussion. So I will maybe open the floor up after I just sort of provide a bit of information on this one. So the first was highlighted in the parking master plan to implement pay parking operations along Cedar Avenue and Maple Street. The Cedar Avenue expansion, if that was the direction council wanted to go, would be best suited for 2027. We're going to be getting started on some roadwork and utilities upgrades in that area. So it would really make sense to sort of do that at a later time. And then the other 3 opportunities highlighted there have been sort of mentioned by council throughout all the special events sort of I just touched on, but the other 2 have sort of come up in conversations and in some of the resident feedback as well. So these would just be considerations that we would need to work into the bylaw. The special event parking rate, it could be included in the bylaw if it was something we wanted to put in there, and then it could be sort of at council's discretion or not necessarily always charged, or we can table that one and come back to it after we sort of have more fulsome data. Another thought that has been expressed was to pursue improvements to the overflow parking lot, as it's referred to support parking lot safety and site amenities. And on busy days when it is utilized, there's no real traffic flow and no clear delineated spaces. And then it has been talked about having free parking for those with an accessible parking decal. So that could be a consideration that again would need to be added into our bylaw. Staff just put a recommendation of up to 4 hours of free parking to still hopefully be supportive to those individuals, but also still have turnover for when someone else may need the stop. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe
go ahead.
I'll invite comments. There's a lot on this slide. I know I have comments on this slide. Maybe I'll, does anyone really want to lead? I'm Councillor Vital, your hand. Go ahead.
If you
Well,
wanna go ahead, Mayor Tallon.
I appreciate the ideas here. I really do. I'm looking at the special event and having a differential on parking for special events. I know, and I appreciate the idea coming forward from staff. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I don't know, it just doesn't quite sit right that we would, I don't know, don't want to strangle the golden goose, or it seems a little cheeky one way or another that, you know, we market ourselves as a tourism destination, we have these large events and support that, and then try and, it seems, I don't know, I'm a little uncomfortable with a differential for special events. But maybe that's just my own squeamishness. I'm all like, I really like how the direction things are going, but that does make me a little bit uncomfortable to have a different rate for certain weekends in the summer. Go ahead, I think Councillor Vital, I think you were up with it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mayor Tallon. I agree
Yeah,
with you on the special events. I think it could be viewed as the village attempting to gouge people who want to come out for the special events, and I'm thinking specifically of Canada Day, where it's huge. I do like the idea of some minimal costs for pay parking in the overflow parking lot. I think now that we do have, you know, and I don't know who is going to be ambassadors or manage or whatever. I know it's quite a ways away from where actual paid parking is, but I really think that we could generate some level of revenue and, you know, a minimal amount. Another question is, you mentioned about expanding along Cedar Avenue and Maple Street. I'm wondering, do we know yet how many additional paid parking stalls that would include? Do we have any idea?
We didn't look too closely into it yet, just wanting to, Cedar especially, we think it would make the most sense to wait until the road work is all done, because then that would really give us an opportunity to better formalize sort of where the stalls are. Similar thing would have to happen along Maple Street, but we don't have any capital projects planned there, so that could be one where we could look more closely at how many stalls would be added.
Okay. And one further question
go ahead.
is I really would like staff's opinion on the 15-minute free parking. I know hearing from on the bylaw report last night that it's being abused. So what's staff's feeling on continuing it or minimizing them, or I don't know.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, there were quite a few tickets issued for that. I think if we were to remove them or minimize them, there would probably be quite a bit of pushback from those businesses that really rely on them for that quick turnover.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of communication, pushing that out a little bit more. People see the sign, but they're in a rush, or they think it's a spot that they can park in. It's not. The problem is it's hard to find the person, and you're ticketing them, but you're not getting those people in and out of those stalls quickly.
Yeah.
So it is a bit of a challenge. I think once we have a better sense of where we're going with paid parking, the next step will be a communications plan, making sure that all our signage is out there and really having that visible presence from our bylaw officers to make sure when people are parking there, hey, this is 15 minutes. Sometimes the signs don't help, but it is a challenge, and there's not enough turnover in those stalls for sure.
Yeah, I've noticed it, and also heard back from the businesses too that is a concern. So hopefully some enhanced messaging will help. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Actually, I'm in favor of special event parking. We tried it at the credit union and it worked. Because if you offer it, you may get 4 families in one car, rather than 4 cars coming into the village. If we offer it, they don't have to take it. It's not mandatory. But if it works, then you can set up a part of the parking for special events. It'll catch on. I think what we have to really consider is we have to consider changes here. We're in a different world today. So don't be afraid of change. You know, that's all that I'm gonna say.
Thank you, Councillor.
May I just ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Vital mentioned minimal cost. We've toyed with a thought, and so I just wanted to openly have a discussion. Minimal cost means different things to different people. So say, for example, a $5 full day rate here, would that be perceived as like a minimal, low impact cost? For the, in the
Over here in the
overflow parking lot?
overflow
Yeah.
parking lot. Yeah, in comparison to down on Esplanade, yeah, to me, that would be reasonable. I don't know about the rest of council, but.
And I know, the Festival Society assisted with ensuring the most number of vehicles, help people park on the overflow parking lot, I think, for Canada Day last year. And they had a donation booth. So a bit of a fundraiser for the Festival Society, and I think maybe some other ones looking at that as well. That would change that, obviously.
It potentially.
It'd be something different, right?
Potentially. I do think that there would be still the opportunity for council's decision making to come into play. And if it was that there was a group looking to collect donations on a set day, then that could still definitely be considered, and it would be ran the same way that it had been in the past. It would just more be on those other days.
My only reservation with special event, maybe for the overflow field behind us here, is if it creates a disincentive to use it, and then we have more cars on the streets in the immediate neighborhoods. And I wouldn't want to see all the cars on the streets through down Miami River Drive and on the Walnut area and on Harrisburg parking, because they're wanting to avoid and the overflow lot being empty. Then I think we're going to get a lot of phone calls, and we'll get a lot of messages from people saying, it worked well last summer, why did you break it? So that's my only comment.
To your point, Mayor Talon, I think that happens on a regular basis here anyways, because people are like, I'm not gonna pay for parking, I'm gonna park on the street. So I think that minimum amount, like $5, I don't think, in my opinion anyways, that's not going to cause more people to park on the street. They do that already, right? So, hey.
Councillor
Yeah,
there's a lot on this slide.
I just wanted to refer to your comment about, this issue of special events and special pricing. I'm a new Tesla owner, and whenever you're out on the road, you're going to the Okanagan or whatever, you have to go you have to charge up, and it's a certain price and it's cheap. But if you go at prime demand times, you're paying a lot more. You're doubling. So this peak demand is an opportunity for us to increase our revenue, and maybe not this year, but I like what Christy said about this year. We're going to have data on zones and subzones and times, and maybe next year we decide that, Wednesdays and Thursdays are free, but we charge a little bit more on the weekends when there's more demand. I don't know, something like that. So I like the fact that we're going to get this data. And I like the fact that we're going to monetize this area, but I'm looking 10, 20 years ahead. I don't want to get drunk on the money that we might get there, because ultimately we want this to be more than just a parking lot. The reality is, in 100 years, Esplanade might be a pedestrian only. Like, wouldn't that be great if during the summer it's pedestrian only? There's beer gardens and wherever else. You know, we have a parking down some lot, and we have a electric escalator bringing people. I'm just thinking ahead. We have to think about that. So that's for a few councils down the road. Anyways, I could wax on forever. So.
Continue, please, community service manager. Interesting.
Does anyone have any thoughts on the accessible parking idea? I also noted on that, I did have some research from other communities. Some communities do offer free parking with an accessible placard. Kelowna does it free in any city-owned lots and designated on-street parking. Nanaimo has designated lots where it's free, and Victoria does 1 hour.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. So so I understand. You're proposing that someone with a placard on their window can get free parking
If they have a
in any zone.
designated accessible tag and are parked in an accessible stall.
Oh, okay. Not in any stall.
What was the thinking behind the 4 hours?
Just still trying to support a little bit of turnover in case there is more demand for those accessible stalls. But it's totally up to discussion. That was just sort of a starting point for the discussion. And again, it can be something that we monitor again this year and sort of gain the feedback. And that works as well.
I'm not opposed to the idea. I think people that need to use an accessible parking stall, they quite likely don't have the opportunity to park in the overflow parking lot, or it's too far to walk or get there. And it's an interesting idea. It certainly puts the village a little bit on the map as a friendly place for people that need mobility challenges. I thank you for the idea. Celia.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just to speak to that, I mean, we've heard that the accessible parking stalls that are on Esplanade are not in ideal locations with respect to where our stations have been situated. This will allow us to keep them where they are, because they are strategically located, I assume. And if that's the case, then it'll eliminate the need for them, for people to access the pay parking terminals, and just allow them to go directly to wherever it is they're going. So I think that's the 4 hour limit, I think, is ideal, because if you think if it's an individual, they're going to be there probably for a few hours. If it's if we have a handy dart that shows up with a group of people, then it allows for full experience for people coming in. So I think that's I think the recommendation is definitely supportable, or should be supportable.
Our accessibility committee probably would endorse something like this, and we spend a lot of time making sure people can access the beach and enjoy it. They have mobility restrictions. Okay, that was an interesting idea. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Trent.
I think that I would support that. And again, it's a matter of messaging, and who's going to monitor it, right? And I think that if we decide to go ahead with that, again, we'll be collecting data and see where we're at next year. I do anticipate we're going to have to be tweaking some things next year, but yeah.
Tyler, I'm not clicking right now, but I'm trying to, sorry.
Try that.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So this is just sort of an overview all-in-one visual of the current paid parking program. So it was in effect between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 p.m., Sunday through Saturday. Zone 1 was classified as short-term parking with a maximum of 4 hours. And Zone 2 is hourly and daily parking. Staff will be making some adjustments to the way it's laid out. It's been a bit complicated, overly complicated, more than it needs to be. But this is what it had been. And now this slide has a few proposed changes. We'll start at keeping the same paid parking season, May 15th to September 15th. There was a lot of feedback from council and the community on that remaining the same. And then as far as the hours go, 6 a.m. is a really early starting time, especially given the observations to what the parking supply looks like on the mornings at the beachfront. So staff have looked at a lot of other communities and are proposing some different hours for the paid parking program depending on the day of the week. So Monday through Thursday, we're proposing a 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and on Friday through Sunday, an 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. So it was currently in effect for 13 hours, and then these proposed hours would put it in effect between 10 and 12 hours. The highlighted in yellow, there are no EV charging stalls in zone 1. So again, that just added overly complicated information that doesn't need to be there. And then those Hot Springs Road north of Lillooet is the 4 stalls that we're proposing become 15 minutes. So the reason that short-term parking zones exist, they serve some key purposes to really support the businesses in that area. Higher hourly rates are typically best practice to protect that parking availability, support the local businesses. We didn't want to do a higher rate because sometimes people still are going to those businesses and only for a short time. So we kept those consistent, but then we are proposing a shift down to a maximum of 3 hours in that zone. This zone is also the nearest to the hotels, and they all have their own parking infrastructure. So just to be ensuring that we really are just encapsulating sort of those short-term visitors who are going to those spots. After the Lillooet Streetscape project is done, that will also really enhance Lillooet Avenue West there, making it a much more appealing place for people to park. Your thoughts now.
So,
Go ahead, Councillor.
yeah, so we're just looking at zone 1 here. So they can only park for 3 hours, and that's to get more turnaround. And you mentioned something about higher rates or best practices.
From the research, it shows that higher rates are best practice in short-term zones, but given that it's still within such like a small vicinity, that didn't necessarily make the most sense. So we are still proposing them stay the same and just more putting that limit on the number of hours that you can stay there to encourage more people going to that zone specifically who are coming to the businesses and where we're looking for that turnover.
How long has it been?
Go ahead, Councillor.
How long has it been at the current rates of $2 for the first hour, 3 for the second?
I believe the last update.
At least 2023.
Yeah, 2023 would have been the most recent, but I believe it was in place before that.
Yeah.
I don't know that they've really changed much.
I think there was just some language that was changed, and it was the zones, I think it was the zones that were changed in 2023 to encourage more turnover on the west side.
Yeah, I remember that.
And yeah. And I think the rates have been really similar for a number of years.
Yeah, I didn't put, you'll see it later in my food vendors, but I didn't do a slide with paid parking rates in other communities because they are so vast and lots of them are very different. But I will touch on a nearby one. So Cultus Lake Park's beachfront lots are between $5.40 and $6.40 an hour, and there's no day rate.
Yeah.
And while we're on that, if I could, Mary Dellen, Julie and I went for a walk the other day. She wanted to spend a romantic hour with me, but apparently $6.50 was too much for her. So we had to park somewhere else.
You're not worth it, is what you
Can't put a price on romance,
So
Councillor.
we went to that parking lot.
Somebody who just bought a Tesla.
Anyways, but Cultus Lake also has a $2 infrastructure fee, so it was $8.50 for that
Yeah.
hour. We went, park somewhere else.
Park at a restaurant.
Yeah, exactly. And there was nobody in the parking lot. It was during the middle of the day, and there's no infrastructure, there's no stores, there's nothing to do other than walk and enjoy the lake. So it did change our behavior and our pattern. We did turn around and we got frustrated and parked on the road where it was free. So it does matter. And my concern with raising the rates, to be totally honest with you, because we have businesses that need as much revenue as they can in a 4-month period. And if some dad is coming or parent is coming and they've got a family and they're frustrated about paying, then they're not going to pay as much in the restaurant getting coffee. And I know it's $1 here, $1 here, but it does change behavior. And I'm just concerned that I really kind of think that we should keep rates the same this year, collect the data, have a more logical, intelligent decision-making process next year. That would be how I'd like to keep the rates the same. I mentioned the barbecues the other day. I would like to make sure we monetize on that. So I'm fine with the day rate for these barbecuers going up. But I'm just concerned about the hourly rate, and I think we'd have a more intelligent process next year.
Community services manager.
Thank you, Mayor Challen. Amanda just, the last time the rates were increased was 2021.
I'm gonna go top down on the sheet. I like the change in the hours that pay parking is in effect. I think Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. Starting to that is great. If someone wants to be a keener and grab a quick morning coffee and whatever at a restaurant or coffee shop, they can do that before 9 a.m. And I think there's also encourages that first thing in the morning for those keeners that are out early. And it might be a little easier for us to manage on the enforcement side with bylaw. Looking at this, it's sort of 6 a.m. I don't see that as really great for you. I don't think there's a lot of people at 6 a.m. unless they parked overnight. So I support the change in the hours, and the weekends 8 to 8. I think that's good as well. I like on the zone 1 trying to promote the turnover in those high demand areas. And thinking of the storefronts in that area, those are, yeah, that seems okay to me, to have a max 3 hours in that area. Mm-hmm. And I am generally okay with the rate increase. I think when I park in other places in high demand areas, $3 for the first hour is quite cheap, and $4 for the second hour. That I don't find as for me. I wouldn't find excessive in changing those rates. I think it still seems quite nominal. And when we're talking about $5 all day in the overflow parking lot, $7 to park a couple of hours, one of these more premier, higher in demands places, particularly on Esplanade, I don't think that doesn't give me concern. Councillor Vital.
Thank you, Mayor Tallon. What I have noticed over the last couple of years is our weather is changing, and I have found that, Esplanade parking has increased in the off season. So I'm wondering if there's any way to collect some data on that, and perhaps in subsequent years we can look at expanding, from May 15th to September 15th. Especially last year, I noticed that we had wonderful weather through all of September and even into October. And perhaps if the data shows it, maybe even only in that off season, weekends only, which seems when the majority of it's down there. So my thoughts.
Do we collect any data on traffic visitor use in the off season?
It would mainly be like qualitative data from our bylaw enforcement officer. She definitely has seen an increase as well as other staff have observed that. Public Works is another one. They're sort of like the front line on there.
Yeah.
So it could always be something that we ask them to sort of just keep a closer watch on, similarly to how last year they were counting the number of cars in the overflow lot to just sort of help support that data gathering.
I think that's a good thing that the shoulder seasons are attracting more visitors to
Yes.
town, so that is a good thing, but it'd be good to have some more information
Yeah.
on usage.
I just wanted to make one more comment. The escalating parking rates were set up long before my time, and we were looking at maybe just making it sort of a consistent rate. But we wanted to wait until we had the data of how long people are typically coming for before we started messing around with it too much, because it could have a negative financial impact if, say, everyone was coming for 3 hours is the average stay. Right now, that would be $9, but say we were gonna look at just doing $3 an hour. So then
Yeah, I get
we
it.
would think we're making a slight increase to keep up with sort of the cost of inflation and things, but we would be doing the opposite. So that is something though that after this year, we'll have a much clearer picture and we'll be able to potentially look at, because sometimes it is a bit complex to be, well, why is the 4th hour this much versus your first? It's a bit tricky and convoluted, but that is just something that staff will also be continuing to monitor.
All right. Please continue.
And then electric vehicle charging. So on public property, I'll just start by saying that there will be better signage at the electric vehicle charging stations this year. That'll be my first point. So typically in the past, the parking rates had been $7 per hour, May 15th to September 15th, and then the rest of the year, $2 per hour. The Flow electric charging stations that the village has installed do have some network fees of approximately 15%. So currently that would mean about 30 cents of each $2 transaction goes towards that network. So taking that into consideration, along with the electricity charges and any maintenance and repairs that are required on those stations, staff are recommending sort of council to discuss a potential rate of $2.50 or $3 per hour. And then how we're going to do it this year, just to ease confusion, is that pay parking rates will apply during pay parking season and they will have to be paid separately. This will do a couple things. It'll seem less intense when they go to charge their car and see a rate of $7 per hour. It will make it overly complicated though at the same time, so council can still choose to change this direction, but they will have to do 2 transactions if pay parking's in effect. But the plus side to that is if someone chose to park their vehicle there outside of when pay parking's in effect, so say they come 6 a.m. and they're going to charge until 9, they would only be paying the hourly charging rate compared to in the past where they were still charged that $7 per hour.
I got a couple questions to make sure I understand the slide.
Yeah.
Get it in a sense. So the bottom square, the proposal, is that for the electricity charge or the parking charge or both?
So I apologize.
But
I
yeah.
think I'm giving the
Yeah.
option. I was just sort of trying to give
Yeah.
a range to council. So let's just say we're going to go with $3 per hour. We'll just use that.
And that $3 is for what?
It's for the charging
That's
only.
the charging only,
And
okay?
then if pay parking is in effect, then the parker would also have to pay.
The pay parking,
The pay
so it's $3 for the electricity. And then whatever the pay parking rate is based on where the location of the EV charging station is.
Yes.
CAO Cook.
Yeah, just to clear, I
Just to
think
make
I
sure.
know where Mark's gonna go with this. It's the hours outside of the pay parking window that we've been charging the full $7 an hour.
Right.
Yeah, so now it's going to be $2.50, $3 per hour outside of the pay parking window. So we're still capturing our costs.
Great.
Because we need to make sure we're covering our electricity cost as well as build on our reserve to be able to maintain these machines, because it costs is it $1,500 for a cable when it gets ripped off, There's going to be other maintenance charges as well.
Mhm.
This will allow us, if we see people act accordingly and the machines work without needing repair, that'll allow us to start building on our parking reserve. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
Yeah, no.
And I know there was a big push trying to
There was.
reduce that cost outside of paid parking.
I appreciate that, Tyson. Yeah, there was concern like as they're charged during the night, if they're charged for parking, I should say, plus the rate. So that's great. If we're gonna go to the hours that we agree on for the electrical as well, I think that'd be great. Question though, why can't it be on one transaction? So if I park an electric car during the day when parking rates apply and electrical rates apply, why can't it be same transaction? With software, we must be able to figure that out.
Community service manager, is there a way to harmonize the two costs when they exist?
Through you, Councillor Schweinman, I don't believe it can be so specific, but I will double check on how we register the cost with Flow. And I will check if there's a way to have it so specific.
Yeah.
I don't believe there is, which is why last year we just sort of had to set it all in one. But I will look into that.
Oh, and while I'm on that, maybe a question for you, Tyson. Again, going back to my own experience with this new electric car that we got used, cheap electric car. There's variable rates for electricity as well. So if I'm in my home, I get cheaper rates after midnight. And same thing if I go to a Tesla station or one of these local stations, the rates vary during the day. So I'm wondering, can we get that sophisticated at some point where we are recovering our costs for sure, but they're variable?
My guess is no, because if I'm hearing that we can't, the software won't allow us to separate the two, I'm going to say that it's probably
Not
not.
yet.
Yeah, because I mean, I think the tough thing is that, yeah, I do understand there's premium for certain hours of the day through hydro. It just means we're going to lose less, right? We're going to be paying more, and if it's outside that window, that means that we're paying less for power, or we're paying more for power depending on what time of day it is.
Technology will change all this stuff.
Yeah.
Councilor Glenn.
Thank you. I'm still a little confused. So here's the scenario. So Mark pulls up.
My use.
I don't know.
Without
Vehicle
With what they're paying
charging
around here.
station. So he would say, okay, it takes 2 hours to charge my vehicle. So he would pay $6 to charge it.
Correct.
And that is totally separate from the $7 an hour that he would pay for the parking stall.
Good question. I think there's going to be a clarification. I'm just going to answer your
Thank
question.
you.
Community service manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. So that was how it was charged in the past, whereas now they would be paying that $3 an hour, and if he was parking for 2 hours, he would be paying $7 as well. You're right, with the new
$7 for 2 hours.
$7 for 2 hours.
The paid parking rate for that zone
Yeah.
where that EV charging is. So if
Okay.
you go to the
$3 per hour one.
the previous one, if we change the rates, 2 hours is $7 for the parking, and it'll be 2 hours by 3, $6 for the electricity.
$6 for the, okay,
Which is Mark's point, you've got two bills, you have to pay for parking
yep.
and pay for the electricity.
So then after 2 hours, Mark is still parked in that EV charging station, and he still has the charger in wherever.
Yeah.
So
His car.
is he still being charged, or does Mark have to come and actually take out the charging cable and put it back?
Community services manager.
So this falls a lot onto like EV owner etiquette, so this is where
Okay.
our
Yeah.
signage will be important, because say Mark is coming to town and he wants to stay for the whole day, but he only needs 2 hours of charge before he needs to go back home. In an ideal situation, he would pay for full day parking,
Okay.
and then he would pay his 2 hours of charging, and then he would move his car. But
Okay,
that sort of has a few assumptions underlying the best practice, and one of those is that there's a nearby stall available, because
Exactly.
otherwise I wouldn't fault Mark for not moving his
Yeah.
car from that spot.
Yeah.
But so I think that will literally have to be sort of how our language speaks, is like, upon completion of charging, if there is an available parking stall, please relocate your vehicle to allow others who may need the charger.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the usual maximum time someone would be charging a vehicle?
Depends on what, you know, what, how much you.
The idea, you've got electric vehicles too, I know
Well, if
you've
you
been very
go,
quiet here.
go from here to Whistler,
Yeah,
at the Western Hotel, it took 14 hours
14 hours. My goodness.
Yeah,
and $70.
and I'm learning more about this,
But that, it depends on what type of charges they are.
okay.
Can I float an idea? And I don't know if it's a good one, but I'll float it. Do we just make EV parking, the parking for EV, and have it limited like zone 1? You can only be there for a maximum of 3 hours or 2 hours, whatever is a reasonable time to charge. And then you got to find another spot that we just say you can only park, you can only be in an EV charging stall for a certain period of time, not all day, because we want other people to use this.
That would maintain the one aspect that we didn't dislike in the previous one, which was a maximum of 4 hours
Maximum 4
was
hours.
in place there.
Okay.
And then and then the risk is you're there in the morning and you're charging and you're enjoying the beach, and then you need to move your car because you can't be there more than whatever the maximum number of hours is, and then you might have to park and walk, or there might not be another spot.
Exactly.
But that is, but then again, get the frustration of, I guess, an EV driver who needs to charge and sees a vehicle there not charging and is there for a longer period of time.
And also that 2 hours may not be enough to get him back home.
Yeah,
So that comes, it depends on the charger.
Yeah.
Mine at home, I can do it in 6 hours, not 14 hours.
Right.
But it depends on what charge
Yeah.
are on these machines. I don't know how much it gives you. I've never used the outdoor ones.
Maybe I mean, I can anticipate the frustration of EV drivers that can't charge and see a charging station that they can't access.
Yeah.
I would guess that'd be frustrating.
and I think in a lot of municipalities, they have just one location. Let's say you're on this parking lot here where there's 18 stalls to charge, and that's it. Everything else is regular parking.
So I just asked what kind of chargers we have down there, and they're level 2 chargers, and I assume they're probably are between that 4 and 6 hour mark. So I think if we have if it's
4
still
hours.
supportable to go with the 4 hour
4
max,
hours.
that should give a charge for somebody to get back to
Yeah,
where they came from.
I would agree for tourism, for tourists for sure, but as we know, there's probably a couple of dozen residents that use these lots also for overnight charging. And I know,
So this is only during pay parking time. So anything outside that window, we hope that if they're charging and they don't occupy the space, if they don't need it, however, they can be there, charge their vehicle for however many hours they need, and as long as they pay for their charging.
It's only during the pay parking.
oh, okay, so they.
So if you
10 o'clock
plug in at
to
10
10
o'clock at night,
After
and then you go for dinner and or you just leave the car and get at 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
There's no parking fee. You are taking the charging stall, so you may have a disagreement with another EV driver who wanted to charge, but you wouldn't be paying for parking overnight.
So are we anticipating more EV charging stations? I think that was a recommendation coming
Yeah.
from
That was from last night.
last night.
Community service manager, yeah.
Thanks, Mary Ellen. We don't have a plan for any to be installed this year in the budget at this time. We do have a bit more capacity to add sort of more alongside Memorial Hall, sort of in the recommended other location. One of the other issues we run into, and again, we'll come into our increased signage, those stalls along Esplanade, people often reverse in
Mhm,
and then they're going the wrong way,
mhm.
which causes a lot of concerns for our bylaw team and just public safety and in general. So we'll be making sure that the signage clearly states drive-in parking only and additional EV charging stations are located along Maple Street.
Councilor Jackson.
Thank you. The logical, there is logic to this. We are going to redo Cedar, West Cedar. So when we do that, the charging stations that we have now should be moved to there and set up in the long term, maybe 6 of them. So exactly they can park in, they don't have to back in. I mean, really, we shouldn't be providing charging on the beach. What we can all see is too complicated. Let's simplify this. And you see them all over the place. Colonial, all kinds of places have got these whole big areas now for charging electric. Yeah, so that's just a suggestion.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking along those lines, and I was going to have a question for a director of operations. Do the enhancements on Lillooet west of the intersection have any EV charging? Is that part of the parking plan?
Not because of the, like, the upfront power all the way down, so the power's always,
That's the limiter there. Okay. Councilor Schwab.
Thank you, but I think to Councilor Jackson's point, which I agree with, and I think I brought that up, in a lot of these locations, you'll have 18 Tesla chargers or whatever chargers they are, they're all in the one spot. And maybe we put them in a spot that's we're not currently charging, maybe on a different street, or when we redo Cedar here, we make sure we get put in enough power. Including utilities, so I agree, it's complicated down on the waterfront.
Expanded on that discussion, I think the Memorial Hall discussion, we already have a few stations there. I do recognize that we could strategically place other chargers in other locations, but for simple ease, we could just add like the string that's in front of Memorial Hall. Not that I would suggest we occupy that whole area with charging stations, but to get a couple extra down there. And then we could certainly explore when we do improvements in other locations to see if we can at least rough in for future expansion. But it's expensive. Like if you're talking about having to plumb in for future electricity, it's a pretty significant cost.
Are there some grant? I mean, this is what the provincial and federal government are doing, expanding this infrastructure. There must be some grants. Maybe from Tesla themselves to put in a new
AC Hydro
here. Like I went to Manning Park last week. There's got to be 18 Tesla stations there. It's amazing. So Manning can get it. Why can't we?
Community services manager, do you have any? I think I know the answer on Manning Park, but go ahead.
Thanks for your talent. The way that we have been able to purchase these ones is through Grant Funds Stream, the local government climate action program. They have not told us yet if it's going to continue, and so we've sort of already allocated some next uses for those current funds that we have. There are some, and BC Hydro sometimes even chooses locations, but they're sort of more complex still and dependent on different contributions still from the community, as Tyson was alluding to, but it is definitely something that we're always looking for opportunities to fund things like that.
Do we have data on how, or we will, I guess, collect data on how busy the EV parking stalls are? So we're talking about adding, but my question would be, does the demand for those parking and EVs charge, is a demand exceeding the supply right now? Do we have any sense?
We actually do have a full years of data now since we switched to the flow. So I know the financial side has been looking good. So we haven't been diving too deep into it, but I will pull some reporting stats on that for council.
Yeah, I can comment that speaking with our bylaw officer, yes, just on view, it appears that way. And as she mentioned in the report too, there's some conflicts with people staying too long in the charging stall as well. So it does appear, and I think it's part of our parking master plan too, to increase the supply and inventory. So it's trending that way for sure.
The answer to your Manning Park question is, I think the province, BC Hydro, and a bunch all strategically looked at where they need to have where vehicles run out of power. And Manning Park is a key, like, if you're going from downtown, from Vancouver, and you want to go to the Okanagan, Hope is a very popular place, and they have superchargers there, as well as Manning Park. And I have friends that they can't make it to Penticton or something like that. You need a place to charge and have those superchargers. So that's a strategic location based on mountain passes, distance, and range of the electric vehicles.
Whatever the reason, I was grateful because I finished my cross country ski day and realized I didn't have enough charge to get home. So, and it's remarkable, guys. I don't know, I'm new to this electric thing, but at home, to your point, it takes 5 or 6 hours overnight. You plug it in, and by the next morning, it's fully charged from 20% to 80. But you go to a Tesla level 3 charging, 15 minutes. Literally time to go to the bathroom at the coffee shop and come back, and you're charged from 20 to 80. It's amazing. So if we have that opportunity to get a level 3 here through Tesla or whoever, I think that'd be fantastic for us. And we'll put it in one spot.
I'm getting into all this late. I don't want to get into it personally, but the regional district has the quick charger.
The supercharger.
At their office.
Yeah.
Where?
On Young. Where their offices are.
Well, tell them we need about 18 here.
Okay.
Right.
We can move on to the next slide. Good discussion.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. So this next slide will impact our BNEB bylaw, where the infractions will go. So with the way it was done with the contractor, the tickets issued were for $100, and that fee was reduced to $75 if paid within the first 7 days. Through that contractor model, the village only received 50% of that amount, and then the contractor received the other 50%. The contractor was much more motivated to be issuing tickets. So I just wanted to highlight again here that our team's main focus is going to be on awareness and compliance to just paying for your parking. To go along with sort of that extended level of service, we've potentially infraction rates listed below here. So we're considering somewhere along the lines of a $65 ticket and $50 if paid within the first 7 days. Really just trying to increase that voluntary compliance, and lower fines typically do result in that. As we've talked about, there's a lot of negative feedback when you receive a $100 ticket. When we were looking at these rates, it was with the proposed shifts as we've recently talked about. So if it was going to be $25 to park for the day, and you consciously ignore all the signage and choose not to pay, your ticket, if you paid within the first 7 days of receiving it, would only be double of what you would have paid for the day. Often when people get their $100 ticket, they're like, can I just pay a part rate? So it sort of would support that. And as well, the village would receive 100% of the total amount through this new self-managed model. So there isn't as much need to be looking at those really high fees in staff's mind, and just really trying to be a bit more of a supportive program. There's been stories, and I'm sure council received correspondence about that as well, of the contractors sort of watching people leave their car, and if they didn't go straight to a meter, there was a ticket on their car by the time they came back. That will not be our approach, and we do recognize that families may want to get their kids and all their supplies sort of safely off of Esplanade, because it's just a one-way skinny road, before they are able to make their payment. That process will also be increased, as we touch on next, with looking more to like an app-based program. But yeah, just that there won't be that quick ticket approach being taken. Just wanted to highlight.
Councilor Schwank.
Mayor Talon, I like that attitude, and I think it's fantastic. You're right. For years, the problem was these predatory ticket takers, and that was a concern. And we asked Scott this a couple of months ago, what percentage of the revenue from parking comes from fines? And it's a pretty small percentage. So if we just focus on education and compliance, I think that'd be great this year. The visitor experience would be great.
I have an observation. I think adjusting the fine rate is good, and also if you immediately confess to parking illegally and paying up. just a thought for consideration. I think the psychology of it, we would get more people paying the fines in the first 7 days if the fine was $70 and you pay early is $45. I think the shift difference between, I know $65.50 is $15, but I think there's a psychological thing to a number that starts with a 4 and is, oh, it's a good deal to pay early. And if we're just seeking compliance most of the time, and if it's a $70 fine and the discount is to $45, I think you would get more people just saying that's a great deal.
Yeah.
And let me pay now. I'll come to the front office or I'll get on my phone.
We'll make it $49.99.
And with that, I make that observation.
Yeah.
I think a $70 ticket gets your attention. Not necessarily makes you angry, but gets your attention, and an option to pay what would be perceived as a significant discount would lesson learned. Any other thoughts?
I like that.
I just wanted to highlight a bit of an overview on the self-management in general. So the village's RMI funding is supporting up to $50,000 for startup costs with the goal of improving the visitor experience. The pay parking program is going to include the installation of 3 parking meters, with the primary focus being a mobile-based program utilizing an app or website. Staff heard some feedback in the What We Heard report and from council, so we are going to still have, we're going to start with 3 meters with the idea that if it became that we needed more, then we could always add more later. The parking meters do have monthly costs, even for the months that we are not operating the pay parking program. So we wanted to sort of keep that number as low as we felt we could. So those will just be strategically placed with some signage highlighting it. The village's bylaw enforcement team will be responsible for issuing infraction tickets, and those will have an easier payment process than in the past. They will be printing those tickets digitally and being able to affix them to the vehicle. They can also store, I believe as of yesterday, I know for sure which company I'm going to be going with for the enforcement software. They'll be able to capture photos of the vehicles to store in the information. And it will just be really straightforward. It has sort of smart technology built in. So if the customer mixed up 2 of their numbers, it would show that there was a paid ticket for that very similar license plate and sort of support that. The pay by phone system that we're looking at is their app is available in 11 different languages, and their website can be translated into more than 65 languages, which will be a big benefit for the tourists who come to the community. It's also one of the most common apps used. So again, this will be something that we'll be able to focus on and ask our partners at Tourism Harrison to be sort of promoting. Once you have the app, you've got all your license plates stored in there, then it's really straightforward when you go into a community and look to pay that way. Pay by phone will also be coming to the community for sort of like a pop-up event. And staff are working with them on how to offer free parking for residents when attending the council meetings. So since we shifted the time up, it is then during pay parking time compared to when the meetings were held at 7 p.m. So we are working with them on a way that then residents wouldn't have to walk in. As long as there was available parking supply, they would be able to get free parking for that. One of the things that is always brought up and was again in the What We Heard report was about resident parking pass. So it's still something that council may choose to discuss or provide further guidance on. It should still have a cost associated with it, and it is difficult to know sort of what that number would look like. But again, always open for council feedback on that, or if this is already some sort of significant changes coming this year, then it could be sort of, again, sort of wait and see. And then perhaps, as we talked about, like maybe we know then that there's certain days of the week or there's certain times, and then maybe it could just be a free pass, but it's only valid these dates and these times. It's sort of there's a million different possibilities on what that resident pass could look like. So it has been difficult for staff to try and come forward with a best case option for council.
I like the idea of somehow, I don't know how you do it, but I think when we have a council meeting, if it's a radius or something like that, that residents that want to, let's presume everyone who's parked within 50 meters of Memorial Hall is intending to go to the council meeting. Something like that on those. I think we only have 1 or 2 council meetings during the pay parking season. Or I guess many would be, anyway, however many number that is in the evening. So I think that's a good idea, just reduces a barrier to attending. I am in principle in favor of residents having being able to purchase a parking pass for the pay parking season. I think it should come at a cost. And I think it's probably a Monday to Thursday kind of for residents. And a one-time fee for the whole parking season if residents want that, and not have to worry about popping into a coffee shop or having lunch or going to the beach. They can do that during the week. My initial thoughts on a rate for a season resident parking pass, $50, $70 for the year, something like that. I don't know how often it will get used, but I don't know how many people would avail themselves of that either. So kind of an experiment, maybe a pilot project for 1 year to see take up and usage. But in principle, I'm in favor of having that for residents that just pay once and be done with it. Not worry if you take that car. See, okay.
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. What is the yearly fee for the boat launch? Is that $150?
Last year was, I see some changes coming up. Last year was $150, and for the boat launch to launch unlimited number of times, and that included the parking for your truck or boat, truck and trailer.
Good deal.
Yeah, because you're taking up probably 40. Like it's more than double. I think you could probably, Leo's car, you would probably have 4 of them in a row compared to a large truck with a boat trailer on the back. So, and that 150 was for the whole season, for the whole year, included launches and your parking if parking was available.
That means you can hide a new boat and truck from your wife for at least 4 months.
So that was all day parking. So if you launch at whatever, it's 8 in the morning, and you could come back at 9 o'clock at night.
The reason I ask is just trying to make it more, if we're going to do a pay parking pass for residents, and it's going to be perhaps $150 is a bit rich, but trying to keep that consistency across the board. But certainly we can explore.
I know anyone can get an annual launching and parking pass for boat and trailers. Why can't residents get an annual parking pass, maybe Monday to Thursday, because our demand for parking on Esplanade in the areas is very high on weekends. But certainly Monday to Thursday, I don't.
That would encourage use of the
of the
restaurants
and something for residents. It's their community, and you don't have to. I guess you would just use it once, have your pass, and you don't have to worry about it. You can park again for maybe it's a period of time, maybe it's 3-4 hours, but you could do that every day. So I'd be open to looking at some proposals from staff. This gives a little direction, but I know maybe other councillors want to speak on this too. Councillor Piper.
Thank you. I was never in favor of resident parking pass, but my thinking has changed, and I think it's one way we can acknowledge residents who live here. My concern is a pilot project, because I think once it's in effect, be very difficult to pull it. And I'm going to suggest maybe $100, Mayor Tallon. And if there is some way to gather data for next year to see how much that is being used, and perhaps adjust the fee accordingly. Another question, well, first of all, the comment is the pay by phone using the app is extremely easy. I experienced it when it was up in Nelson. And super easy, right? Put your license plate in and you put the stall number in and then you're good to go. One of my biggest concerns, and I've raised it, is this is a total different change. So I'm wondering if, in addition to bylaw officers, are we going to have some ability of people or staff or volunteers, at least for this initial year, being able to help people who come out if they need help with their, downloading it on the app on their phone or whatever? I just don't want to see some feedback. Oh, it's just too confusing to do it. So, we're not going to Harrison anymore. So, those are my comments.
Councillor Schweiman.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Couple things, and I'm not sure if I heard correctly. We're buying, did you say 3 of these meters? Is that right? Sorry.
That's quick. Sorry, go ahead.
You're pointing at a large region, but it would just be 3 of like the standard parking meters. The rest will be well signed, well marked, and everyone will be looking to be paying by phone.
Oh, I see. So they still have the option of paying with their credit card.
Yes,
But only in these 3
at the 3 meter sites,
for the whole village.
but they can pay with their credit card on the app.
Will there be a QR code on every sign that allows you to go to the website?
Oh, okay, maybe close, like just a few cars away. But if they need to pay by credit card, they're walking. Well, if they're done by the boat launch, okay, they'll be strategically placed, but still they're walking a block or 2.
Or
That
on your phone.
And they won't get a ticket while they're walking to the machine.
right. Because
My guess is Tesla drivers are very sophisticated in wireless communications and technology.
I'm not one of them. I must admit, I get a little stressed. Now it's on my phone, but the first time I remember I was at Dragon Boat Festival. I was late for the Dragon Boat Festival. I download this thing and I got all confused.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to play with their credit card in a fairly easy way. What was my other question? And I like your idea about if we're going to go there with resident parking season passes. I'm supportive of that idea as long as it's during the week. I think we need to churn out tourists as much as we can during the weekends. During the week, if this will encourage people to use the businesses along the waterfront, then I'm in favor of it. And we should sell them a decal on their thing, and Bob's your uncle. $100 a little rich.
Any other comments on this slide? We'll move
I'll
along.
wait to the end.
You're waiting to the end. Okay, good.
Tyler. Oh, never mind, it went that time. Sorry. Okay, so this one here, we will have a request for a motion if council is in support of this. Staff are recommending the creation of a tourism infrastructure reserve fund. This is where surplus revenue from the paid parking program will be allocated. This reserve fund will have the opportunity to support tourism infrastructure upgrades or maintenance. And then I just put one example up there. The rubber surfacing that was done at the beachfront playground will likely need work in, say, 8 years, as an example. And this would just be sort of one of those sort of tourism amenities that otherwise might not have its own sort of tourism-based funds to support maintaining, upgrading. And then as well, along with this proposal for any surplus revenue, thanks to cost savings from self-management, $20,000 has been budgeted as the reserve contribution for 2026. So the proposed request for a motion would be that any net paid parking revenue over and above the annual budgeted amount be contributed to the Tourism Infrastructure Reserve Fund.
So a motion, 1, to create the fund, and 2, how it would be populated, I guess, with surplus.
You want a motion for this?
Do we want to conversate? We have a
That this-
motion,
We need this now?
we have a motion to
later,
this
or
at
what?
this point, to have a conversation on this? Is it,
Thanks, Mayor
do I
Talon.
understand?
It would be supportive for the budget process as well, just to sort of ensure that we are going in the right direction.
So a motion to create a tourism infrastructure reserve fund, and surplus from budget parking revenues would go to that reserve fund on an annual basis.
Moved.
Moved by Councillor Faccio, seconded by
Do you
Councillor
second
Jack.
Don't need a
or
second.
Oh, we don't need a seconder, right? Discussion on this, interesting.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit too focused for me. I think that we should have a fund that improves the parking situation specifically. So my idea, for as an example, in 25 years, we're not going to be here at this table likely, but maybe there'll be a whole different parking setup and a whole new thinking around parking. And if we don't have a reserve fund for parking initiatives, then there's not much that we can do. I just see that parking surpluses should go to parking initiatives.
I think probably hear that we have a parking reserve fund today. And when I hear tourism infrastructure reserve fund, I know the example is playground and beach amenities, but I don't see that if we enhance parking for visitors, that would seem to be within what I would consider the tourism infrastructure, could include parking.
Okay.
So
okay. So
we do
this
have
is-
a parking reserve fund already,
Yeah.
Scott.
I may also just add that we do have a current parking reserve fund, which we contribute annually to $10,000. So this will be a new reserve fund in addition to the parking one we have. And every year we can make adjustments to what we put where. This is just all very new, so we're just trying it out. We're gonna try $20,000 to this tourism infrastructure reserve and $10,000 to the actual parking reserve fund. This year, next year, we might want to switch that up. But I also agree, I think there's enough leeway within the tourism infrastructure reserve that we can include beachfront parking improvements too.
See you in a click.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the intent of having it labeled as Tour Infrastructure Reserve Fund is to make it a very broad fund in order to be able to minimize operational costs. Because with the RMI funds that we receive annually through the RDS process, we're not allowed to put those funds towards operational costs, or we can go for, say, enhancements. We can do, if it's a full replacement, we can do that. However, our intent of creating this fund is to try and minimize the long-term cost to the taxpayer within Harrison, and try and capitalize on the additional reserve or additional funds we get through the pay parking, and be able to fund a replacement of either maybe some paving, it could be additional parking, it could be resurfacing for the playground, it could be the beach washrooms. There's a lot of things that we're having to fund through taxation, and the intent is trying to minimize that.
Okay. So it's adding to our current RMI, because really it's a duplicate, but it's adding to the RMI
It's
fund, but it allows
partnering with it,
Partnering.
not, well, I guess it's because we can't use one to do the we can't use the RMI to do operational
No, this.
activities. This year we can.
Oh, okay. RMI it was around 100 grand, I think, this year, right? We're getting for RMI.
No, it's 500.
Community services manager.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. I just wanted to highlight, it's more sort of a way for the tourism to sort of help pay for itself a bit.
Yep.
And then Scott would have the exact figures, but we're over 500,000 annually right now for our RMI fund.
Oh, I thought it was 100. Okay.
Just depends
Maybe
which
I'm
file you're
confusing
looking at in the
RDS.
budget.
Am I confusing RDS and RMI?
We talked about that.
Resource development strategy informs the resort municipal infrastructure funding. So the strategy lays out the programs. Once approved by the province, the cash comes to the village through the RMI project.
I need to explore that more. But Mayor Talon, do you mind? I have to do a bio break.
What time is it? I was looking at the time, I was hoping we could get through this deck. I see it's 10:24. Let's, we're not gonna get finished. Let's come back at,
I just need 5 minutes.
adjourn and come back at 25 to the hour, 25 to 10.
Thank you.
Not adjourn, pause.
Pause.
Not adjourn, pause.
That's pretty good.
Thank you. All right, I think we're back at 25 to the hour. Recess is over, so to speak. And we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion?
Mayor Tom, could you just remind us of what the motion is exactly?
Corporate officer, could you restate that?
Is moved by Counselor, excuse me, moved by Counselor Facio that a tourism infrastructure reserve fund be created and that any net pay parking revenue over and above the annual budgeted amount be contributed to the tourism infrastructure reserve.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. I think that takes us to our next slide, Community Services Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. I only have a few actual slides, but I do have some other things I just wanted to highlight for staff to be able to create the best possible bylaw. So I just wanted to highlight some challenges from the way the current bylaw is and just sort of provide some insight into where staff are looking to take it. So there's some confusion surrounding day pass for the boat launch versus parking pass. And it has been confusing even for staff as we sort of retook control after changing our partnership with the FBRD. So we are going to be looking to improve that language in both the bylaw and our signage. One of the other categories that we would be seeking some direction from council potentially is on the fleet pass clarifications and limits. So as of right now, a fleet pass entitles the holder to the annual launch and retrieval of boats that the holder may own, lease, charter, or broker that have been registered with the boat launch operator under the pass. The current fleet passes don't have any limits on the number of boats or trailers or tow vehicles that are pulling them. So that has been something that's been sort of highlighted as potential gap and also just needing a bit more clarification. When we did some research, we found that some other communities who operate boat launches call it a commercial pass and require a copy of a business license in order to qualify for that rate. That is something that staff would be in support of. Technically, otherwise, I don't know what's necessarily stopping like a group of people from purchasing a fleet pass, so to speak, and listing all their vehicles under it. So again, it may be something that makes sense to have some sort of limit on. As well, the boat launch passes now will be able to purchase through the new pay parking program, which will be really convenient because it will eliminate an additional web portal that was used in 2025. One of the other potential conflicts is the day pass versus parking pass, and even there were some comments online of, well, it cost this much to launch and then I had to pay for parking. So I think that some people were paying both, they were paying twice, and I think some people may have just been paying for parking, not realizing they also had to pay the launch. One of the recommendations in the parking master plan was that there be a maximum amount of time that you could park a vehicle and a trailer in the parking lot there. Currently, people do have to pay for additional days of parking, so we're going to clarify that language in the bylaw to more be overnight cabin visits, something similar to that. The recommendation was to limit that, but I believe that some people do park there and go for numerous days. So one of the potential risks of if we do limit that time to say 48 hours, that might not be long enough, and then we may see more spillover onto the streets of not just parking, but parking large trucks and trailers. So I believe that we can continue to monitor it, but if this year, if we just sort of more focus on clarifying the language around the parking and ensuring that people are parking there while they're at their cabin and are able to do so and pay the daily rate. It's been rare where the parking supply runs out. from feedback from the operators. So I think for the number of people that have cabins, it's not a substantial amount of vehicles that end up there for more days. But just something else for council's thoughts and
I have a couple
consideration.
questions to understand today. There's a fee, it says $25 to launch. Is that fee launch and retrieve? It's, you get both. $12.50 for one. You can do both in the day. Is that fee payable year round, or is it only during the pay parking? Or is it like, are we charging to use the boat launch today in February?
It is payable year round.
Okay.
That was a bit of a shift once we switched operations and were able to have a system in place to allow it. Whereas in the past, fees were only collected when there was an attendant there, because otherwise there was no one to sort of oversee it. Yes.
And are we getting revenue? Do we see any stats on, are people actually paying?
Yeah.
Like today, there's a couple people.
Yeah, so if someone was launching today, they would pay, and that includes the ability to park as well.
Yeah.
So I think you're onto something. We need to be very clear about, if you're using the boat launch, what it is you're paying for, because there are those handful of days where there isn't any more parking for your trailer and vehicle. So we're paying the $25 to launch and retrieve, to use the boat launch. You can do that. That's the fee for launching and retrieving, and it includes parking if it's available. Because I can imagine someone paying the $25 wanting to park because you're allowed to park for the day, and then if there's no parking, saying, well, I'm getting ripped off. So I think we need some clarity as to, when you pay the $25 launch fee, you're paying to use the boat launch, and if parking's available, you can leave your truck and trailer in the boat launch parking lot, or on that angle parking between the two, on Esplanade. And I think the only way we really enforce the boat launch fee is through parking. We don't have someone watching the boat launch, so mainly it's, we see a vehicle, and if you paid for the boat launch because it's tied to your license. Is that correct?
Yes, except the only exception, I guess, would be with the fleet passes, because those are more just like
Right.
physical.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor.
Me?
Go ahead, yes.
Sorry. I just want to go back to the discussion on people who pay for lunch and then park for a considerable length of time if they're heading over to their cabins. So I know there seems to be an indication of 48 hours, but I'm wondering if it would be beneficial to look at maybe a weekly rate for that extended parking for, for people that launch and you go up for a weekend is fine, but maybe during those summer periods that.
I think right now there's an overnight fee. If you're not out of the parking lot by a certain time, there's an overnight fee.
Yeah.
In addition to the launch fee, is that correct?
That is correct. It's $20 per day. So I've often wondered why some people are parked off of, like, outside of our parking areas, because there's always, I've never actually seen it full. But I believe that it is because they are going probably for a longer length of time and don't want to be then spending $150 for the week to spend a week at their cabin.
Yeah.
So there may be sort of a balance between a weekly rate to sort of try and encourage those people then to be in our parking lot.
Yeah.
Off the streets.
And pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good question.
Okay. And no, that's it.
Go ahead, sir, Councillor Fletcher.
No, I'm waiting to the end.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You haven't got to the next slide yet. So the season pass, if the boat launch is year round, I think we should call that an annual pass to make it clear that the boat launch, there's a few needs the boat launch year round, not just seasonal. And I think labeling these things as an annual pass may remove some ambiguity about pay parking. We have a season, May to September. The boat launch is it's annual, it's year round. But that's on the next page, so I'm skipping ahead already. But this is all part of day pass and parking pass confusion, so yes.
You're pretty passionate about this stuff. You have a boat?
I do, and you know what? It's a great deal. I buy the annual.
Yeah.
I have bought the annual pass, and it's great. Just do it once, scan it in, and done. If I stay overnight on the lake, pay the extra amount, and everything's secure in the parking lot. It's fantastic.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor Talbot, I've often wondered too, Christy, why people would park over where they do, you know where I'm talking about. Because on a busy Sunday morning, you're competing with the church folks, and across the street, there's, you know, why don't we put signs up saying boat and trailers not allowed on this site? Like, improve the signage. Encourage people to park where they should, because it's an awful mess going around that corner. Residents are upset about these trailers. They're there for days. It's a hazard for fire department, for everybody. And it's gonna come to an end anyways when they build the new building there. Anyways, I often wondered that, why don't we put up a sign?
Community Services Manager, anything?
That is a Ministry of Transportation and Transit highway, so we are limited on what we can do there. But it's still just good feedback for us to have and see if there's something that we can work out with them. And then we can, again, just sort of improve our signage, our communications to encourage as best we can.
Go, walk us through this slide. Community Services Manager.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. So I just sort of took the three main categories for passes. So you'll see that currently the day pass includes a $2 contribution to Kent Harrison Search and Rescue. So technically right now it's only $23, and that includes your full day of parking and your launch. So the proposed rates would be looking at, so this is again where it may not be enough of an increase, but just wanted to be cognizant of too much change at once. So the proposed rates for 2026 would see that day pass going up to what our day parking rate is essentially for $25, plus the Kent Harrison Search and Rescue contribution. That sort of then though does still give sort of preferential rate to the boat launch, because there are of course other fees that go into that maintenance of it, the washrooms on site there, and things like that. So those are still kind of all up for council to provide their feedback on. We also were looking at the option of having 2 years sort of put in the bylaw, so it's just a bit more of a, people will be expecting it, and just sort of like a little bit of an increase over the next couple of years. And then just put another thought for discussion there, a potential to do a slight discount on seasons passes for residents of District of Kent or Village of Harrison Hot Springs, if that would be something that council is interested in.
Councilor Schmidt.
Yeah, so I think you made the point here about a weekly pass. So if I'm gonna be in my boat, if I wanna go out to my cabin with my boat and leave my boat trailer, I might as well just buy a season's pass for the week, because the math makes sense. Because you don't need any more additional days. That's redundant.
There's no, this is important clarification coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the seasons pass only allows you to launch and park for a day at a time. So there is sort of like that day max right now. Even with the seasons pass, you can't just leave your vehicle.
You can't leave your vehicle all summer long in the, so it's one, so the boat launch includes parking for the day if parking's available.
Yeah.
And if you want to leave your trailer overnight, then you pay an additional fee.
Okay.
Councilor Vital's idea of like, I would like it to be, I wonder if the $25 a day parking is creating a disincentive for people who are gonna go for the long weekend to a cabin and it's 3 nights, so $75 an hour, leave it on the road somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that amount I think it creates a bit of a disincentive, and I think the weekend rates and maybe a weekly rate, like Councillor Vital suggested, that maybe acknowledge the vehicle is left there, but maybe doesn't create the same kind of disincentive, so a little bit more competitive, if you will. And I do like the idea of labeling is important. So a fleet pass, I think a commercial pass is a good way to do it. With a business license, I think that'll help clarify things. And it's an annual. You got day pass, you have an annual pass. And then people know it's clear that the boat launch is operating and there's a fee to use the boat launch year. Go ahead, Service Manager.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. I just realized I didn't answer that question. There is still a bit of revenue trickling in from people who have paid between like October onwards. So we are still seeing a little bit of return on that.
Should we talk about the discount for residents?
Sure.
I put a little smiley face on my paper when I saw that there. The thoughts on this? Anyone?
I think it's a pretty.
Like I mentioned before, I think it is a good thing, and I have changed my thinking on it. It's a matter of kind of ironing out the details. Monday to Thursday, I'm wondering if residents will try to skirt that and still attempt to park on the weekends, but that's an issue that we can deal with. You know what? If the feeling is $100 is too much, then let's discuss what we feel would be reasonable, whether,
Any thoughts on a discount for residents for the boat launch fee?
Yeah.
We'll wait to the end.
You're gonna wait till the end?
I'm in favor of a discount.
I'm gonna wait till the end.
locals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I think 5% is nothing. We get 10.
Any comments or observations on the new fee rates? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I would have it a day pass, $29, which includes $2 for the search and rescue, which do a fantastic job.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you have to keep in mind, this cost us a lot of money to operate this boat launch. The number 9 years, my first 9 years, we were spending a lot of money to upgrade it. I mean, it's continual. So on a cost plus basis, are we really making much money? I don't really think we should be subsidizing owners. I'm sorry, I just don't think so. If I can spend $500 to fill my vehicle, my boat up with gas, I can afford a few dollars.
Don't forget the beer too.
And the beer.
Nice.
And if you look at the boats, they're all packed, they've got everything. They're not going into the village and buying something at the corner store. So, anyway, that's my rant for today.
Thank you.
That is, do we have an answer to that? Are we making money? This is costing us money, or are we making money? How do we do this year?
I think we had a report on boat launch operations and revenues, CFO.
Yeah, thank you.
Off the top of your head.
Yeah, so I'll touch on a little bit more in my budget presentation, but we are almost at 100,000 in revenue for the year. And total costs are around 80. So there's $20,000 profit. However, that doesn't include repair and maintenance of the building. That doesn't include, what else? Public works, staffing, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So for sure, we're operating at a net loss. We're trying to recover as much as we can.
And I appreciate your point about, they come fully loaded from Surrey, full coolers, and they buy nothing and contribute nothing to our community.
They come all the way.
So, and I think they're getting a good deal. I'd be curious to see how we compare to places like Rocky Point and Cultus Lake.
So,
or I don't know where else people.
Community Services Manager, you have any information about comparative boat launch rates at other places?
more than I wish I knew. But there are lots that are still for free, like Cultus Lake as an example, but then they also don't have washrooms on site. They don't have like the Sani station that we offer for free. There are a lot of services that we provide, as well as keeping that area sort of so that your boat's not getting damaged when you do it. There is usually adequate parking, whereas some of those other ones that don't charge, we've run into issues with that. Those that do charge, we're still very competitive. Some are higher. It's hard to compare directly across because there are no other paid launches, say, on Harrison Lake. And unless you're actually looking at the specific same body of water, it's difficult to compare to different areas in like Port Moody, say, where then you're going into the ocean, and it all sort of is a bit relative. In hearing what the conversation has been, I'm almost more leaning towards, after Councillor Jackson's feedback, potentially looking at what those rates were for 2027, and maybe it's a 10% discount for season pass for residents of the area. And then still looking at those overnight trips, not jumping up to the $28, but looking at that in a better way could potentially be sort of a happy medium. And maybe we do just take it year at a time right now. We just put the 1 year in there and we have another discussion next year to just sort of see what that feedback and what that impact is.
I think the boat launch is a real asset overall to the village for a number of reasons. One is it makes this the primary jump off point to access the lake. You get the parking for the day, so even if you've been on the lake all day, you can leave your boat and trailer in the parking and go for dinner or those kind of things, because you've already paid for your parking for the day and it's secure. I think we should be marketing that your boat launch fee includes free use of the Sani station. I think we want to encourage people to use that, not the alternatives. And you know that there's a washroom on site. The parking is as good as I've ever seen. And it's super convenient, and the boat launch was really well run last summer. For some reason, I don't understand why, I decided to go, I think, on the August long weekend on a Sunday morning and try and launch my boat at 11 a.m. And it only took me about 20 minutes, and it was run really well, and that is peak, the busiest of times. So I think there's a huge value, and I think having Harrison and the boat launch be that drop off, that access point to the lake, I think there's value in that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just to speak to the user experiences, the operator on many occasions did promote the fact that they can leave. So having our new operator this year, they were promoting sticking around for a couple extra hours and going to town and actually spending some money, going for dinner, and because a lot of people didn't realize that they had until the next morning, essentially. Maybe so educating the users was on a few occasions very beneficial. And again, certainly our messaging can change, but as long as the messaging from the operator continues, I'll see, like this year was a transition year going from the previous operator. Much better experience this year. We expect to improve next year. So I think that, yes, we're looking at a $20,000 revenue from this past year. I think as the message gets out that it's a better user experience now, I think we'll see draw a lot more people in.
And I'm sorry, Councillor Vital had a comment first. I'll get to you.
For the messaging, I think we need to also include that there are limited supplies available there, like
First come, first serve.
ice and snacks and whatever. And I agree with Councillor Jackson that I think we should take the 2027 proposed rates and put them into the 2026. It's not a big difference, $5 for a day pass. And I asked staff, when was the last time we increased rates?
Community Services Manager?
I believe it was 2020.
2020
In
was
2020.
We're going to the current rates.
Yeah, if people have a good experience and it's a lot of it's via word of mouth with voters, then I don't think it's a big stretch to bump the day pass or the 2027 rates into 2026.
Councillor Swineman's comment.
No, I'm in favor of what you're saying. Let's jump right away to the 2027 proposed rates. I see that the overnight trips are $28 a day.
So that's the one
Which
that I will adjust now after our discussion, and
Yeah.
there is a balance of offering something to encourage people to park there for those longer
Yeah,
stays.
not create a
one-
disincentive,
Need this one.
but somehow shouldn't be nominal, but there should be not be a disincentive. And I think the current rates maybe create a disincentive and put people on the street where it would be less conflict and will be better if they're in effect. And then I think your last slide is timelines. And I know Councillor Fascio is sitting on comments.
What would you like first?
Let's do the timeline, just so we know what we're staring at next year.
So I really appreciate all the feedback today, and I think with the pre-work that we've done and the research that we'll be able to bring back some well thought out bylaws based on your feedback. So our goal then would be that we heard everything you said accurately tonight, and we bring those bylaws that are applicable back at the February 17th regular council meeting for the first 3 readings. And then ideally, if those approvals come through, of course, then the March 2nd regular council meeting, we would be looking for adoption. This gives us, obviously, as you see, a lot of time before paid parking, but we want to get the boat launch squared away, especially since we are going to change that language to state annual pass, and to sort of be able to transition that before we start getting busy. And then we'll just be a quick move ahead on finalizing some of those agreements with all those partners that'll be supporting the paid parking program and getting the infrastructure here and everything set up. Okay. So once we can wrap away sort of like the bylaw and that side of things, it'll just sort of support moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fascio.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not here to ask for any motions. I'm going to go very quickly, just like to make a few notes on what may be or may not be that you may agree with. So I'll move along with this. 1994, the council proposed, sorry, I'll get to that later. This year will be a challenging year for our staff and bylaw officer. I fully agree and thank them for this great report. But some considerations, if you wouldn't mind listening to. When we discuss about street parking, when there's events, I was involved for many years with the Lions Club for parking for the Sandcastle competition, where we used every street from Esplanade to Balsam and Miami River Drive for parking. Nobody complained. It was just one of those things. It was a big event. It was good for Harrison. So, you know, and the streets, anything from your property line to your house is yours. The rest belongs to the village. So page 4, already answered about more meters at a later date. I think we definitely need them, some more meters. The 15-minute parking stalls, which I assume is right opposite the hot pool, those 4 there by the village mall. Personally, I think they should be turned into the disability because there's a sidewalk there. The mall itself has their own parking. So if people want to go shopping or whatever, that's their own parking in there. So there's no other businesses on that street except in the pool. So if we made that disability parking, I'll leave it to staff to come back recommendations whether they want to charge or not. But I think one space, and many communities do this, one space free of charge should be reserved for veteran parking on that spot there. That's my on on that one there, and next page is page 5. Page 5. Regarding, I think, groups like the Dragon Boat people, and of course the Sasquatch Days, and of course the Festival of the Arts, they're the big ones. I think information needs to get out there that, like Councillor, I think Jackson said earlier on, there should be ride sharing for these people instead of all coming in individual cars. That would save a lot of unnecessary spaces that other visitors to the village could use. I know that the Sasquatch Days do pay for their parking on the front street, as far as I know. So I don't think I've had any problems with that. But having a shuttle bus, well, that's a difficult one, because is this a shuttle bus you would rent, or the only other shuttle bus I would recommend, if you're going to go that route, I used to use it for the school, would be the one that the community services have. They don't normally use it weekends, but there, of course, you've got to have the certified driver, class 4, I think. And of course, there's insurance. Now, this was tried in Harrison many years ago. It did not work because there wasn't enough frequent users for that shuttle bus. I think there's other areas in the village you maybe want to look at in regarding to finding some spaces for this. I mean, it's only really the weekends and long weekends that we have a problem with parking. And then on number 6, as you said, the Cedar Avenue will have to go to 2027. That's going to be, the boulevards will have to be paved and marked, because most of the boulevards are being used now for anything from parking to TV antennas and everything else. So that's fine for 2027. The overflow parking lot, that's another one that can be used this year. We don't know what's going to happen with the plans that we have for this empty lot to my left here, but I'll leave that to the staff on that one. The handy dart and home care vehicles, they should be allocated on Maple Street on the west side, because they're normally anything from 12 to 24 seaters, depending on the size of the home that comes here. So they should be on Maple Street, I believe. And also we do definitely need signage on Esplanade regarding no RV parking. That's that one. And then page number 8. Now, the 6 a.m. on block 1 was put in place at the time because of the residents, the accommodations who want free parking, and they park there because in the morning you can go along at 7 in the morning, all block 1 is full. Well, we know it's not day visitors or people eating breakfast. It's people in the accommodations either. I'm not going to mention the accommodations. So, and I would really, to save any confusion, I would just leave it at one time, 8 till 8. I think it's just confusing changing that 1 hour. To be perfectly honest, this is going to be a year of tryout for this paid parking, and God bless all of you You've got your hands full, I admire you for doing it. And it's going to be a lot of work on the bylaw officer as well. Now, I am fully agree, I would actually even increase it, but you already put the pricing in. I definitely agree with the $1 increases, with all the amenities that we have, washrooms, the cleaning, the barbecue table, children's play areas, volleyball nets. I mean, everything's free in Harrison. One extra buck, everything has gone up in the economy. Food prices, everything's gone up. So if you're gonna pay $4 for a coffee, $1 ain't gonna kill anybody. You can't find the dollar, give me a call.
What's your number? What's your number? Yes. Please culture.
Number 8. What's number 8, Mark? Oh, I just read that. Number 9. What is 9? What is 9, Mark?
It's the EV parking.
EV, electric?
Yeah.
Oh, let's do one. We've already answered. You're going to have more next year, the year after. Maple Street, really, because I noticed when you come down, I forget the name of the street in Hope, they're all lined up there in one street. I think you could have all the electric vehicle charges in one area. And like the administrator said, probably on the Memorial Hall side, that would make it much easier. This is it, electrical, boom, that's where you go to charge your vehicles. And now this rate that you put here, is there reduced rate for annual, for all year?
So it would be, I circled the $3 per hour, so it would be just $3 per hour year round for the charging, and then if paid parking's in effect, they would have to pay that as well.
Because my observation is there's very little cars in the evenings, maybe 2 or 3 from the condominium, and a couple on Maple Street, and one of them belongs to one of our famous businesses. God bless him. That was one. What's next, Mark? What number was it?
10.
Oh, 10.
Parking infractions.
What is that one, Mark? 10.
Page 10, parking.
Yeah.
What's 10?
So right here.
Oh, parking infraction, sorry. I believe the frustration was not to be able to get through to complain or pay the $50 within 7 days. It was the company, I believe, I found from complaints I'd received as a former mayor, that it was just a frustration not getting through to these people. Now, and I think it should be left the way it is, personally, and I'm losing out on that one, but I think I will be. But I think it should be left the way it is, the 100 and the 50. Because like I said 2 minutes ago, coming to Harrison, you're coming to a beautiful community, and you're going to have a wonderful day. So, and funny, this week I was asked by a visitor, I can't find the parking machine. So people who come here are used to pay parking. Anyway, that's I'm opposed to the reduction on that. And now next one is number 11. 11. Thank you. Yes, I believe that the residents passed, like Councillor Vidal said, it should be at $100. But I think that residents have the same rights as our visitors, and it should be for any day of the week, not just restricted to 4 days. They're entitled to come down if they can find a spot. It's up to them. That's the chance they take. And whether you restrict it to 2 or 3 hours, I'll leave that to staff. And of course, this new system, as already pointed out, will take a lot of info, but it's a trial year. So that's gonna be something that the bylaw officer and the staff will be dealing with. Now that we're taking on this program and our office is closed weekends, people who will complain on a weekend is how will they get to speak to a real person, or will they have to wait to get their replies back on the working Monday? Or
Community service man,
Touch on that a little bit.
after hours.
I don't want to speak super negatively, but I don't believe that anyone could really get after hour support previously either. So I do think that that will just be an increased level of service. I'm still learning all the logistics, but there is a way with the enforcement software. So if you get a ticket and if you go in, there is a way that you can submit a dispute through that portal, and then that would come directly. So then at least you may not have got a chance to talk to a real person over the weekend if it happens, say, on a Saturday, but then that report would be waiting for staff to review. That's where it'll be helpful on how we can attach things like photos. Because even in the past, some people would be like, well, I wasn't parking there that day. And then Precise, which we'd have to contact Precise, the contractor, and then they would have to send us their camera images, and then the person would figure out that their child had borrowed their car for the day, come out to Harrison and not paid for parking, and now that's why they got a parking ticket. And then as well, the bylaw will be the presence sort of in the community. So there is still a chance that, and then this is again where our training and our coaching response with that, with Jessica and with anyone else that we hire, will be like, if someone approaches you and they're like, hey, I just was gonna be parking, like paying to park, I just took a few minutes longer because my child needed to use the washroom. So we were coming back from the washroom to our car to get our things, and then I was gonna pay for parking, like, I'm really sorry. She'll have the capability to make that decision and sort of that authority to do so, to reduce it down, or to say, okay, if you show me now that you're gonna pay for parking, then
Thank you.
I will cancel the ticket that I'd issued you. So I don't think that the gap in that customer service response will make a negative impact.
Thank you.
Long story short.
And the last one is the boat launch. Highwood Council in 1994 raised the fee from $5 to $15. They said that's the end of tourism in Harrison. Well, it's increased year after year. So many changes and confusing. Now, going to $27. If I want to play around the golf, even at Harrison, I'm going to be paying $60. $27 to spend, that's why people come here. No disrespect to Colditz Lake more than anywhere else because of the size of the lake. You can disappear on the lake at a nice beach. So $27 is, when you consider what they pay to gas up that vehicle, and as the mayor and councillor said, they bypass our businesses, or buying, because they've already loaded up wherever they've come from, so they're not helping our businesses, except maybe the gas station. So I think keep this simple. Just go with what's been put forward here by our staff. I agree with all of it. In regards to, at one point, Greenpoint used to be chosen by those that didn't want to pay for a boat launch or an annual pass. Well, they were there within the next hour, because Greenpoint is the worst place to launch your boat and pay an annual. So we've gone through that scenario. Now, in regards to the $25 a day, I agree with that, because if it was me personally and I had a cabin on the lake, I would find the boat launch more secure and safer than parking it on the street. And parking on the street, if I'm away for 7 days, we do have the bylaw of 48 hours that you can't park on the street. So you could come back and have a bylaw ticket. So I would leave that the way it is personally, but I just said I don't want any, I'm not here for any motions or nothing. That's just something for staff to hopefully they've written down and consider what my concerns are, but thank you again. You've done an excellent job on this, and as long as we make some money and that the residents and and our tourists are happy, that's good for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
One final comment. Thank you, Leo, but one thing that occurred to me in the messaging is there seems also to be some confusion between our paid parking and the private parking. So I would like to see in the messaging maybe a listing of where and indicate that we don't collect for, violation tickets for them.
Community service.
Thanks, Mayor Tom. Agree, Councilor Vital. Yeah, that's a great point, and that will be one sort of more enhanced clarity too, because often sometimes the same contractor was monitoring multiple parking lots, and then we would be their first point of contact, whereas now we'll know which one is ours right away. We won't have to go through the process, because it was still always kind of tricky to figure out which lot it was issued in, because tickets looked virtually the same. One of the projects we're also looking into getting ministry support would be to add a sign near the entrance to the village, sort of highlighting some of these things, like where the barbecue zone is, where the park amenities are, where our paid parking zones are, and sort of highlight on there. I don't know if we'll necessarily label them, but that many businesses and hotels have their own paid parking systems, but this is ours, and sort of highlighted on there. A lot of people stop at that location, so that's sort of where we'd like to see if we can get that permission and get something in place there.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It would be a great idea to have a map that guides people to the village, and thinking ahead to the bike lanes that'll be marked on Hot Springs Road and those things, to also have that marked as well. Opportunity to sort of really help people through the village and navigate.
Good.
Yeah, we find
Any other comments on this presentation?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, a quick comment. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I know it's a team effort, but you guys did a really good job with this. And this sets us up for the future of technology. Things are really changing. When I was in Europe, I noticed that some downtown areas, you're charged no matter what zone or where you are. There's a QR code, geolocating technology that you're just charged for it, or you're towed. And I think I can see our village in the next 5 years, or all of BC, all of Canada, going in that direction, where you're parking on one of our village streets, you're geolocated and you're charged. And that's probably where we're going. And I think that'll be orderly, and that'll be a revenue opportunity. So I'm so glad that we're going to start collecting data. I think it's fantastic. I will say that because it's our first year doing this, I personally would like to see the annual or the hourly prices stay the same. I think could be potentially a difficult year for businesses along the waterfront. They're already very challenged with raising costs, as you suggested. And I think from I would just like to preserve the prices they are and have a debate as is today.
And yet, Councillor Jackson.
Oh, just remind, if you go to White Rock right now, I think it's $4.75 an hour. If you go there after 9 o'clock in morning time and summer, you don't get a parking spot. And there you've got a railway going through the promenade. You have an ocean that goes away out on that. Here you come and you have this gorgeous place. You have everything here.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have to feel sorry about paying for people having to pay for paid parking. I really don't.
I experienced pay parking many places, and I cannot recall the last time the first hour was $2.
Yeah.
I have always seen the first hour is like $4, $5, $6, and then the second hour might be a little less. But I can't recall the last time I've seen the first hour at $2.
You're right. In London, it's $20 for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, not London,
But if I may, Mayor Talon, to take the example of White Rock, there's several iconic businesses that have gone out of business in the last year. Boathouse and a few others. And Part of it is because public aren't coming down there. They don't want to be charged nickel and dimed for their experience. They want to go in for a beer and some calamari at the boathouse. And now they're not because they have to pay an extra $15 for that 2 hours or 3 hours. So we do have to be cognizant, I believe, that the villages need to make money in a very short tourism season.
Any other comments? We thank the resource manager for a presentation that touches on many, many things, all of interest. So we look forward to the following reports and bylaws coming forward as laid out in the timeline there. Interesting. It's really interesting. I'm really glad we had such a thorough discussion of this because it's important to the village. I note the time is 11:25. And the next part on our agenda is our Chief Financial Officer giving us a PowerPoint presentation. So, yeah, I know we're breaking at noon for lunch. So I'm going to say I'll turn the floor over to you and we'll get started and see how far.
Yeah, if you're okay, I'll get the presentation out of the way and then we start questions and then continue on.
Okay,
Perfect. Finish there.
It's upside down. Yeah, that's sort of my. It's gonna be a lot of paper shuffling because the back side, so these are all upside down. Did you guys notice that?
It used to be, the first time council used to be the length of this table.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Printouts and then these.
Did you do that on purpose? I just-
No, it
Oh,
was just
okay.
an accident.
I thought it was just on mine.
Just for your.
Amanda did that to me.
Okay.
take it away.
All right, good morning. Thanks for everybody for being here. I'm very pleased to present the 2026-2030 financial plan to council and the public today. It's been a collaborative effort amongst all departments here in the village and for many people that aren't even in this room. So I'm really happy to share it with you and get your feedback on it today. I thank my colleagues for putting up with a cranky me over the last couple of weeks.
I can't imagine. Come on.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll get going. Just a bit of a timeline here of what we'll talk about today. First of all, we'll talk about the actual timeline. Then we'll look at the recap and talk about a little bit how we ended up in 2025. Then move into the budget for 2026. That's more of the operations side. Then we'll move into the meat and potatoes, which is the capital side. And then kind of how that all filters into what the tax rates are going to look like for this year. So we'll take a look at the assessment data, look at the property tax overview, and then we'll talk about a couple different options that council can consider for ratios. So we're at the very beginning of the process here. We're introducing the budget today. Following that, on February 17th, we're planning to bring the budget to council for first reading. And then the next process is going to be gathering public feedback, and that's going to take place. We're planning at this point in time to have a budget open house on February 24th. I'll talk a bit about more of that in a minute. And then second and third reading was hopefully March 2nd, followed by adoption on March 16th. So it's very similar timeline to last year. We've made some improvements, we think. But of course, having the budget adopted in a timely manner is important, which allows us to get going on the capital projects. We've made some improvements this year in the budget engagement process, and the idea was to be able to gain as much public feedback as possible, give some new tools in feeding back the public to us. So we've launched a new budget and tax rate information section in getintoit.harrison.ca that will kind of go over what budget is, how it feeds into property taxes, some basic information. We've also got a survey running. It's been running from January 9th and it'll keep going until the 25th. So we very much encourage residents and citizens to go on to getintoit.harrison.ca and provide some feedback via the survey. And then also we're going to run a full day budget open house this year. It's going to be a drop-in style here at the village office. We'll have lots of information, lots of visual boards, and all staff will be available for the public to come in, ask questions, provide feedback, and we'll kind of collect all that information and feed it back to council at the end.
Sorry, Mayor Town, just while we're on this page, I could see that there might be a desire of some residents to come in after work. And for working people, they won't be able to participate in this. I wonder if there's an opportunity for a skeleton crew to be here till 7:30, as an example, on that night.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a reminder that there is an option if they do have concerns, they can go to our website. It's 24 hours a day. It's been running since January 9th. It'll go to February 25th.
Okay.
I still think it might be a good idea to look into that. To have an extended view. I think to that line of thinking, then why have a drop in at all? If people can just do it online, and they can do it online. I think there are some people who want to come in and look at Scott in the eyeballs and get some answers, and that might be during the evening.
We'll take that away. So looking back to 2025, just a quick note, we're very early in the year-end process, so on your sheets and kind of what we're talking about, they're preliminary numbers. We still have lots of work to do. But in late February, when we do the budget open house, we'll have exact numbers then. So on the revenue side, property tax, utility, curbside, most revenues came in as expected. There were 2 property assessment appeal board appeals that happened this year, which resulted in a little bit lower assessments, but it's mostly immaterial. There wasn't any material losses on tax revenue. Pay parking, we've talked about quite a bit today. It was at 358,000. We're going to budget for 370,000 for 2026. Still think it's quite reasonable. Boat launch came in at 94,000. That was again the first year that we ran it in-house. It was, I believe, a success, and we've learned some stuff that we can improve upon. We still saw some strong interest earnings on investments, although the interest rates have come down significantly to where they were. We're still seeing really positive earnings on our investments, so that's a very big positive. And of course, continued grant revenue from lots of different streams, thanks to our community services department. We've got Fire Smart grants, their drainage, Hot Spring Road, RMI is a huge one, and lots of other little community grants. On the expense side, for the most part, the year was no news is good news. There were no major problems that we didn't anticipate. We did see, obviously, in the December rain event that put a huge strain on our utility infrastructure. It costs a reasonable amount with trying to fix that particular problem, and our dedicated staff that was here working through it. But overall, total expenses remain under budget, so we'll end up in a surplus position in all areas, generally wastewater and water.
What is R&D?
Sorry?
R&M expenses, what is it?
Oh, sorry, repairs and maintenance.
Oh,
Yeah, good question. Looking at the capital projects, there was lots that was on the go this year. I'll run through them very fast, but the Miami River Bridge North Bridge was completed. Boat launch buildings completed. Village office exterior upgrades were pretty much completed. They're done now. Hot Springs Road drainage upgrades were about halfway done. Obviously more to come. Beach walkway improvements completed. Spring Park washroom completed, and then the big one here is Village Station 1 replacement was basically completed. New genset, new SCADA system. So that was a lot. So we're really proud of what's accomplished, and lots more to come.
it's amazing.
Concurrently to that, there were plenty of master plans that were started, and mostly were completed. Out of these, we've just got 2, I think, that are coming, which is water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant master plans, which are coming very soon to council. And then that's going to guide us really well into finalizing our asset management plan. So the budget goals, the main goal we led into this budget year with was to manage overall costs while increasing infrastructure reserve contributions. Obviously in general, but mostly in water and wastewater utilities. We've got master plans that are telling us we're going to need to invest a lot of money into the future. So we want to focus on that. Other goals include transparency and public engagement. We've improved on that, we feel, in 2026, and we'll learn from that and see what we do in 2027. Gaining efficiencies, staff is always looking for ways to cut costs, gain efficiencies, definitely in the budgeting process. Each of the department heads, when we go through the budget process, it's like, okay, what do we need, but where can we save? So that was a big part of it. Obviously, maximizing external funding is extremely important. Grants are a key source of funding, as large projects would not be possible without grant funding other than debt borrowing. So again, we've done a really good job with that. And then this is a biggie, planning for a sustainable future. So that basically means having a good asset management plan, which we are getting close to completing, which will lead into proper reserve planning, and then which will lead into planning for replacement of infrastructure as it ages. Just as a note, our debt load is very low compared to other municipalities. We've just got one loan, and that's for the flood pump, sitting at about $300,000. So we're in a good position. What we're seeing for cost pressures is, we might as well just start here. Cost pressures, obviously inflation has cooled, so that is helping. But we're still seeing very high prices on construction materials and definitely capital projects. We hope that will come down a little bit in time, but it's a challenge no matter what. Maintaining services, obviously we focus on maintaining or enhancing services where we can. Maintaining external grant funding, I talked about that a minute ago. It's extremely important funding source for the village. So we've got a great dedicated team that is always looking for grants. And then planning for infrastructure. So basically with any municipality, infrastructure is aging. It's an issue for every municipality. It's often aging at a rate faster than we can replace it and we can pay for it. So the balance, or the key will be to balance as much of that as possible by building reserves and keeping taxes manageable. Just sorry, this should say budget 26. So this is, we're looking forward now. Taxation, we're looking at about $3.2 million raised by taxes and about $2 million raised by utility fees. Curbside collection, that's a cost recovery. So basically what we get, we pay out to the contractor. Business licensing, there was a nominal increase in business licensing costs this year, and that will help, again, recover the cost of administering the program. Pay parking, 370,000, we beat that one up, and the boat launch as well. We're budgeting for 100,000. Depending on what happens, that could be light, but we'll take another look next year. I'll just gloss over this because I think we've really talked about the pay parking program, but we're self-managing it this year. The focus will be on improving the visitor experience and increasing voluntary compliance versus just issuing violation tickets. As a result, the net saving is seen in the pay parking budget, and we are now, thanks to council's direction today, we'll be making a contribution to a tourism infrastructure reserve. Being that this is the first year of this new program, we were a bit light on our projections. So hopefully next year we're going to see that we can contribute lots more. So some general expense highlights. When starting in administration, so we've got a QP collective agreement currently in force until late next year. So we'll start the bargaining process mid to late next year. So we're good there. We do have a resolution of council to bring a report back on mayor and council remuneration, as well as a stipend for deputy mayor. We are going to work on that next, and we're going to bring that report to a future council meeting. Professional services, we're looking at $15,000 for facility appraisals. So this is basically to get a proper idea of the value of our facilities, which relates to how they're insured. It's been quite a few years since we have proper appraisals, and through MIABC, so Municipal Insurance Association of BC, they're willing to help us out with the facility appraisals. So it's actually quite affordable to have all of our facilities appraised. Of course, the election, we put some budget in for that. And we had a prior resolution of council to move forward with the geese management plan. So that will be coming this year. Technology, obviously the ongoing focus is to continue to keep with the highest security levels. We've got a really good IT consultant that always has security at top of mind. So that's, going to be a continued focus in 26. On the fire department side, as with every department in the village, we work with the department and kind of work within what they're looking to see in their budget. So we did the same with the fire department this year. Unfortunately, like every department in the village, the needs always outweigh the available budget. So that speaks for public works, that speaks for utilities. So we always have to balance it out. But I'm happy to say that we were able to grant some additional funding for turnout gear, small equipment, and fire hoses, nozzles this year. We've got additional training budget, which is grant supported through emergency management and the Fire Smart grants. And annually, we contribute to the fire department equipment reserve as well. So we've got 46,000 budgeted this year. And also, as a rule, any surplus that the fire department has within their own unit also goes to their own reserve. So if they're under budget, that will increase the reserve. On the capital side, it's basically just 2 grant projects this year. Structure protection unit, trailer outfitting, we've got budgeted 50,000. So I think this is the 3rd year that we've been equipping this structure protection unit, and that's thanks to the Fire Smart grant. And then we've got a $45,000 grant for next gen 911 equipment, which is coming as we go.
What is that? What is next gen?
That is that's a good question.
Upgrade to the 911 system, which will also provide the ability for people who are wanting to get hold of 911 can do it by text, and also the opportunity to send videos from people's phone right to ECOM for kind of an ongoing assessment of the scene.
So does that affect our fire department? Like, are they getting some handhelds or something like that? Wow.
Thank you. That was excellent.
That was meant mostly for people who are wanting to call 911, but that requires some. I think it's just minimal updated equipment for our own fire department to access things like videos and texts and whatever. This I know.
Yeah, no, it's cool. But it's not directly attributable to the fire department.
Corporate officer.
You're not getting a lot.
No.
It's
That's okay.
A couple weeks ago, we met with the fire chief, and right now they have what's called rip and run. So they have a ticket, they look at it, that's all they get. This will integrate their dispatch system with the other dispatch system, so they can see what's going on in real time, whether RCMP are coming to the scene, whether EHS has been dispatched. So it's going to increase those communications across different response.
So this is all real-time awareness of the whole situation.
Yeah.
That's great.
Good.
Thank you. And just one other quick one, Scott, if you don't mind. The trailer, is this going to complete the trailer outfitting?
Yeah, if I might just defer that.
Community Services Manager.
Thank you, Seth. Through you, Mayor Talon, to Councillor Scheinman. It won't quite. The way the funding was set up, Fire Smart sort of outlined the recommended supplies in each year. However, that didn't account for the purchase of the trailer. So in speaking with the fire chief, there will still be some items. And unfortunately, there was bad news from the province regarding the Fire Smart funding continuing. We're in a good position because we were approved for a 2-year program starting last year, but it's going to be changing and shifting, it sounds like. So there'll be no guarantees on future funding. However, we will be fairly well equipped, and it has, I know when I was speaking with Fire Chief, he was mentioning how they're going to have so many pumps and like so many things. Like, it is really meant to set up to be able to execute quite a large response for structure protection. So while it may not hit the exact this many, this many, this many. It will be quite close after this year's purchases are completed.
So I'd be interested in knowing what the gap is. And this grant funding ends this year, so that doesn't continue into the next year. Is that correct?
It hasn't been announced if it will be next year. There's going to be some increased communications coming out because there is a lot of concern about the program shifting or not being available. So once the fire chief makes the purchases for this year, then we will be able to do a clear inventory of what we have and be able to look at any remaining pieces that we might want to look into the future budgets.
I know there is a trailer, I've seen it, and I know it has some equipment in it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But I'd be curious to know if the gap in equipment is a 5 or 15, or if it's a $50,000 or $100,000 gap. I'd be curious to know that at some point. Councillor Crouch.
Besides the fire department, there's the other side of the coin, which we don't know yet, what the downloading is going to be to the municipalities when they change over to this next gen regional district. They didn't even know this time, but that's going to be quite a difference in your budget when that comes down, because with the less use of landlines now, everybody going onto their cell phones, that's made a big difference in revenue as well. So that's the other side of the coin. There will be a difference, I'm assuming, increase from what I've heard in the budget once this has been fully put into place, this next gen. Besides the fire department, this is for the next, for like ourselves making calls when that's put in place.
I'm not following how that affects.
In the village?
Municipalities over and above this fire department situation here, this is separate. The downloading onto the phone, this is for equipment, what you're dealing with here, right?
This is correct.
Grant, and a grant, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about grants. We don't know yet how much the downloading is going to be on the municipalities.
Who's sending us the bill?
That will be decided. The regional district are dealing with it, so they deal with the 911.
So the regional district
Yeah.
deals with 911.
Yes.
And we get a portion of that bill from the regional
Yes,
district.
yes,
And if I understand correctly, the regional district is expecting to have a big increase in those costs
yes.
from someone else.
Yes, yes,
And they're going to share that with us.
yes, with all, yes, yes,
That's just communications costs.
yeah. That's to run the whole program.
Okay.
What it would cost, yeah.
But it appears-
Well, that's besides this, I don't want to get into that at the moment. There'll be more information that as time goes on.
So I think, yeah, okay, that's good to keep in mind, but I also still would like to know what the equipment gap is and how time sensitive. It would be frustrating to know we had all the hoses but not the pumps. So you know what I mean, it's only as good as the whole system.
I'd like to speak to, so I'm getting messages from Chief Genesti saying
Okay.
that there's no cost, and it is no cost for the additional administrative burden for the at this time anyways. Hasn't been
Okay.
published, and it is the push is from Ecom to upgrade to the next gen.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, you've got,
That's, moving on or staying here?
yeah, I mean, to your point about unknown costs, I'm concerned that the grant may not happen in 2027, and I just think we need to prepare for that. And and I sent you all an article, I think, about the new turnout gear. We've got 24 members that we may be forced to buy them this turnout gear in the next few years. It's this anti-cancer type gear, and my understanding is that some of our gear is expired, and I just want to make sure that we can plan 2, 3, 4 years out for this equipment, especially if we're not getting these grants to continue.
So I see on the top line there is funding for turnout gear, but CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. The village has done I think, I'm sure obviously the fire department would see it quicker, but the village has been investing in equipment. And I think with this year being a transition year, potentially seeing the end of certain funding, what we want to see is maximizing our funding this year and trying to get every penny out of everything that we have.
Yeah.
And then that'll give us a really good idea. For instance, the structural protection unit will know what our gap is at the end of this year, after the funding has been expended. And then we can look at perhaps next year, okay, we need to dedicate X number of dollars to get this up to, 100%. And we're probably going to be sitting at around, 80 or 90% by the time we're done. So hopefully there's just a little bit of an extra equipment that we need to add. But certainly we've been investing in a lot of equipment. And I know we've been working hand in hand with Chief Janess to ensure that that they're getting sustainable funding. It's not happening tomorrow, but it's something that we're working towards over the few years.
Councillor Fidel.
Thank you. I think also, this is to Tyson, I think over the last few years, we've also looked at replacing some SCBA
Yes.
equipment with the fire department, which is their breathing apparatus. So it's kind of an ongoing thing. Yeah, what I believe is, Chief Janess will come to you or to Scott and say, we need to replace 5 SCBAs or something like that. So as you said, Tyson, it's kind of ongoing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, the equipment for the department has a certain window that they're considered certified.
Yeah.
I believe a couple of years ago, all the helmets were replaced, if I'm not mistaken, or there was a series of helmets that were replaced. Like the certain things, like if there's an in-service date and they're say valid for 10 years, and at the end of that 10 years, then they need to be replaced.
And it's true, operationally, apparently some of the guys here isn't WCB approved for going inside buildings. So we're about to do a bylaw in the next couple of weeks about making them do incursion practices. Some of the members can't go in because their gear isn't WCB. That's my understanding. And regardless of that, I just feel like we should have a multi-year plan to fund them properly. We have 24 fantastic volunteers. We're probably the most important department in our village for protection services anyways. And we don't pay them other than for call. We need to give them the best technology, I think, to that we can.
I've looked at this, it looks like a multi-year plan rolling out. Plan, so that is in there. Councillor Fatchip.
We've just been involved for many years. I'm trying to afford to buy one hose to where we have a budget here that some small rural fire departments would love to have. So I believe, yes, with the ongoing meetings that our staff have, especially our financial officer has with the fire chief, said it's in their hands how they work through adding these pieces. Like Councillor Vidal says, it's an ongoing thing. There's liability issues, there's insurance issues, there's how long the equipment is good for, whether it be uniforms, fire truck, the whole works. All this is looked at, but I don't want the people in the village to think that we don't have a well-equipped fire department now. I think we do, personally. I think they're a great group, and I think they're well-equipped, and of course we do have the services of our neighbours to the south as well to help us in different situations. But overall, I mean, it is entirely up to the fire chief and our staff on how they get together and discuss what is needed from year to year. And it has increased tremendously, the equipment over the years, from old yellow to what the fire trucks that we have now, plus the chief's fire truck as well. So we've come a long way, let me put it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that that was quite a large expense for the new piece of engine apparatus, which I think Scott depleted the reserves to a certain extent. So, we're going to work over the next few years of building that back up again. But that engine should have like 20, 25 years or something like that. So, yeah. Okay.
Keep going.
Okay,
We have,
thank you.
6 minutes till
Okay.
noon.
Sandwich
We're
time.
getting hungry. We're going well. Okay, so on development, we just budget every year for some municipal engineering. That's just to carry forward. On the planning side, we had a previous direction of council to update development related bylaws, so been kind of ticking those off as time goes on, and we'll continue. We do have grant funding that assists us in that, so that's excellent.
Is that $100,000, is that our consultant?
Correct.
Oh, I thought it was more than that. Okay.
Looking to public works, the council has done an excellent job in the last couple of years of allowing us to replace some aging fleet, and also we've been really fortunate to be able to replace it mostly through grant funding. So we have, you know, some nice new trucks. So this year's actually not too bad. Although there was always a request for a street sweeper, but we didn't.
Oh, I know, always the street sweeper.
Can I make a
We
comment?
bought more brooms.
What's your comment?
Last night, Councillor Fascio gave me some archival material to do some research on some stuff that interested me regarding parks. There was an article in there, and it mentioned Councillor Jackson and Councillor Fascio, because at their budget time, they couldn't afford a couple of old pickup trucks. And that was in 2010, 15 years ago. So how far have we come to have the fleet that we have and the great health in our financial situation from in the last 15 years? 15 years ago, we couldn't afford a couple of old trucks. Now we're doing okay.
Thank you. So we're looking at quite a small budget request for public works this year. Is $10,000 for some somewhat smaller equipment. Esplanade drainage, it needs some drainage improvements. We do have a grant that we can use for that. And then basically some shrubs and irrigation, and also some Christmas light replacement. We're gonna try to give some money to new plants, shrubs, irrigation every year. So we can kind of, got a great gardener that is willing to make a lot of changes positively. So we'll to do some of that.
We're gonna get more awards for the CIP.
But if I may, we have a tree fund as well. I think we've requested a tree fund as well.
We have a
Not just plants and shrubs.
we have a general fund that can go for that. Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to community services. As always, they're very, very busy and doing what they do to keep things fun and exciting here in the village, and mostly covered by grants. So always fire smart initiatives. We talked about there's evacuation plan that's on the go. The IDEA framework is also on the go. Some Indigenous engagement is coming. As we talked about earlier, some wildlife resistant garbages for this year. And then continuing focus on community accessibility program, which includes chair yoga and other fun things. A big focus on making our facilities accessible. And as always, they're seeking out new grant opportunities. I will add just one more thing here. We've worked in the the committee recommendations that council approved during the strategic planning. So Age Friendly has a proposed budget of $3,500. Communities in Bloom 9,200, and the Environmental Advisory Committee 2,500. So that's included in the budget.
Okay, good.
Do we want to keep?
Is this a natural break point?
I think so.
We can.
Let's take a natural break point after the committee budget's gonna roll into the overall village budget. I see the time is 11:58. We will recess now for lunch and resume at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we are. And we're back. I see the time is 1 p.m.
Oh, where he is.
And we'll invite our Chief Financial Officer to continue through his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Callan. So we'll continue. It's a great place to stop, actually, because we kind of got through the operation side of the budget. Now we're going to go into more meat and potatoes, capital side. So just a reminder, council is obviously free to ask questions as we go, or save them to the end, make additions or removal this budget. But also just a reminder that even, we don't have to get this perfect. If something comes up throughout the year, council is always free to make a resolution to add to the budget as we go. So the biggest one on the operations side that we're working on is the Dyke and Wastewater Treatment Plant Access Road. So this is $11 million grant in total, but obviously we're not looking to spend that in 2026. So if all goes perfectly, we could spend about $5.5 million. That's what we're budgeting for. And obviously how grants work is if we don't spend that full amount this year, we obviously don't see the expense to it. So it's just a net zero. Next one is the completion of Hot Springs Road drainage that.
Councillor Simon.
Oh, yes. Well, sir, maybe while we're on that, are we not confident that we're gonna be able to spend $11 million because we're not confident we're gonna get approved for the things we want to do?
That's not it at all. It's how much you can get done in a certain amount of time. So we're looking at 2026, basically what we can do.
And of this 11 million, I assume we've already spent a few $100,000 on consulting and designing and engineering. Is there 11 million still 11 million? Or are we?
No, go ahead. Maybe the engineering would have come off.
It's already come off.
It would have been a couple 100,000 by now.
Couple 100,000, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hot Springs Road drainage project that's carried forward. That should be completed in 2026. That's by a grant in DCC. And just for those who don't know, DCC stands for Development Cost Charges. Next one is Lillooet Ave West redevelopment. So we had a good presentation on that last night, and we're good to go with that. So I know Jace has already been sending emails out.
Yeah, I don't even know why he's here.
I see equipment going down the road already. Putting up signs, talking to people.
Village office upgrade. So the council and us, we've done a really good job of kind of bringing the building back to where it kind of should be. So in 2024, we did the interior renovations. In 2025, we did the exterior. And now to kind of finish the project, we're looking at doing windows and gutters, and then some electrical upgrades, which actually were just done. And that will allow for future generator hookup for emergency power. So after all this, the building will be in great shape for many years to come. Continuing with that, Memorial Hall is looking at getting some electrical upgrades, which is mostly about 95% covered by grant, emergency grant. And then the Cedar Avenue water sewer upgrades and repaving project. So we're thinking of doing the engineering this year. And then that'll give us time to work out funding sources. And hopefully next year we'll be able to just move forward with it.
So, sorry, Scott, that's not getting it done. That's just doing the preliminary work to plan for a big spend in 2027?
Yeah, correct. That's the design work to get it all set to go.
So the engineering work would help inform what the budget would be and all the work that's anticipated to complete the project. And this then ties into the master plans and tackling some of the deficiencies that have been identified. Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see this, considering we haven't received our home capital expenditure master plan. Is this the top priority? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Sorry, the reason for this is to get in front of it, because we know it takes time to get the engineering prepared, and then we need to know what the budget is going to be for that, just for the infrastructure itself, and then all the other add-ons that we've talked about, adding extra drainage and sidewalks and repaving and all that kind of stuff. We're going to have to find funding sources because, obviously we want to try and capitalize on grant funding if we can, like beautification grants and such. And just so council is aware and the public is aware, the reason why we haven't brought this big package of what our 5-year outlook is for our infrastructure is because we want to bring a full package. We don't want to just bring everything, but we want to bring a full package so council has a good picture on what's required where. I know Jace has been working many hours and laying out what the next 5 years is going to look like, but we want to make sure we loop in the wastewater treatment plant, the water treatment plant in that big picture. So council has a a good idea. You know, it's not just 5 years, it's 10, it's 15, it's 20 years.
Yeah, yeah. And timing wise, do you think we'll see this spring?
That's the hope, yes.
Okay.
Good, thank you. And then the last thing on the general side of things is the overflow parking upgrades that we talked about earlier today. We haven't fleshed that out yet, but we're gonna identify some budget for it anyways, and then we'll work on that in the next little bit. The Resort Municipality Initiative, I thought we'd spend just a minute on that. It's a major source of grant funding for the village, has been for many years, and everywhere you look, you see the effects of the grant funding. So we're very, very grateful and fortunate to have it. It basically supports small tourism-based communities in building infrastructure and delivering tourism-based programming. So for this year, we've got a lot of work on the beachfront planned, which includes beach washroom upgrade, kayak launch, some splash pad prep work, and new interpretive signage and street banners. And this is all based on the resort development strategy that was approved in 2025. So it's good from 2025 till 2027. For the boat launch, we're going to propose upgrading the washrooms there. So the building got a nice renovation last year, so that should complete that. And then just various tourism programming. We make contribution to tourism, Harrison River Valley, for events such as Canada Day Lights in the Lake, Sasquatch Days, and Festival of the Arts. And then some administration and small projects also included in this funding. So again, it's a great source of funding that's delivered for many, many years.
Councillor Swineman, you have a comment?
I think I mentioned this a few hours ago. I see that your Resort Municipality Initiative on your spreadsheets, page 24, is only 165.
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's the operate. So we divide the budget into operating and capital. So that's basically the operations portion of it. Later on,
I see.
You'll see another RMI line for capital, and that would be basically the capital side of the RMI budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just very quickly, washroom has to be done again. Wasn't it just done?
It was not.
Inside, is it?
The building was.
But the building's done, but the washroom didn't get, wasn't part of it.
We added on to the building to the north, and then redid the siding, and the washrooms are due for an upgrade. So we
There's
didn't
no
touch.
washrooms in there now, I
Well,
swear.
there is,
Yeah.
there is. We're just we're updating.
Okay, and that'll be available to the public, not just to the boat launch hours. It'll be open to the public, like another village bathroom.
It always is. It does get closed for a certain part of the year. The one thing is that the operations is like when it's open during the summer, the operator will manage the washrooms. But during the shoulder season outside the boat launch, when the boat launch is active, we do keep them open. But it does get closed relatively early because of the hours of our operations staff.
Okay, moving on to utilities. Now, both the wastewater and water utility, they're self-sustaining, operating on a cost recovery basis. So there's no tax contributions to that. The main thing I alluded to it earlier that you're not seeing this year is lift station 1 because it's complete. So that is the biggest lift station in the village, and it's so far as I hear working well. There's obviously few little bugs, but it's working very well. And so now the next biggest thing is refurbishing and upgrading lift station 5 and 6, which they're beginning planning on right now. And this is a word I didn't know too much about before December, but inflow and infiltration, also known as I&I, is a real thing. And it basically refers to groundwater and rainwater getting into our sanitary sewer system. That could be through leaks, that could be through homes draining their rainwater directly into the system, all sorts of ways. So we've identified kind of a multi-year project in identifying these issues and repairing them. The nice thing is some of the areas for improvement were already identified in previous years. So we've identified 200,000 for that this year, and basically, Tyler, utility supervisor, is already on it and making repairs as we speak. He's very happy to do this. And then it's just going to be looking for more issues as time goes on. So
Does this include funding for the monitoring equipment for, I think, some of the RV parks? Is that part of this 200,000?
Those are, sorry, I'll speak
Go
to
ahead,
that. Yeah, those are more of a visual monitor,
Okay.
wherever their inspection chambers are coming out,
Okay.
we'll have to monitor, see what their flows are. The key to the dealing with the inflow and infiltration is a lot of it is going to be educating the public, because there could be people that have no idea that, say, their sump pumps or even their perimeter drains and rainwater leaders are actually connected to it. The village did invest quite a bit of funds in years past to identify areas that have known issues, like they do smoke tests so they can see where the smoke is coming out of the rainwater leaders, and that lets us know where the connections are. We know Alder Avenue is a area that had a storm sewer installed, and I think there's only one, maybe two properties out of the 10 or 15 that have been connected to that. So that's another area. We know Emerald Lake Estates, Angus Estates is an area, and that's where a lot of these smokes tests are identifying. And I believe we're in the process of preparing letters and letting everybody know. We're not going to go in and enforce and bang on people's doors. We want to work with them, as we mentioned before, and we want to make sure that this $200,000 that we're freeing up is going to give us a really good return. And since the event that we had in December, Tyler has already identified some pretty significant areas that have made a really positive change to our flows. So if we can keep chipping away at those, that in the long run will benefit the village and the investment that we need to put into the wastewater treatment plant.
thank you. Yeah, and it is definitely, go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
thanks. Scott, you made a comment, or it says here that the wastewater utility is self-sustaining, operated on a cost recovery basis. Didn't we vote just before Christmas for an 8% increase this year and next year on this utility? Is that what we did?
That's correct. So
Okay.
that's the user fees to use utility.
Right, so it's, when you say self-sustaining, the village is sustaining it, the taxpayers are sustaining it.
What I mean when I say self-sustaining is the fees collected for the use of the service, pay for the use of the service. So taxation isn't
Money in, money out.
funding. Yeah,
Taxation is not funding.
correct.
So when we say, because I think in your final page, you say the taxation is going up 4.4%, I think it was, in total. Does that include increases like these utilities?
No,
Or is that just taxation portion of a taxpayer's bill?
correct.
Okay,
Yeah, utilities will be
It's
set.
two bills.
right, okay, yeah,
Utility bill and the municipal property tax bill.
okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Button.
Thank you. Through you. Scott, I think also when we agreed to the utility increase in the rates, did we not also say that portion of that increase was going to go into surplus or into reserves in anticipation that, years down the road, we're going to need to do some upgrades and whatever?
Yeah, through you, absolutely. And in 3 or 4 slides, I'll definitely give some more
Okay.
information on
All
that.
right.
And-
Okay.
But we're very happy to be able to increase reserves because of the increase this year as intended. So we'll chat about that in a minute, but that was definitely the intention. I agree. So yeah, the I&I, again, this is a multi-year thing. It's not going to be solved in 1 year, but we'll get a good jump on it now. And then the final thing on this page is wastewater infrastructure engineering. So this is very similar to the Cedar Ave idea, is some of the big projects that the master plans have identified so far. We want to start engineering and planning them out. We know they're going to need to be done. And then once, we either get the funding or once one maybe needs to be done sooner than the other, we'll have the design work pretty much ready to go. We'll be able to do the upgrades. So that's a start there. Continuing on wastewater, the wastewater master plan, which is the wastewater treatment plant portion, is almost done. So there's just a little bit of budget here carried forward. And the SCADA system, so we've done 2 phases of it so far. And SCADA system, for those who don't know, it's a combination of hardware and software that allows monitoring control of all sorts of plant processes. And I will say during the December rain event, it was absolutely invaluable to us. Our utility supervisor was able to keep an eye on things at home, adjust things. It was incredible. So it was money well spent. And phase 3 is hopefully one of the last major phases of it. Then we'll move to more of a, obviously, repair and maintenance. And if we get new equipment, obviously that's going to have to be attached to it too. So, so it's been really, really good to have. And the final thing is on the wastewater side is a block and pump base at the wastewater treatment plant, but that was carried forward and it should be done this year. Moving over to water, same thing. Water is self-sustaining, operated on cost recovery basis. So this will be the water treatment plant master plan completion. So a little bit of budget carried forward here. That'll be coming soon. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through your worship to Scott, is in the 5-year plan, has any been discussions or thought in the planning in regards to the extension of the water?
Over on McCombs, you mean?
No, extension of water to those that don't have, still on wells.
Oh, I see. We're always, so you're talking over on.
Whether it be Echo or Bear or parts of Alder, or the ones that we did 102, 120, I believe, when we did the extension south, but there's still parts of the village that are still on their own well. And of course, the east end of Naismith.
Yeah, so our water master plan has identified some areas, again, no different than the one previous that we had where we're under service. We don't have anything currently, but we'll be looking at external funding sources, trying to find grant funding that we can allow access to water, basically. We're hopeful that the projects on Lillooet Avenue at the east end will be constructed this year or next, and then that'll take care of those properties in that area.
Right.
But yeah, we're always looking for opportunities to expand, but there's nothing in this budget right now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks for the question. The final thing on here is just some water valve replacements for 25,000. That's just life cycle type replacements. So just a quick note on this. These are preliminary numbers, subject to change just a little bit as we do the year end, but they're pretty good ideas. We'll have about $9 million in reserve balances, about $5 million sitting in DCC, so that's development cost charges, and then about $6.5 million sitting in accumulated surplus. And basically that's every time we're under budget for a year, it goes into surplus and it just builds up over time.
So the accumulated surplus is sort of 2 years of taxation?
Yeah.
Roughly.
And it's available for council use as they see fit, or just to keep building.
The magnitude, having a sense of the scope, that is good.
I'd like to see that period move to the other side of the 5.
And how do we distinguish between what a reserve is and a surplus is? It's a dumb question.
Yes, great question. A reserve is funds set aside for a specific purpose. So we do that as part of the budgeting process, which I'll show you a little bit about where we're contributing this year. We have general reserve. We have what we created this morning, infrastructure reserve, sewer and water reserves. So they're savings set aside for a future use. Whereas surplus is basically when we come under budget for a year, we'll have a surplus. And that'll just accumulate over time. Conversely, if we were running a deficit, which thankfully we never have in my time, but that would come out of there.
Okay.
Basically.
Good.
So
okay.
If you want to think of it crudely in old school terms like me, I think the surplus is our checking account, and we have 2 savings accounts.
That's right.
Yeah.
That we don't touch. So if I were to think of it and compartmentalize, That's how I look at, I think, when I look at this, I think our council has benefited from excellent stewardship of the village's public resources over many, many years to get to a place like this, because I don't know if a lot of municipalities or local governments have a surplus equivalent to 2 years of their tax base.
A lot different than 15 years ago, yeah.
So hopefully we can keep that in a good way, and this council in the future can hand over books in a healthy way to subsequent councils down the road. So, good stewards.
Before we move on from utilities, I know we do have, but what is the average bill for people for their water utilities here in Harrison? Do we know? I did notice that seems to be about 35–40% of their total tax bill, including taxes and utilities.
Sure.
Sorry,
You mean water and sewer?
Sure.
water and sewer.
About $1,200 a year.
Yeah, but that includes garbage collection too.
Includes.
Garbage collection as
Okay.
well.
Just a comment. I've got some friends and I've got a secondary property in Cultus Lake. Cultus Lake residents just got hit with an average of, I think, $1,950.
Speak to the lady over there.
Just wastewater, and that's new, and I'm not in that area, I'm part of the strata, but ours is $560 per quarter. So just over $2,000 per year for water only, water and sewer. So we're doing okay here.
Yeah.
Relatively. And I know our prices have gone up 8% this year and next year, but we need to invest even more so we don't get hit with these big bills like Cultus Lake did. $2,000, that's a lot.
That's not.
Being an electoral area, it's worked differently to municipalities.
Yeah.
And the utilities are paid. Because it's like you've been hit like a service area. To build that new wastewater treatment plant, which is one of it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
So it's much different how they budget to how the municipalities budget.
Yeah.
Electoral areas are all separate budgets.
You must have heard these complaints. The residents of Cultus
Many
Lake.
times. She's waiting for me to get hold of the electoral area director.
So I think we're doing well, but we gotta spend money to keep up with this
Yes.
infrastructure, 100%, it's gotta be part.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
It's okay.
Maybe a
Sorry.
different question, amortization, I also do depreciation. Do we have any assets here that are amortizing out? Or do we accumulate on all our individual capital assets? Do we individually amortize each one, or is it just a collective amount?
Yes, no, great question. We do depreciate each individual asset separately. So they'll all depreciate at an annual rate, but based on their expected useful life is when they'll be fully depreciated. So we do have some assets that are fully depreciated, others that are just starting, of course. So it's kind of every year is a calculation.
Because that gives you an indication, really, when you have to start replacing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're unfortunately, and we're not unique, is that we're not putting enough away to replace the to compete with the amortization, but we're getting better.
Okay. And you do that line by line or item by item?
Item by item. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, just to speak to that, our the water and wastewater treatment plant and water and wastewater master plans, all of that is going to inform a long-term asset management plan. Again, we do have one from the past. It's a little bit outdated. Once this has been updated and all of our new infrastructure has been added, we'll have better picture long-term where we're sitting. And that's when that, again, perhaps in 28, we'll revisit some potential increases for our utilities and see where we're at. But thankfully, council was supportive of the 8% over 2 years to start bumping up our increases.
Yeah. And yeah, we'll use that. Hopefully that'll be a surplus, which we start spending once the engineering is done and we have a priority list, right? Okay.
Yeah, we're definitely, actually, that leads into the next slide really nicely here. Is this, it's a bit tough to read, but the budgeted contributions to our reserves. So on the general operating side, we're budgeting 719,000 towards the reserve. I'm happy to say that's 30,000 more than last year. And then on the utilities, this is where we see, I think, the biggest gains because of the increase that was done. So on the water side, we're looking at 330,000, so that's an increase of 45,000 over last year. And wastewater, we're up to 310, and that's an increase of 64,000. So obviously, this is not where we would like them to be, but when I began 4 years ago, these were in the low 200s. So it's a lot to make up in a little amount of time. So we just have to keep focused on it. But next year, I expect to obviously make a similar increase, total increase.
But if I read this correctly, though, we're spending more on capital funds than we're putting in.
The
Our
transfers out.
contributions. Yeah, our Audis are bigger than our,
Yeah, so yeah,
I think, yeah.
and that happens from time to time. So definitely the wastewater lift station 5 and 6, that's this amount right here. That's going to overshadow what we're putting in for this year, but that's going to be major infrastructure improvements that we're working on.
Okay.
So it's all about timing it out over 5 to 10 years.
Councillor Patrick.
Your worship, to Scott, that's when my previous question was in regards to the extension of the water, because it was great getting the plant in place, but it's an expensive plant to maintain, and we need more users. And I think that's part of the problem. We don't have enough users to sustain the cost of that plant. Am I correct or am I wrong? To a point.
I mean, obviously, every dollar counts. The fact is that we do have a pretty good base funding both our utilities. It never hurts to get more front doors on any system that we have. Our sewer system is, I believe, pretty much every property has a connection to it. The water is where we need to expand a bit. And you know, there's an old saying, you got to spend money to make money. I recognize that, but we want to make sure that we're spending money sustainably, because we don't want to empty our reserves to get a return that's going to take some years to get. So we want to make sure we find something that can fund it without hurting our reserves or the taxpayer.
You could, because you've got the large portion of the community paying into this, the other portion not paying into it, but they still get the fire service, which is the same water. God forbid if there was a fire.
So there is some truth to that. So the water that is, they do get there is a
Well, frontage, they'll pay
tax,
for it, if they've got the frontage.
Yeah, so, but to speak to that, yes, you're correct. I mean, essentially is they're benefiting from not contributing.
Okay, perfect. So we'll move on, and I promise we're getting to the end. We're going to move on to talk to assessments and taxation next. That's kind of how it wraps everything up. So this is based on what's called a completed roll to BC assessment. There's one more that comes in the end of February, I believe. And so these are subject to change a little bit, but they don't usually change too much. So total assessed value of all properties in the village is 1.21 billion. And this is kind of the scary thing this year is non-market change. That's basically how many new front doors, how many new taxpayers, how many additional properties there are. You can see it's pretty much flat. So there was no growth this year. As an example, last year I think we had 12 million. Other years we've had 4, 5, 6 million. So what basically this means is that all of the tax burden stays on the current tax base. And growth is important, obviously, to soften the tax burden on current property owners. So that's not great news, but there's more development coming, so that'll change from year to year. Another thing that was a bit surprising is this is a lot of information, but the average residential property increased 3% in 2026, and the business class increased almost 12%. Recreational about 2%. So that creates a big swing in the property tax ratio that we're going to talk about in a minute. Last year, even business was still higher, But this has definitely created a big swing, and that means that, a residential property increased 3%, business increased, or commercial 12, so that's a bigger assessment increase. So then all of the additional tax burden would go onto that class.
So let's remember that, because it's a big burden on businesses. There's a lot of businesses that are suffering, some are doing fantastic, but
yeah, and so
it's a huge burden on them to cover a much bigger proportion of the tax increase compared to residents.
Councillor Patrick.
Through you, your worship, in regards to a comment from Councillor Swinburne's, I believe it was 212. We were 165th in the province, commercial. We're now what, 38?
31st,
31. So it's improved a lot.
What do you mean?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
I got a whole slide.
We were in a bad way, the commercial side
Yeah.
of it.
Well, it depends what
The
this
rest
budget
of it,
is.
yeah.
If you're talking about
But
tax
now it's
rate,
improved. It's improved tremendously.
It's improved for sure, and I just want to be clear, this doesn't mean tax increase, this is assessment increase, so I'll show you how that
Yeah.
feeds into the tax increase in a minute.
I read an article in a national paper talking about assessed values in real estate market. And I think Harrison, and I went, well, Harrison Osborne, I know about that. There's 3 municipalities in the province who had assessed values increase last year. And Harrison, Whistler, and I forget the third one. All other municipalities, the assessed values went down.
So we were just flat or a tiny bit up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'd just like to throw this slide in just to kind of put it that there's 2 definite portions to the tax bill. One is the controllable portion, which is the municipal side, and then the rest we collect on behalf of other bodies, so regional district, municipal finance, BC assessment, of course, police and school tax. Only about 50% of a total tax bill stays for municipal use. The other 50%-ish goes to the other bodies, and we're just collecting taxes for them. So, okay. So here we are, property tax rate. Now, you can see we're quite good. Out of 162 municipalities on the residential side, we're 32 lowest. On the business side, we're 31 lowest, and then recreation is 118 lowest. Now, as a comparator, last year, now these are looking back a year. Yeah. So in 2023, we were 31 here, so pretty much held. We were 38 here, so that means we've gotten much more aggressive with the business tax, and then we were 131st here. So property tax rankings are just part of the bigger picture. They're just one indicator on how well the municipality is doing. There's all sorts of other factors, so just take it with a grain of salt. But overall, it does show that council has done an excellent job of keeping tax rates reasonable over the years.
So what this shows basically we're the bottom third in terms of a percentile of all municipalities in BC. We're cheap.
When you look
to
at
live here,
just
from a tax point of view. Yeah. Okay.
Less than the bottom third.
Oh, that's-
Bottom,
yeah.
like 15 or 18%.
Yeah.
32 out of 162 is
Yeah, and I don't know if that's anything to brag
less than
about.
1/5.
We're paying the price of not investing in our infrastructure. You know, you could argue that, okay, if we carry on with this, I mean, we want to be good value, but we also have to watch stuff that's falling apart. Scott, I wanted to go back to that last page as well, where I think you said 50% of a person's tax bill is us, and the other we can blame on someone else. Basically.
Approximately, yeah.
And for instance, at BRD, are their prices going up? Prices, costs going up?
Yes, the allocations, all the regional, Victoria areas and municipalities will be going up slightly.
Okay, same
But I
percentage.
did read it out last night.
True. Yeah.
And it's, I mean, the difference is, I think it was $160, depending on your assessment last year.
Yeah,
This year's going to be, depending on the average assessment, about $23 more.
$23 more, yeah.
23 or 27, whatever I read out last night.
Yeah,
I
thank
think
you.
you said 20
7 or 3, wasn't it? Something
I
like
think
that.
you said
I mean, basically what I think people look at is the aggregate of their whole bill at the end of the year. So we talk about utilities going up 8% this year and next year, and mill rate of our just taxation at 4.4%. But then you've got the library board, and the hospital board, and the policing, and FVRD, school tax, and we don't have any control over that, do we? None control. But people still get upset at politicians and staff are
That's-
increasing their
That's
prices.
why this gentleman, the last few years, when he sends out the tax levy, he puts down, and I've had it as a former mayor kicking my door in 2 or 3 times. People say, the tax, I said, no, look at the line that says municipal. That's what comes to us. The rest is for other agencies. And Scott has done a good job of attaching that to the tax bill, explaining to the folks, this is what goes to the municipality, the rest is what we have to collect for other agencies.
yes, yeah.
And he puts that on the tax as a separate,
Yeah.
a
it's
separate
fantastic.
item on the
Yeah.
tax, which what you just said, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well said.
it's a necessary thing, like, costs are downloaded to municipalities, and we collect and we remit back, but it's important to understand that definitely not the whole full amount of the bill stays
Yeah.
for municipal use.
And there's a lot of angst out there. People are, the economy's not good. I mean, and there's a big gap between people who are doing well. There's a good group of people, or a big group of people, I should say, but there's a big group that aren't doing well, that are struggling with every day. And we have to be cognizant of being careful with their hard-earned money. You know, and as a business owner, I can tell you, it's getting an extra dollar here, it's really important at the end of the year, and we need to help struggling families. So I'm glad we're going through this exercise.
Perfect. So the last thing can kind of talk about that's important is property tax ratio. So this is, if you look at this line, this is a residential line, and it's basically the baseline. And then the commercial and the recreation tax rates are a multiplier of that rate. So you can see over the years that the commercial has been low 3s. This was a weird time, obviously, because of COVID-19, it really played with the values. So in order to keep things, we had to kind of equalize, but then it settled down. And then the last 2 years, we kept it just about 3. Same with the recreation. It's kind of followed suit. It's just proportionately higher. The problem we're facing this year is because there's such a major increase in assessed value on commercial properties versus homes, is we have a couple scenarios to look at. So if we were to keep the tax rate ratio at the same rate, we'd be looking at about 2.5% tax increase for residential, which is about $50 a year, 11.6% for commercial, and then 2% for recreation.
And that's using last year's ratios and
That's-
applying them to the current
Yeah.
year. The 303 and the 366.
Yeah, and that's taking an average property of about 950,000 and then applying the increases based on BC assessment. So that is one option, and honestly, we can talk about 10 different scenarios, but we'll start with 2. The second one is if we equalize the increase amongst all classes, it would end up being about a 5% tax increase on all classes, with the residential increase being about $100 a year. That puts the business or the commercial multiplier the lowest it's ever been. Not saying that's right or wrong. It's just, I'll
This is an equal.
flip back here. So that would put it into 2.7.
May I ask, and maybe this says that I don't know, but in an aggregate, what percentage of taxes in Village of Harrison Hot Springs is paid for by the businesses? I think I looked at Hope this morning. It was 18.9% of the total tax take in Hope came from businesses. Do we have that stat?
Yeah,
Here?
yes.
Maybe it's on this.
It isn't, no, but thanks for asking. That's an important question. About 67% of tax revenue is residential, 28% is business, and then 4% is recreation.
Right. So let's that sink in. Like 28% of the tax burden is paid by about 30 businesses. That's a lot.
The biggest portion.
That is a lot, and some of them are really some of them are closed. 4 of the restaurant, I was doing the account the other day, 4 restaurants have closed in the last year, they're not making it. And a lot of them are struggling, and I just want everyone to remember that when we're having this discussion. 28% is a big burden.
There's many ways to look at these numbers and,
Yeah. But we want a
Many
thriving
ways
business
to
community,
look
we
at
want
these
to,
numbers.
we want to attract businesses, we want to become a tourism destination, we are already, but we want to improve on that. Good businesses won't come here if they're not making money, and businesses won't invest in their infrastructure if they're not making money.
I think we also have a responsibility to the residents who live here to continue to keep the village a attractive place to move to and live in. So it's a tricky question. We're not here solely to support businesses, and businesses aren't here solely to support residents. It's got to be a sharing. And I just worry that focusing only on one side, there's a bigger picture to me, and it involves, maintaining the quality of life and not disproportionately burdening residents to subsidize businesses, nor do we should have businesses subsidizing everything else. So there's a balance to be struck, and I don't think it's just all one direction. I think it's a hard question. Councillor Pacho.
Councillor Jefferson, I think.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson.
The taxation, before the business rate was reduced, our major taxpayer was probably paying maybe $100,000 a year more. So once that started to come down, we lost a huge amount of revenue coming into the village. Well, in the meantime, their bottom line improved. Their asset value probably hasn't gone up that much in relationship to the tax benefit that they've received. And that's one of the reasons why you have this anomaly now. So in essence, when that happens, it spreads the taxes that we need among a lot of smaller businesses. So they basically picked up the slack.
Yeah.
And that's the downside.
That's the sad part of this. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So basically what
Councillor
we're,
Pacho, I'm sorry.
I'll just summarize and then maybe
Sure.
what we're looking for from council today is direction on what we'd like to do with the multiplier, and we'll get a resolution as such, and then that'll lead into further. So please.
Mhm.
Want a resolution on that first?
No,
I need to see more
Okay,
scenarios.
so just following up what the mayor just said, I think, and with respect to my councillor here, I don't think when you say the outright thing that businesses have gone under because of the taxes, I don't believe that. Businesses have gone under for a lot of other reasons. It could be the location, it could be the quality, it could be there's too many of them, the same thing. I mean, now we have a new business opened up last year, another pizza outlet that's opening up. There's 2 new businesses opening up in the community. There's a proposed new hotel going to be at some point going to be built in the community. So I don't think we're losing, and of course the store in the mall is closed now. Now, what reasons that's for, I don't think it's to do with taxes. I know the reason, but I'm not going to divulge it here. It's for other reasons. So it's a combination here. Why? I mean, as we've just proved, we've done a tremendous job of lowering the tax rate for businesses over the years from what it was. Yes, I know every penny counts, and that's for residents as well, from that perspective. But as the finance officer just says, where we get many complaints, or several complaints, that there shouldn't be any more building going on in Harrison. Stop this, stop. Well, it's just proved it now. Without growth, it really plays a big part in the tax structure. Without more growth. And I've always said this: we need growth in the village to maintain what we have in our own infrastructure, plus the tax part of it as well. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. They think that bringing more businesses in or houses doesn't help, but it does. It does, and it's been proved here by the financial officer.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
If done correctly.
Okay.
So do we need to move on this now? This
Whenever you
mill
like,
rate?
well, we can talk about however many other questions, if you have questions on the budget itself,
Do you
or
have different scenarios you could show us?
Was there just
I
the
can-
two scenarios?
I can do more on the fly. That was kind of,
I'm sorry.
it was as is and then
Yes.
equalize. But if council wishes to go with, let's say, I don't know, could be a 2.9% ratio, like we can see where that falls, or if you have a specific tax increase.
I know in the
percentage.
past, we've had kind of 3 different scenarios.
Yeah.
So I would like to see one scenario sort of like between those two.
Yeah, so we came to you with
Yeah.
like looking at, because when Scott showed me the first one, I was like, whoa, it was like sticker shock, looking at the 11%, 2% and all those numbers, right? So we wanted to come in with a more balanced across the sheet. Certainly we can look somewhere in between, perhaps maybe keep the business at a closer to 3, maybe 2.95 and see where the
Yeah.
balance is. But yeah, we didn't want to sit here and kind of nickel and dime. We wanted to look at what it would be if we went with last year and then a more balanced approach.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna look at, if as you'll see as Scott moves forward, is it's gonna, the percentages will change probably fairly significantly, but the actual annual increase is not gonna be very much. Like you can see the difference between this one and the other one is it essentially either cuts the one in half or doubles the other two.
Scott, just for reference, do you know, or can you provide us, what were the tax increases for the 3 classes last year?
Absolutely, well.
Just for reference, because those
Isn't that-
percentages last year led to the various multipliers.
That's just the ratios.
Yeah, so last year,
What were the tax increases? For
the tax increase for residential was 5%, and business was 8%, and recreation was 8%.
5,
As an increase, sorry?
8, 8, and 8.
And that was keeping the ratios the same as prior year.
Now it's keeping the ratios the same.
So I have my live calculator.
Yeah.
But for example, if we wanted to keep let's just look at this one.
Yeah.
This is equalizing everything. If we wanted to keep the residential increase around 4%, then the business would be 8%, and recreation could be 4%. That would be on the residential side, an average increase of $75 per year, which is about halfway between these two scenarios.
Hey,
Sort of cognizant of last year's increase for the business side being 8%.
That would bring the ratio to 2.9 for the commercial.
What if the residential increase was 4.5%?
That would bring the business or the commercial to 6.5%.
And
And recreation to 5%.
Do you know what our peers are looking at for increases across, like District of Kent as an example, Hope?
I actually don't know them, but I would say the average, if you take Vancouver out of the equation, of course, we're looking at between 3 and 8%, probably.
Between 3 and 8, so we're in the sweet spot there still, at 4.5.
yeah.
Councillor Fashion.
Can I just, based on what you've given us here in regards to the general municipal taxes, you have based that on what percent, on what tax rate? At 3,199,000.
That's based on, so this raises all these scenarios raise that.
To that, but
Yeah.
that's what you need
Yeah.
to carry on running the village.
So all
Okay.
these raise that money, it just.
I'm going to
allows
make a
for-
motion.
Okay.
Well, this is more quick on. Still discussion.
Yeah, we're still in discussion. What does staff need from council today?
What we're looking
Advance the
for is a resolution to set the multipliers, so we would need the,
Set the multiplier.
yeah, so
And setting the multiplier, it actually sets the tax rate increase for the three classes as well. We're doing both.
yeah,
Can't do
so
one without the other.
we're looking at what council's comfortable with for the split between the three, and then that will determine the multiplier.
Suggestions, Councillor Thatcher.
Suggestion or motion?
You can make a motion, and we're gonna have a conversation
That's right.
either way, we're gonna get the same result.
I'll make a motion that we set the same as the 2025.
Yeah, can I ask for some clarity as to what is the same?
Scenario one.
That would be this.
$51 on the municipal, roughly per year, and $687 on the business.
Seconder to the motion is, oh, we don't need a seconder because we're in committee vote, I'm sorry. A little funky week with procedure. Let's talk about this, Councillor Swyman.
I don't think I can support that. I think, these businesses are carrying a heavy enough burden as it is. We're just increasing their burden. It was 28.5%. They take care of the taxes in this municipality across really only a handful of successful businesses. And I think we need to reduce their burden this year. This is our opportunity to do it. I'd look at something like the compromise we were talking about. I think it was 6.2 for the businesses and 4.5 for the residents. That'd be my thinking. I'm happy to hear the comments.
I just, well, so, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Vaughn. I'm deep in
You know
thought.
what our residents and businesses look at when they get their tax notice is, that total amount that they're needing to pay for their property taxes, whether they're residential, commercial, or recreational. And they don't really have a huge concern over the multiplier, right? They just say, my taxes have gone up by, 4%, right? And what they will do then is do that comparison with their other friends in other communities or municipalities. How much did your tax go up? How much did your tax go up? So I think as long as we can keep it with a reasonable increase, but still, as Scott said, raise so that we can fund the village, right? So I don't 100% agree with Mark's argument. And I think maybe one of the reasons that some of our businesses are closing down is, number one, they're seasonal. And number two, the lease rates of their buildings have increased tremendously, that they're not able to sustain their business under those lease rate increases. So I think we can do a little bit better of a balance than this scenario one. But I don't think that we should go all the way to scenario two. I think we should be able to juggle just a little bit more.
Kind of in line with your thinking as well. And in the back of my head, I know what's the collective bargaining agreement for village staff, I think has a 3 or 3-point-something% increase.
3.
And I know inflation is still running at probably 2.5%, and maybe more depending on the types of equipment and things the village has to procure. When I see a 2% increase or 2.6 and 11.6 for businesses, I think that's, to my mind, that's shifting some of that inflationary pressure from residents. It's not neutral to businesses. So I'm uncomfortable with this scenario one. I wouldn't support it.
Yeah.
And I think my preference would be, I think there's a way of explaining a 4 or 4.5% municipal tax increase for residences, recognizing the costs have gone up. There's labor costs, there's material costs, all those things
Yes,
have increased.
Then what would
and
that
would-
scenario, what would that,
and I
how
think
much would that reduce
Yeah.
commercial?
what I wrote down, I think if Scott's numbers were accurate when we force him to do this on the fly, a 4.5% residential increase would lead to a 6.5% increase. I think I don't want to hold you to it because you're putting these numbers together on the fly, and a different number for the recreational side.
So I might have something that fits with what I'm thinking you're saying. If we go with a 4.4% increase for residential, that would lead to a 6.4% for business and a 6.4% for recreation.
I can live with
That
that.
could be an option.
I think that's reasonable.
I just have to sort of clarify.
Go ahead.
So Kaylee and I have been working on some increased communication surrounding
Yeah.
these numbers, and I think it could potentially be helpful in this situation. So these annual increases are based on, same as the households at the average of $950. That's the same for the businesses. So it's not just saying like blanket statement, like each business's tax bill is gonna go up $687. It's all in sort of proportion to what the assessed business location value is, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And their assessments have gone up a lot this year, 11%.
On average, everything's
And
average.
whereas residential flat or down.
I'm more comfortable with those numbers Scott just
Yeah.
read out. I think
So
it shocks me to see 11% property tax increase to businesses, and knowing last year was 8%. So those numbers accumulate and add up. And I think it's when I hear some of the tax increases in some places, I've seen some examples where local governments are holding taxes to 0 or less than 2%. I think they've put themselves in a situation where in a couple of years down the road, they are looking at much larger increases to make up that
Absolutely.
deficit. And we saw the reserves and the surplus. And I know we ran a slight surplus last year. I think it's incumbent on us to, keep the village financial books, keep them and improve them where we can, and show good stewardship that way. And I think the 4.4, the 6.4 and 6.4 is
What happened with those municipalities who are looking at that 0 or, 0.75% is what they are doing is they are drawing from their reserves and from their surplus to maintain their communities. And there's a huge, huge danger
I agree.
in that. So it's how you message it, right? That, and, yeah.
what could be what is the difference then in the annual income from residential to tax for the 4.4?
Can you give us the numbers based on
So
those,
based on this
sample,
scenario
assessments?
3, at a 4.4 on the residential side would be $86 a year. Business at 6.4 would be $381,
Okay.
and then
So you're
recreation
looking-
$456.
so it's gone up $30 for residential?
Yeah.
And reduced it by $300 for roughly for the business. So we're not looking at big money.
These numbers you just threw out, is that
Very
per
small.
$1 million of?
950.
per 950 of assessed value. That's how the province does it.
It's an average.
This is a average, so we can have a sense
Average
of
of
the impact of
950.
what a percentage increase means to the average
It's
tax.
very small, we're not looking at big money.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, the cynic in me has to ask this.
Go ask.
Does, these municipalities that have these 0 increases and 1% increases, does this happen quite often during election year? Do we know?
Well, Vancouver.
Vancouver, yeah, I know, I wonder.
Tax.
And I don't think any of us here at this table are playing that game,
No.
because we could. But we have to be good stewards of this, balancing the needs of the infrastructure and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that it's hard to earn this money, and then we have to provide good value and respect their dollars in return.
I think
we are.
prudent decisions today just make easier decisions 2, 3, 4, 5 years out.
Absolutely.
Going to 0 just means some council in 3, 4 years has a really hard decision.
Yeah.
And not everybody is going to be happy with this.
Well, I don't think anyone likes increases.
Exactly.
Well, nobody likes it.
So is it, Mayor Talon, is there a
Yeah.
motion on the?
There is a motion
table?
for the scenario 1 from Councillor Fascio. Can I propose an amendment to the motion?
I
Councillor?
withdraw my motion.
You withdraw your motion, okay.
I will put forward a motion then that as per discussion, scenario 3 is what council approves for the multiplier.
4.4, 4.4, and 6.4, 6.4, correct?
Yeah, so the exact resolution with this all in mind would set the business multiplier to 2.84 and the recreation to 3.75.
Okay.
All right.
And just to clarify, again, so the public know, we've already voted a couple months ago, an 8% increase in the utilities this year and next year. That's a done deal. This is not part of this.
It's not.
This is just the tax rate. So,
Yeah.
so they're gonna feel a pinch. It's not just a 4% increase. It's
0%.
plus the increases in the utilities, which is a big chunk of our bills.
$8 a month
It went up $8 a month. Yeah.
That's all.
for utility.
Okay.
And you're getting good quality water, great service. We don't know next year, the end of next year, when the negotiations come up, if that could affect the budget. That's
For
why
people.
I'm always very wary of when you're playing around with $30 and $300 on a budget like this. But anyway, I've withdrawn my motion and I'm just
We've now been.
waiting for what's gonna happen.
Any other comments?
Just procedural, if I could.
Yeah.
Like, we're voting on an increase here. We haven't really gone through the fine tooth comb, all of our line by line items. So we're
dealing with the
basically
multiplier.
accepting,
Yeah.
we're going through with a multiplier. Well, we're going through with an increase actually, without really going through with a fine tooth comb or.
We're giving direction that the multiplier will be like this.
Yeah.
And if these draft budget numbers increase, then the multiplier ripples through and the
I see.
budget changes. It's all percentages.
We're voting on the multiplier, not the tax rate.
But for my
apologies.
way of looking at it is it's helpful to know the percentage increases for the 3 classes,
Got it.
which informs the multiplier. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed?
I got a chance to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll vote against it.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I don't
Councillor
agree
Chang.
with what you're doing, with what's happening, so I'm sorry.
Well, I'd like to hear though. So we don't know.
From this point of view, we're looking at raising a little over $140,000 for a whole year. Once that money's in the bank, it's gonna lose 3% to inflation. We have a lot of capital projects that need to be done. The first scenario, I would have rather had the scenario $100, whatever it was for the tax increase. That's from my point of view, because I like to look to the future and not, this idea of about having tax-free, it doesn't work. If you want to pay no taxes, then move to Florida and get everything else what's there. And I just think by reducing the amount of taxes that we're getting in, nobody likes it. I don't like it, but I pay it because I know I have to. I'm very passionate about this one.
Mhm.
But anyway, the vote's taken, so I've had my say.
My apologies,
Thank you
Councillor
very much.
Jackson, I didn't realize you had to comment yet on this. That is my error.
But if I may say, we just voted on the ratio. We can still vote to increase taxes.
Yes,
To Alan Jackson's point, if we want to throw another $500,000
we have not
a
approved the
burden,
budget.
we can do that. We can still increase
We
our
haven't approved the
budget,
budget.
Councillor Jackson. So let's not lose sight of that. We can still improve our budget.
I just think differently, that's all.
Okay.
My prerogative.
Great, well, thank you. So now, I'm more than happy to take questions or feedback on the budget itself.
Councillor Patrick.
On the capital, we know, I was approached 2 or 3 years ago, and so was our mayor, and I'm sure staff were, regarding his allocation in this budget for the repaving of Naismith, or portion of Naismith, which I believe the staff have looked at.
I can speak to the fact that we're putting some funds away to build up a bit of a pot for asphalt reconstruction. So to answer that question, I don't believe we have it. Is it in this year's budget? No, it's not in this year's budget, but we need to, we never had a road reconstruction or asphalt budget in the past. So this year we're dedicating 30,000
Yeah. Personally, I don't think 30,000 is enough for roads and sidewalks. You know, now we're coming to a position in the village where people are asking for more sidewalks. And we're talking about paving a road that hasn't been paved since 1970. You know, I'm not talking about the whole road, just a portion of that road. And I think it's something that should be reconsidered.
So the estimate that we have to do repaving of that road is roughly $86,000. Now, we don't know whether there's sub-base concerns or anything like that. That's just the asphalt resurfacing. So that hence the reason why we're trying to be, you know, we're increasing year over year. Yes, it might take 3 years for us to get there. We'll see cost increase as time goes on. We do have potential, just if you're interested, you know, Hot Springs Road is still needs to be resurfaced here in the spring. There may be an opportunity for us to benefit from them coming into town, and perhaps we might be able to get it at a cheaper rate. And if that was the case, I mean, I would task Jace with that to try and capitalize on that and see if there is a cost reduction. And maybe we could come to council and get a separate resolution to take funds to be able to support that.
Well, I'll leave that in abeyance. I wouldn't do it. I'm not, if I'm asked by the resident, I say it's still in discussion at this time, you know.
To that point, I know you've been talking to me for almost 6 years about Naismith, and it only took 6 years, and now it's in the budget. So we're starting to.
I've heard about Naismith.
And the other point is, in the budget, is there what we discussed regarding the hydrants and the lights on South and McCombs?
We have some capital for design, or is that design finalized?
That, the water main, has been preliminarily designed with a cost estimate of, I believe it was around 700,000. And it was identified in the master plan as a leading priority.
Yeah.
Why, and this 700,000 is just to say two or three hydrants, and we can't connect from Hadway?
So we have the water goes to the end of McPherson to McCombs, and from Hadaway to, that's that section from Hadaway to.
700, just for that section, eh?
Initially, many years ago, there was, we had a estimate of about $300,000 or $400,000, and it's, I don't understand why it's so expensive, because in reality, it's it's a shoulder but those are the estimates we're getting back.
Oh,
And again, I mean, we could look at putting an RFP out and see what the costs come back, but I mean, if Lillooet West is any indication, we're aiming low and receiving these numbers that are well beyond what we expected.
I know a lot of us have fresh in our minds the review of the master plans and other things. Can you walk me through page 5 of the budget and give a quick summary on the capital expenditures proposed? And I see in particular it says roads and streets $890,000. But maybe could you walk through line by line so we know what kind of capital things are included in this budget, what might not be included?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so starting with the under capital expenditures for municipal buildings, 65,000, that's for village office windows and Memorial Hall electrical.
Okay.
And then office equipment's 9,000, that's kind of an arbitrary number. Fire department equipment, 95,000 is 50,000 for the structure protection unit trailer equipment and 45,000 for the next gen 911. Okay. Then down to equipment, 8,000 is for the public works equipment, actually a boat, and then 25,000 for Fire Smart equipment, and that's based on a Fire Smart grant. Okay. Next, roads and streets, that's Lillooet West, and then a little bit for Cedar Avenue Engineering. Okay. Bus shelter, that is what it is. Parking lot, 10,000 for the overflow, and then 30,000, that's going to be the contribution towards Lillooet West. Okay. Stormwater upgrades, that's the Hot Springs Road drainage completion. Bike upgrade, that's what we're budgeting this year. Beach redevelopment, that includes that's all RMI. So that's kayak launch, beach washrooms, splash pad prep, McCombs Bridge upgrade. So that's the McCombs Miami River South. So this won't complete it. This is just going to be engineering for it. Got a little bit of grant funding left from the Growing Communities Fund, but it won't be enough. So we're trying to get it engineered to understand the actual cost. Okay. So that'll be next year thing. And then RMI projects, that's 36,000 for boat launch washroom.
Thank you.
So the first part of beach redevelopment was what? The walkways?
That was the kayak launch, beach washrooms, and splash pad prep.
Okay, beach washrooms, that's probably the expensive one.
That's the big one in the plaza. Yeah,
they need to be done.
Yeah, they do.
And that's out of RMI money.
That's fully RMI funded. Yeah.
Okay. So I think
yeah, we've got lots of questions here about projects. Yes. See multiple hands up, so I don't want to miss anyone. Councillor Vital, I saw your hand first, and then Councillor Fascio, and then I'll try and catch everyone.
Regarding roads, on a bit of a lighter note, there needs to be a little bit of repair work done on McPherson Road. There is a part of it has now come away in the middle. I don't know whether it's on Kent's side or whether
we're going to blame Kent.
It's on Harrison side, but it's quite a large pothole that I think should be a priority to at least fill it in. James, thank you. Do you want me to take a picture?
If I were just to follow up on that, I would think two of the roughest roads in the village are McPherson Road.
It's getting pretty bad.
It's pretty rough and been patched a couple of times, but it's pretty rough. And I concur with Councillor Fascio, Nason. I can't believe you get 50 years of pavement, which is remarkable, but yeah, that's showing signs of deterioration.
I have a few other questions on the financial plan, but did you want to stick strictly to the capital expenditures?
Yeah, I guess now might be a good time just to have a conversation. I know we did a tour with staff of some of the things. There was a sidewalk going somewhere towards Miami River Drive along Walnut, I think. Yeah. Instead of the sidewalk, there was a pavement of that portion of Naismith. And
there was discussion from our CAO regarding his conversations that we were going to start the sidewalk project from the entrance to where?
The entrance of.
On Hot Springs Road.
There's there is some work that still needs to be done in front of Terra Estates, and then also there's some other stuff on the east side that will be replacing in the same area as the drainage project.
No, I'm talking about the sidewalk on the west, the replacement. We had the conversation in 22 with the province.
Yep.
It's partnership.
Not the west side, it's the east side.
Sorry, the east side.
Yes.
Beg your pardon.
Correct.
The east side.
Yeah.
There was at some meeting, if I'm stated that we were going to start from the front entrance up to Miami River Drive. Except for the pieces that have already been replaced by the development.
Yeah, it's not from tip to tail. We can only get enough funds that was in the section where the construction is today.
Okay.
There is some expansion on the west side in front of Terra Estates. We're looking at some drainage and sidewalk improvements there. Which was a missed opportunity when the development was constructed.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're also looking at, and if you're talking about crosswalks themselves,
Mm-hmm.
we're looking at working with the ministry to identify areas that.
All that we showed them?
Yeah, well, those are what we proposed.
Yeah.
And we need to have the traffic study that would support it.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
But that costs money, those studies, don't know.
We're working, I have to say the ministry has been really generous in their investment in the village recently with the the rapid flashing beacons here and all the resurfacing from, all the way down Lillooet and Hot Springs Road, including the drainage project. So we're going to continue to work with them to try and maximize the safety of all of the stretch, because I know there's some priority locations on Lillooet where they want to see some rapid flashing beacons as well.
Thank you. And
Go ahead.
And Quotes, I noticed here on Quotes, flood pump and Quotes Park, there's 0. Yet I believe we're going to do some improvement in the area that was cleared behind the Quotes Park sign, but it's not allocated for any funding.
Community service manager?
I believe most of the changes, that anything new we're gonna add there, I think would just come out of the typical budget for that area, and might just be even just the relocating sort of some of the amenities to
Okay,
bring over there.
thank you.
Other comments, Councillor Swanton?
Yeah, now that we're on capital expenditures, to Councillor Jackson's point, and to your point, I think that's why you raised this here. I think taxpayers get upset when they see their hard-earned money going to largesse, things that they can't wrap their head around, but everybody knows that our infrastructure is falling apart and we need to make investments in both pavements and crosswalks and lights, sewers and pipes and lift stations. And I think most people would be able to handle and understand and willingly pay for an infrastructure fund, a capital expenditure that we all agree on. And maybe we shouldn't be cheap about this. I'm concerned about the grants drying up. I think we're broke as a province and we need to earn some money. So I'm not sure, Councillor Jackson, if that's what you meant by let's not be cheap. Let's talk about the real issues and let's really make some investments. And maybe this is the category that we do it, capital expenditures.
Yeah,
thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Swinebins. I think you need to be careful because there are certain items that can only be funded, say, by a reserve. Your water and your sewer reserves are funding your capital projects, unless we're going to pull it from surplus. Now, if we're taking from surplus, that takes wherever we take the money from, it's going to take a long time to build that back up. We don't want to empty the bank account, We want to be very sustainable here. So I would caution council on going all in on certain items, like we need to go in with an informed approach. Now,
Yeah.
Scott is the gatekeeper of the finances, but I think we need to be careful on how we invest in these capital projects. I do recognize that there are improvements that need to be made, but we have to do it strategically.
I think maybe I didn't articulate it properly. I'm not a big money guy, but why don't we plan for a surplus? Like if we add an infrastructure plan and budget to all this, not to spend, sorry, to earn, so that in 2-3 years, once we have our engineering done and our plan done, we can start spending $2 million. We don't have just $6 million of surplus. We have $10 million in surplus. That's what I mean. Build it up.
Okay.
I think that's what Councillor Jackson was saying. We have to start building for the future here. It's great that we're in the bottom 20% of the mill rate in BC, but it's got a cost to that. It's going to be a big cost in 10 years if we don't make changes now.
So through Mayor Talon, this is definitely this council's budget, so we're at your will, and we're happy to play around with it. And I think I understand where you're coming from. We can raise taxes and to contribute to a reserve. That's no problem.
Can.
If that's council's wish, we can certainly do that. That would be just looking for direction on that.
What do you think, Councillor?
You've already voted on a basic tax increase.
No.
Yes, you have. And that's gonna bring X number of dollars. That's what you have to work with. Capital expenditures may have to come through borrowing if you need big ones, or some other place. So I don't really think now is the time to be adding to it. We've just established a baseline. We don't know exactly how much money that's going to be, but we seem to be carrying on wanting to do this and wanting to do that without the money in the budget.
If I understand,
Yeah, I think it's time to settle it and make a motion to need whatever it is to get on.
I understood the motion was on the multiplier rates between the various taxing zones, between the residential, commercial, and recreation. And that we haven't approved the budget yet, but the multiplier helps inform how we do it. And based on this preliminary draft budget, that led to the 4.4, 6.4, and 6.4. But we haven't finalized the budget yet. We're talking about what goes in the budget.
So, right,
That's my understanding.
we're not stuck on 4.4% increase to the taxation and budget.
No.
We are stuck on the
multiplier.
ratios between business and residents.
The multipliers.
The multipliers. And I think it's high time, to your point, Councillor Jack's point, we make some plan for these things. We have a decrepit infrastructure in some cases.
It should be budding in with respect.
Perhaps a strong word is decrepit.
Respect.
Yes, sir.
What you're saying, let's word that.
Yes.
Our infrastructure, what infrastructure are you referring to, councillor? We have a good wastewater treatment plant, water plant, reservoir. Now, what other infrastructure yes, roads need to be paved, sidewalks need to be replaced. That's what you're referring to. But when I hear this out in the open, that our infrastructure is broken, it's not broken. I mean, the proof of the pudding was the last heavy waterfall that we have, and everything was working perfectly.
I've offended and I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, but
yeah,
we had 4 good master plans, or was it 3 engineering plans just after Christmas or just before Christmas, and it identified several high priority projects, each of which are the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars to do. So decrepit's the wrong word, but we need to look after our infrastructure for sure. And maybe we need to plan for a surplus this year and for a couple of years. And my point is, taxpayers can get their head around that. If they see not going to salaries and largesse, but to capital projects.
We always plan on a surplus, to speak to that. Our utilities are going to contribute to those reserves. Now, our overall surplus, I mean, as Scott has mentioned, you as a council can decide to add and subtract whatever you like. But the fact is that you can save for the future. You know, it's up to you on how you want to move forward.
Can I ask a question about McPherson Road? I have been told, and I don't know if it's true, that the District of Kent
Yes.
village
South
boundary
Slope.
is down the middle of the road, on the
Yep.
edge of the road.
Yes.
So resurfacing that road would be, I would hope, a joint project between ourselves and the district. Have we made any overtures to them, and is there any sense of how complicated that would be?
I think we should just buy the road, buy the other half.
Yeah, we haven't approached them on that. That is something we could look into though, whether we have to kind of see what their budget is and their
Yeah.
planning is of the road, but yeah.
I say we pave it and just send them the bill.
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe that's not the best way to maintain our good relationship with the district.
No, fair enough.
Because they do sweep our streets at
Yeah,
a
that is true.
good rate. I know we did a tour and there's some things. I concur that Naismith could be resurfaced. I think there's some sidewalks that would enhance public safety, come to the school, and a couple of other things. I don't know how expensive any of these projects are, and I think there's probably a list of things in our minds collectively, things we'd like to see done that probably aren't in this budget right now.
Unfortunately, Your Worship,
Go ahead.
been through this scenario at both ends, Regional District and here. When you're talking about, not disputing what Councillor Schweinben says. And of course, the bank manager at the end there, I'll never argue with him, because he's always got it right on the ball most times. But it comes down to one thing. If you want to increase here capital projects, do you decrease your staff? That always comes up. And I've always been one no, and don't decrease the staff. I've had this same scenario with the Regional District and the same scenario over here in the years. No, forget about the staff, we'll cut back somewhere else. So not the staff. So that's it. Sometimes that's what you're faced.
That's why we're here
That's
today.
what you're faced with.
That's why we're here.
That's the hard decision. Sometimes we come across, if you want to increase something capital wise to improve the community, but you have to decrease it somewhere else.
Well, I mean, to speak to there's a couple of items that have been identified as asphalt resurfacing and or sidewalks that have been a priority or mentioned. Perhaps the line item that we have at $30,000, maybe you want to increase that. And that gives us a one-time, or not a one-time, but a year over year, if we keep it in the budget. This year it'll be $100,000 as an example. And then next year it could be increased or decreased or whatever. It is, again, that is up to council, and that will go directly to the taxpayer.
That's the way to do it, is to, I mean, I've had this question so many times over the years with different administrations. They always seem to keep that budget so low for roads and sidewalks. I don't know why.
Because it's expensive.
They don't. Obviously, it's expensive, but it goes up every year. What you put off this year is going to cost you more next year.
That's fair.
Unfortunately.
We've seen that a couple of places.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to, we could go two different ways, or both. We could associate some of the general reserve to some of the projects that council would like to tackle this year, because we do have general reserves for that purpose. Or we can raise funds for a reserve for the future year, or we could both.
If we gave staff a challenge and said, we're prepared to increase the capital expenditure budget by what's here by 150,000, what projects could get completed with that? And I'm thinking road resurfacing and sidewalks.
Mhm.
And I think there's probably, if you're looking for where those might go, I think it's well known in this room what those are. end of life or could be improved, and see what that does.
Good idea.
So
What do you think of that, Alan? Would that be okay?
Because part of me goes, having the reserves is fantastic, but I think there's a few things that if it's going to cost $90,000 to resurface Naismith this year, it might be 110 next year.
Yes, exactly.
And I think that's Councillor Jackson was trying to make that point a little bit. I think we're all sort of wrestling with, are there investments we can make in roads, streets, sidewalks today that are needed instead of waiting for more of a failure? And I would put McPherson on the list as a road, one of the entrance-ways into the village, and it's rough. It's pretty rough. It's probably one of the rougher roads. CO Cook.
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps I may suggest that with Scott's suggestion that we pull $150,000 from general reserves to fund a capital project that we can identify and bring to council in the future to give you actual costs.
Okay.
And then perhaps we increase the contribution to reserve for the roads and sidewalk reserve. It's currently set at 30,000. It will be up to council if they want whatever number they want to pick there. And that, if we're looking at year over year, that'll start contributing a little bit more to those to that reserve.
That's the way to go. That's the way it phase it in.
I like that suggestion to return it. I like it as well.
Yeah.
Does that work with
ideas
Councillor Jackson?
regarding an increase to the reserves?
You mean from the reserves into budget?
Well, withdraw from the reserves and an increase to the reserves going forward.
Money in, money out. So one is one's coming out of the general reserve, this one, and then there'd be a contribution to just sidewalks and road.
Right. Will this hurt our opportunity to fix the underground stuff that is so important?
That will have to come again in the at a future meeting, because once we have the master plans all figured out, then we'll know where we're all of our reserves and DCCs. We'll have to look at it. Requires a little bit more of analysis than just telling you this is what it's going to cost for, say, Cedar, for instance.
What would be a proper, so the contribution to the reserves for, is it roads or streets?
Roads and sidewalks.
Roads and sidewalks reserve is 30,000.
Yeah.
Can we increase that to
60?
60? I was even going to say 80,000. 80,000. Or 100,000. I'm looking for ideas and gauge a reaction, because obviously that will change the bottom line of our budget by 100, by whatever the bump is.
And do we challenge staff to find savings of the same amount? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know where there's savings. I'm just saying, if we vote to put 100 grand more into capital expenditure, can we find some savings somewhere else? Some lower priority, right? We don't want it to be staff or anything like that, but
All it would do is reduce service or take away from another capital reserve fund.
okay, so it's not, okay, that's fine.
What's that?
Yeah.
Do you need a motion to that effect? If we want to move
We don't
in a direction, we don't
need a motion. I am happy to work whatever
Work with
council
that.
decides. So
What about a number to increase the
80,000.
roads? Move it to 80,000, I mean, $50,000 increase.
Is that gonna make enough of a difference to even pay Naismith though, and McPherson and whatever?
$80,000 would pay Mid Naismith today. Our estimate was
Yeah.
70.
I'm wondering, well, the guys are here doing Harrison House meetings, right? Take them an afternoon to do something like that. And even McPherson, they're there, literally, they're there. You just take them a day.
Like, it's good, like, through the
Yeah,
worship,
go.
like Tyson says. It's like, if all goes well with the school, when you're renovating something, you don't know, you don't know when they start ripping up all the old blacktop, what's under there. It may need another 20, 30,000 over and above the 80. So that's why you have that line, what's it called, the wording? Budget contingency, thank you, Your Worship, contingency.
Okay, so just so we're all on the same page, we'll increase the roads and sidewalks reserve to $80,000.
Yeah.
And we are going to pull $150,000 from reserve for road and sidewalk specific.
And you'll make some recommendations as to where we'll get the biggest bang for the buck with that money.
Yeah.
More work for you, Jace.
Sorry, Jason.
He likes it.
And so just the increase to the road and sidewalk reserve of 50,000 increase, so that'll be funded through taxation.
Yeah.
So that'll increase appropriately, and then the pulling from the general reserve obviously wouldn't affect taxation.
I think that's clear.
Cool, that helps, thank you.
Good.
Does that conclude our budget discussion? Any final thoughts, comments? Oh, yeah, does it conclude or we still keep going?
I don't want to take, I can talk to you a lot today.
I just have
Yes.
Yeah.
a couple of questions. Page 2 or page 25, under bylaw enforcement, what is there's quite a substantial decrease in the 26 budget. Am I right in assuming because we've moved from a contract bylaw officer, that compensation comes under, say, staff expenses rather than bylaw expenses?
That's a great question. It's page 25 of the package.
Okay.
Page 2.
Yeah.
Under protective services for bylaw enforcement.
Okay.
Yes, that's an excellent question. So basically what we did is when we brought in our permanent, or not permanent, our on-staff bylaw officer, we charged some of it to bylaw enforcement and some of it to pay parking, because pay parking needs to now
Okay.
Contribute where it used to just contribute to the contractor. So we're actually reducing the amount of taxation that goes towards the bylaw officer, about 50%, and then 50% paid by pay parking. So that's why you'll see that go down. And then under the pay parking section, that's where the other 50%.
The other 50% goes, okay, good. I was close.
This also gets answers to questions that's seen on social media about staffing costs going up. Someone's been saying by 30% or something. I don't see that yet, but I know we have obviously our bylaw officers now on staff, and it's funded through.
Sort of. Maybe you've already covered that. Yeah, under administration on page 25, expenses staff, it's gone from 248 to 322, which I think is what they're referring to as a 30% increase in staffing costs.
Oh, I can definitely.
So can you please? Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So what that is we got a grant for an interim operations student. And so basically we have to increase this amount because we have to pay them, but the UBCM grant pays us. So it's of no cost to taxpayers. Does that answer your question?
Well, it's a $80,000 increase. This one here, from 248 to 322. It's a full-time student?
No, so we have our QP increases that have to be.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Expensive staff is QP.
Yes, and then we have the interim student, which is a 1 year full-time position.
So I'm really excited about expenses staff is not this group here. Management expenses is this group here, and it's has stayed flat. And there's a bit of an increase because we added actually it's gone down, hasn't it? Management expenses have gone down over the last couple of years. Yeah, there you go.
Contrary to what you read sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
So with all the.
I'm surprised to see that, considering that we've added Haley, right? So it's good for you to. This is very good. So expenses staff is the outdoor operations folks. It seems low for 13 people.
No, sorry, the expenses staff, that's our QP inside, so that's
QP inside.
Clerk, receptionist, corporate clerk, accounting clerk.
Inside and outside staff.
Okay. Where are the outside staff?
They are split amongst various departments. So public work will be, some will go to beach, some will go to general, some will go to parks.
Okay.
They're split amongst those.
Since we're on page 25, if you don't mind me asking, looks like Councillor Jackson and I are the most expensive councillors. What are we doing? Councillor Jackson and I are the same. To the penny, we're the same. why are we so expensive? And may I add too, and I'll say this mostly for public consumption. You know, people think, I'm stopped from my neighborhood sometimes. Say, wow, you guys got a big raise. You get paid $40,000 for working half a morning a week. Well, first of all, you know, I don't get paid $40,000. In fact, I can show you my T4 is just under, or just over $20,000. And I'm very grateful for that. And I don't do this for the money. I just want to clarify. This $40,000 is double of what I actually get paid. So can you explain to me why the discrepancy?
Yeah, and that's a really good thing to bring up. The total counselor remuneration, you're right. That includes things such as benefits, mileage, meals, accommodations, membership fees, registrations, all that sort of thing. What it comes down to, and I want to be delicate because I don't want to get personal, but that has to do with the benefit classification. It's either couple or single, and that changes the cost.
Right. So my wife and I are granted a Blue Cross plan as part of this. So that's probably an expensive portion of this. Yeah. And again, for public consumption, I don't know, can't speak for the other counselors, but I put in, you know, it varies every week, but between 12 and 16 hours per week. And sometimes there's conferences we got to go to all week. So that just gives you an indication of what we're paid. I'm very grateful for that. I'm not asking for any more. I just wanted that to be clarified.
We done again, or?
Did it again.
Well, you're working for less than minimum wage.
Yeah, for sure. And
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Rachel. I think one thing that you should keep in mind that a great deal of these statements are fixed costs from other observations, operations. These aren't. These are moving costs. As an example, you have a budget of a counselor quits, and for 4 months that counselor doesn't come back, new counselor. Well, that money that's budgeted, it becomes surplus. So this is a moving document. It's really, really, really good. And these are all best guesses along here. They guess very accurately, really, over time. So we just have to keep that in mind. It's a movable document, and that's why every 3 or 4 months we get an update on what's going on. So I really appreciate it.
I think Councillor Jackson articulated it very well one time when he said it's a snapshot in time.
Yeah.
Like this piece of paper right now is a snapshot in time. Tomorrow could be different. Right.
What's listed as expenses for council, that includes everything. That includes conference, like attending at conferences or registration for that, right? So I get those questions too, Mark, on a regular basis, right? And it just takes a little bit of explanation to, you know, say, this is what it is, right? Okay, thank you.
For the councillors, the basic is 22, and this is the extra for your conferences and mileage. Yeah.
That's correct.
Can I make one comment? It's not enough?
I guess we're gonna get a report on the remuneration that compares to other communities.
For what with the hours at the time that we put in, I'd say the last year and going into the new year, we are doing unbelievable the amount of meetings and direction that staff is getting. I just hope they have enough hours in the day to get through all the stuff that we keep passing on to them.
I do note, looking at this, get time to look at the statements from 2025, and obviously criticism is easy criticism about remuneration for councillors, but I note that the budget last year was 247, and the expenditures look like they're 196. So our costs as council to the village came in under budget.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, some $50,000 or so. So I think we are acting responsibly, and hopefully getting good value.
I do have a couple more questions, if you don't mind. Page 29, page 29 or page 6, under wastewater collection, the sewer administration and wastewater collection numbers are way different from last year. We're inversed, kind of. Anyways, you were saving and then more spending. What's happened there? Is that the SCADA system?
That's very close, actually. That's the master plan.
These are the master plans.
Are considered capital. It's considered planning.
So these are the engineering plans that we had to pay for,
Yes, that's correct.
which we'll put to work
Yes.
in our planning. Okay. Transfer from reserves was way down. Okay, if I could, on page 5 or page 28, municipal buildings is way down. What? So is that because why did we spend so much in 2025, or we're not spending much in 2026? We've gone from $500,000 to 65,000.
Yeah, those
see
are
that?
capital projects. So that depends on what's happening each year. But for example, last year we did the village office exterior, the Spring Park, 160,000 for the medical bay rentals.
Oh,
So it's just what's happening
Nothing planned.
that year. It's hard to compare those from year to year.
okay. Roads and
Yeah, they're discrete
streets.
projects as they go
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. Okay, and fire department equipment, you've got 95 grand here. What are you planning on that?
In the 95, that's the $50,000 for the trailer equipment and the 45,000 for the next gen 911 project.
That was in the presentation.
Yeah, no, it was. Okay.
And the equipment, I'm gonna use all the wrong words. The things they wear, the gear,
Turnout.
stuff, that's in another budget. And that
Yeah,
includes the replacement and keeping stuff current and modern, because Councilor Swinbank mentioned earlier, we need to make sure our fire department has the equipment and it's current. It hasn't gone stale or past its useful life, and that's a sustainable, what we have there is sustainable for this year. Going forward to replace equipment as we go.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tom. That's the turnout gear is a line item in the operating budget, so kind of up top. And again, every year we'll work with the fire department and say what's the priorities for the next year. That might not be turnout gear, it might be something else.
Yeah.
So that we just adjust.
Just as long as their equipment stays current and we're not.
Yeah.
Because if it has a 5-year lifespan and then it has to be replaced, we need to be doing this on top of it. Councilor Patrick.
The Coombs Bridge, 50,000, is that south, is that just for planning? Okay, thank you.
Well, and to do what? Replace?
It's gotta be replaced, isn't it?
Like how we did the abutments last time
Apartments underneath.
on the north side.
We're doing that again, not for 50 grand.
South side,
No,
south.
That's just for the
Small
engineering.
that's for you. We'll do it next sitting. I'm still on the fire department, if you don't mind. Page 2, now page 25. Okay, so what is their final budget? Are you going with 276?
Page 2.
Okay, so page 25 under fire hall, under protective services, actually.
Yep. Fire
Total,
department.
you got total fire department, that's 276.
So yeah, so basically that's correct. But there's also grant funded training in there. So that's their total budget, but the tax supported budget would be 253,000.
253,
243.
243. Okay, so we're gonna get the rest from a grant.
Yeah.
For training.
Correct.
There, hopefully they use it all. Okay, and the turnout gear was,
He's really worried about this case coming.
well, I sent you guys that article last week from the, I was at this Esquimalt. And 3 years ago, they put money aside, or they planned to put money aside because they knew this was coming. They had to buy, I think it was 28 gear ups, whatever they're called. And it's the new style, and I think it's gonna become standard in the next couple of years. And it's coated with something different, which is safer and less cancer causing. That's all, and we might be forced to buy this stuff, 24 units times 7,000.
Yep, no.
So we just gotta be ready for it.
Could we take a 5-10 minute break?
I would be happy to
Thank
if
you.
we have concluded this part of the agenda. So I'm gonna sweat us all out. If there's more comments, let's get them now and then we'll take a break. And
Move on.
is there any more comments on the budget or questions on the budget for staff? Seeing none, I will check the time.
I would like to find more money for infrastructure. I trust that staff will tell us when, how we.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, yeah.
Time is 2:50. I'm gonna suggest we recess to 3:05 and then reconvene with the next item on our agenda, which is food trucks.
Oh, it'll be quick.
It's 3:05, 3:06. And we're back. And we're on agenda item 5C, Community Services Manager presentation on food trucks. Over to you.
Thank you, Charles. The current resolution that brought this forward today came out during the November 6th and 7th Committee of the Whole meeting, where we were proposing updates to the business license bylaw. So at that time, the resolution was that the current prohibition of food trucks remain in place, and that staff be directed to conduct research and provide recommendations for whether and how food trucks might be permitted for private events and special village sanctioned occasions. Just some background information of requests for food trucks over the years, as this was highlighted previously as well. Food truck requests have come in as part of special events for events held on private property, for example, at campgrounds, as well to support large-scale community events like Sasquatch Days or the Dragon Boat Festival. And those events bring in such large users that there is sort of a combination effect of not enough local capacity, and sometimes the users only have short breaks in between races, for example, and are looking for sort of more that quick snack opportunity. There's also an attached support letter from Tourism Harrison River Valley, and after the agenda package was prepared, there was a late item of an opposition letter from a local business owner as well, which council all has. Two now? Okay. And those have been added to the website as well.
Okay.
So some comparisons from other communities. Cultus Lake has an event bylaw where food and food vendors are considered a special request as part of the event application. Those requests all go to their board. They operate with a board similar to a council. So that would be similar to council receiving that application and looking for their approval. If theirs are approved by the board, then a copy of their food permit from Fraser Health must be forwarded no later than 5 business days. And all food trucks pay a rate to be at an event held within the park of $150. And they don't require a local business license. That's sort of their way of recovering that cost without having to go through that additional process. They have a couple highlights there as well, that for any of their sponsored events, food vendors must apply and pay a fee still to participate. And if they have any local commercial leaseholder businesses, those businesses, if invited to attend, are not required to pay those fees if they are the chosen food vendor, as sort of an incentive for event organizers to try and work with local businesses. Whistler is a bit of a unique community as well, and they run their own parks food truck program to get food trucks at some of their park locations. So it's a bit more unique. And then given the layout of the community, so they do need to have a approved vendor process through that. And then they do also allow them at private events on private property where the public is not invited. And they also include them in their own sanctioned Reserve Municipality of Whistler events. And then the last one I just sort of chose to focus on. Again, there's so many different options and so many ways of doing it. Revelstokes follows their zoning bylaw. So if it's a approved use according to their zoning bylaw, then they allow them to operate on private land. If they're looking to operate on city property as part of an event, same sort of similar process as we're hearing, they would require a special event permit. And either way, they are regulated by the business licensing bylaw and would have the business licensing fees. So currently, food vendors are outlined in the village's use of public and municipal property policy. This is one policy that staff have been wanting to upgrade. And then now that we've done some more research, we do feel that it may be better to draft an event bylaw to give us a bit more, I won't say sort of control, but just sort of to tighten up sort of what some of those expectations are for event organizers. And then with that, I have some options here for consideration and discussion by council. I just want to highlight before I get into those that either of these options being presented are still focused on an event permit being required. None of these are staff bringing forward a recommendation of what some communities have of just like saying blanket food trucks are welcome in this area all the time. They would still follow that event application process. And so then we'll go through each of these individually. So for option A, and this language in the brackets there, it would be that food vendors be permitted upon approval by, and then this would be council's decision. If they want it to be council, then the process would be that each special event application would come forward at a regular council meeting for council's deliberation on approving the food vendor request. Otherwise, that authority could be designated to designated staff. And then I did like the language from the Cultus Lake one. So upon approval requiring the food permit from Fraser Health. And the fee would sort of also, same thing here, streamline bringing in that revenue, but not requiring the formal business license process. And again, that food vendors would be responsible for removal of all waste. And then the option B up there would be that food vendors be permitted as part of a sanctioned Village of Harrison Hot Springs or Tourism Harrison River Valley event with the following requirements. Still requiring a copy of the food permit from Fraser Health, an option there to still charge the fee for each approved food vendor, and that food vendors would be responsible for removal of all waste from their food services.
And
Comments?
Mayor Talon, sorry.
Go ahead, Councilor.
What does our current bylaws do? Because I assume option C is the new do nothing approach. So what are we at currently?
Currently, according to the business license bylaw, they are not permitted. And then the policy that outlines some of the special events sort of highlights, for example, that they could have a food vendor if they're not selling the goods. So for example, when we hosted a food vendor for our anniversary celebration here in the village, the first so many people received something for free. So that sort of would fall under that guideline, but they are currently allowed under the policy if they are not charging. That's the short version.
So they are currently allowed?
No.
They're not currently
Not.
allowed? I'm understanding that.
They're currently allowed as part of a special event permit if they are not charging, basically. And then there's also no way to control the business license side of things right now because, and according to the business license bylaw, they're not permitted.
So there's that
It's a
discrepancy.
bit of a discrepancy.
Essentially, I would say that they're not permitted. I mean,
Right.
we've had them for village sanctioned events.
Yeah.
But the way was that there was, I think there were hamburgers renting.
So if I'm doing a wedding on Alder and I'm having 50 people in my house, I can't get the taco truck there.
Correct.
Okay. And let's say the campground over here, a couple of campgrounds want to get together and do an event. They can't get trucks, even though it's on private property. I think that ought to be changed. Like my feeling, if you guys don't mind me waxing on this a little bit, is I'm really interested in protecting the waterfront businesses. I really don't want to see a truck or 2 or 12 parked anywhere along Esplanade to compete against our community-driven businesses that contribute to the community and that rely on 2 or 3 or 4 good months. So I don't want to compete with that, but anything south of here, I don't care. I would permit it, if you ask me.
Councilor Jackson.
Thank you, Worship. I think it was my second year on council. We did have it where a local business could sponsor something similar to a food truck. And I say similar, it might not necessarily be 4 wheels, it might be just 2 wheels. But they were sponsored by the Black Forest or some other business, and they went about during the day on the weekend selling good. The unfortunate part about it was that the beach in that area was a lot more unruly as it is today. It just didn't work, but it was tried. And I think the thing that maybe be scaring people is the word trucks. If you just had food truck, it might be different. Because different people have different appetites. And you're trying to please a lot of different people. And food trucks are all over the world. And they do provide a service. Not everybody can afford to go to the restaurants. You have 10,000 people here. It's something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jack. Councilor Viola, you have your hand up as well.
Thank you, Mayor Tallon. I echo Councillor Jackson's comments that they are becoming very, very popular. And they look at, serving a portion of either the community or the visitors who maybe have small children or don't want to expend a larger amount of money to go to one of our finer restaurants here in town. I think we need to find a balance here. I am not, I don't agree that there should be anytime, any of the day, any of the week, down in the boat launch parking lot or somewhere. But for private events, if somebody at a campground wanted to have a food festival, right, on a long weekend when their campground is full, then why would we say no? As long as they met some certain criteria, right? And I'm okay with village sanctioned events, because as you say or said, the Dragon Boat Festival, for example, they're racing. Sometimes they only get like a half-hour break or a 45-minute break. And I think that could create that balance. That's where I'm coming from. With following certain criteria, like they shouldn't be able to just show up at the village and not have to pay to be here, whether if that's like a business license fee or a special event fee, or something like that. And again, Fraser Health certification, so that would prevent me showing up and handing out hot dogs from the back of my car or something like that.
You should
right?
do that anyway.
I should.
Would you support an exclusion zone?
No,
Let's protect the Esplanade.
I think if we do it, right? But with certain criteria. We tried that exclusion zone with the barbecues. And now we find ourselves in a situation where it's very difficult for bylaws to regulate or police that. So, the food trucks under certain circumstances cater to a different type of person than those that would come and sit at, Milo's or at Black Forest and have dinner. My feelings.
Councillor Tasha.
Well, this is where I become unpopular, I think. Thank you to staff, as always, a fabulous job, research, and presenting this to council. I'm very much opposed to this. I believe we received 2 emails, did we not, which from businesses in regard, which they sent previously, I believe as well, in regards to this. I mean, you've got our business community are paying taxes, some are paying leases, plus rents to keep their premises going, plus the employment of so many people. I'm just talking about, I'm not even getting into the hotels, I'm just talking about the regular restaurants and that. I mean, what Councillor Jackson mentioned was correct. It was years ago, we used to have it actually started, believe it or not, by myself as a resolution the council to have, because I'm used to this from England, having a cart on the beach selling hot dogs. It went on for a while. They didn't make a lot of money, but that had to be an extension of an existing business. That was a lot different. But the negatively, this situation now, when you say that they sell a different type of food, well, that's not quite correct, because we have the Lakeview and Base Camp and the restaurant in the village mall here, the hamburger place. They'll be sell, well, it's hot dogs or hamburgers or fish and chips. That's what they sell, and that's what these food trucks sell as well. There'll be hamburgers and hot dogs most of the time, maybe some with ice creams. So that is, you know, I mean, obviously it's a lot different when you're referring to fine dining places. Obviously not, but this will bring a lot of negativity. I remember the time when they set up a food truck on the corner of the public pool with permission from the hotel. Well, that was removed within half an hour, and they did the same at Rendell Park. That was removed within an hour, because when they got no permission, and the businesses were up in arms about this. I mean, even if you have it at a house, I mean, how many people are really going to have this big food truck stuck in their driveway? Or if they can't get in their driveway because everybody's got their garages full of other stuff, they park it on the street, which eventually would be the place. Anybody walking down that street, especially these peddler people in the summer, oh, hang on, there's a stand here. I'll buy some stuff for this guy. Okay, he has to police it by saying, I'm sorry, it's only private. But yeah, go on, give me a couple of bucks and I mean, come on, nobody's perfect. Same with the campgrounds. I mean, both these campgrounds, this one over here and the Springs, they have a get-together every year, but it's their own get-together with barbecues, and I think Todd Richard plays at one of them. But they do it with their own folks doing their own barbecue. Never been suggested to me that they would ever wanted a food truck in there. Not to say it's not a good thing, but I think there's too many negatives, especially against our business community in this respect. I mean, we employ a good number of young people in the summer in the businesses here, and I think it's going to bring it negatively to the business community if food trucks start to move in. I mean, when you talk about Sasquatch Days and the Dragon, they're 2 big events. Can you imagine the food trucks being on the beach there, and across the street you've got the other people trying to make a business? Come on. I mean, let's you know, Councillor to my right keeps on about the revenues that the businesses are losing and the tax situation and everything else here. Well, right away, we're taking money away from these people. I'm sorry if I'm a bit hot under the collar, but I feel very strong about this, because we have a very good business community here, pay a good portion of the taxes, and I think that this is going to hurt them. But that's my own personal point of view, and I respect all the other councillors' point of view, but that's my say on the matter. And again, thank you to our staff for a wonderful job in preparing all this for us. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Swan.
Yeah, I will say, went for a walk the other night and counted 26 restaurants in our little village, all north of the street here. Three or four of them are out of business, and a handful of them are making good money, and the rest are struggling. There's a good diversity already of food services here, and I don't think we need food trucks to be competing with our long-standing successful businesses. I won't support any food trucks that compete with them. If we want to do it south of a certain street to allow private events, then I'm all for it, but otherwise I can't support A and B.
Thanks, valid points all. I am intrigued by the Whistler approach in part. I have some difficulty telling people they couldn't have a food truck on their private property. I view that as not that different from catering. And if one of the RV parks wanted to have a food truck or two in for their summer celebration or whatever it is they're doing, I don't know why we would oppose that. And it seems like an aspect of catering. And they may say it's too much work bringing all our barbecues out, it's too much. Let's just have a few food trucks and leave the cleanup to the food truck operators. A little simpler, so an aspect of catering. I share the concerns that food trucks on Esplanade or Lillooet or in that I think that creates a conflict, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. I think if there was a sanctioned event, that's part of what I'm looking at the Whistler model. If there's a sanctioned event, perhaps food trucks could be on the overflow parking lot here, removed from there if people wanted to do that. I would give that some consideration, but very restricted where they might be able to set up. I am in favor of food trucks, if on a private property, to have food trucks come in for a private event for their members. I find it hard to be opposed to something like that. But I do have reservations about food trucks being on Esplanade or Lillooet or on the commercial area near the beach. I think there are some valid concerns about competition with the existing businesses and restaurants. I don't know where that leaves us as a council on this, and our staff are looking for some direction on this.
Do we make a motion to direct staff to bring us some ideas that include food trucks for private events on private property? Anywhere south of Miami River Drive.
Is there discomfort on council if there was a bylaw that permitted food trucks on private property for private events? Like, I'm looking at the words here where the public's not invited. Does that create concerns or discomfort, Councillor Fasher?
I'm against all food trucks anywhere in the village.
Are you opposed to catering in the village?
No, because it's catered inside. In most cases, it's catered inside the building, and the ones that I know outside is that if I use one of the campgrounds, they do a barbecue in the summer normally for their guests and people who are staying the night, whatever they case. And of course, they have their clubhouse as well, which they use for catering as well. So basically, it's half in and out, the catering part of it. But and catering, the word I think was mentioned even at the back of the memorial hall. Well, that's asking for people walking down Lillooet or Esplanade to stop there and, by the way, are you selling hamburgers or hot dog? Although they may be catering to the wedding, although I personally have never seen, it may have happened, other than a caterer, not a separate food truck. There was one instance many years ago where it set up on Maple Street for an event in the hall, and they were selling to the public on the street as well. Well, I'm against food trucks, if that's what you're asking me, whether it be on private property or or anywhere else in the village.
And I am too, unless we can find a compromise with an exclusion zone.
So the RV parks, no food trucks allowed in the RV parks is what we're saying.
No, I'm okay.
I thought you just said the opposite. I'm sorry.
No,
Councilor Jackson.
Universal, I don't know how we can do that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is free enterprise.
I understand. That's why I'm uncomfortable.
Council doesn't want a food truck in Esplanade, that's fine, that's one thing.
That's one thing. I
But
agree.
to see a caterer from Chilliwack or can't come into somebody, that might be their cousin that's living here.
I'm not
We
saying
can't,
anything.
we can't stop that.
So, for example, the mini donut, like, for one of the big parties, where the mini donut food truck goes into the holiday park as part of their weekend celebration. I don't have issues with that. I think that's legitimate. And I don't see the conflict with local businesses.
Yeah,
But,
maybe I didn't make
Councilor-
myself, I agree.
Yeah,
So I'm fine with food trucks anywhere in the village, just not north of Miami River Drive.
I'm okay with food trucks not anywhere in the village. I think on private property. For private events that are not open to the public, I have no issues with that. And when I say private, I view the RV parks as private property. They're held collectively by the people that live there or own property there.
I am distinguishing between food
Yeah.
trucks and caterers.
Yeah.
Catering to me is different to food trucks.
Where does this leave us? I know staff would like some direction on this. What I suggest is ask staff to put together amendments to whatever bylaws we have, and we'll have it at a subsequent public meeting to find some words that would permit, similar to the Whistler program, food trucks on private property where the public is not invited. And bring that to an open council meeting, a regular council meeting, and have a debate on that.
Mayor
Go ahead,
Dolan?
Councilor Biden.
Through you to Christie, what is included in the Whistler's Parks food truck program? Like, do they specify only on private events, or does their program also include sanctioned events?
Yeah, thanks.
Administrative manager, yeah.
Thanks, Gaetan. So Whistler is much more spread out, of course, than here.
Yes.
So, for example, at one of their parks, they run a food truck program where local food truck operators from anywhere can apply. And then they'll schedule those people in their parks to be offering those services that are sort of a distance from the village. And then for any of their own events, they will add them in to enhance. One of the things to still keep in mind, and I recognize both sides of the experience, but there is still always that fine line between on those days when we're bringing in so many people here, that sometimes having more options is a good thing, because sort of alternatively, people are waiting an hour for a table, an hour for their food, and they're unfortunately not going to go back to that business if they have a bad experience. So I believe, and the intent from staff is that these would still all be part of an event application. It would go through a process, and from what I'm hearing, it would not be a staff decision. It would come straight to the council table to make sort of like a case-by-case decision. So then if it was a special event permit for, say, an anniversary party at the campsite, they would submit that into council, and we would bring that forward to you with their proposal of what they want to bring in. Same thing if it was an event at Memorial Hall and what they wanted to do was to bring in a food truck in lieu of a typical caterer. And then we could work with the event organizer on sort of like the logistics of not advertising outwardly to the public, things like that. If similarly, say Tourism Harrison wanted to do a new event in the off season, then maybe that is still something that's worth being brought forward to council. And maybe then we could say to Tourism Harrison, okay, look though for a food truck that doesn't have a competing product. And some communities will go into that kind of detail too, like we mentioned, mini donuts. There's no one here who sells mini donuts, and in the off season, it wouldn't matter as much, but say, for example, like an event in the summer, we wouldn't be in support of bringing in like an ice cream truck when there's 20 locations of local businesses operating who are serving that product. So basically, we can keep going down this road of, and I think that the best way would be that we would look at allowing them upon approval by council, but just really writing it in the bylaw that it's not a guarantee that it is based on that approval, and any kind of limitations and sort of more encouraging language on private, like more favoritism basically to allowing this would be on private property. But honestly, for the number of requests that come in, we're trying to sort of just ease the process from a bylaw enforcement standpoint as well, because we will have campgrounds who ask, and it's a gray area because at the end of the day, it is their own private property and it's difficult for us to go in there, but technically they should be following some process, which would be then sort of following the application, us knowing that they are like a certified food provider and receiving that fee to be sort of as an add-on to someone's event.
I like the idea of a case-by-case basis, coming to council. So I will make a motion.
Okay.
How would you like it worded? That staff come back to council with a draft, would be policy or bylaw on the criteria of allowing food trucks on private property or events not where the public is not invited, and on a case-by-case basis on village sanctioned events. Does that cover it, Christy? Do you think that would cover it? Okay.
Councillor Patcham.
Could we, Councillor Biden's comment, could we add the fee from $150 to $500 to be charged the event coordinator?
That would not be practical.
That would be practical, so.
If you pay $150, if you come from Chilliwack, you're paying $50, $75 for gas, all day parking. There's no point in anybody coming.
I'd like to see options about places food trucks shouldn't be, so places that they wouldn't. I think that's part of the special event.
We could include that in the motion. I would be, if you want to make an amendment and include that.
Consideration of places where food trucks wouldn't be
Okay.
permitted.
Or the exclusion zones?
Exclusions or whatever phrase. We'll look at a bylaw and in the future and have an uncomfortable vote. Any other comments on the motion?
Yeah, there's a lot to vote on this motion. I'm not so sure it should be a case-by-case thing. I think we come up with a process and we trust the staff to run with it. And I'm in favor of an exclusion zone. I do not want to compete with our long-time businesses.
I think to speak to the case-by-case basis is that per application, and it comes to council for approval.
No, I know, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I think we just make a decision,
Well,
like make a bylaw and you guys run with it. You know, case by case, this is summertime, we only meet once a month.
yeah, but how many times do we get options for like a request?
It's rare,
Yeah.
like, and to go with, say someone was applying to do an event, let's choose a location. Say someone wanted to get a special event permit for an event in Spring Park. They want to do like a little pop-up wedding, say even, maybe that's not a good example, it is. So they would have an application fee, then they would have their special event permit fee, then they would have to get insurance, and then they would have to now pay the food vendor fee and show us the Fraser Health permitting for that person. And then if they required any additional village services, they would also have to pay those fees. So it's sort of like it's an encompassed process. And so I just want to make it clear that it's not easy. A food truck operator themselves can't really apply for like a special event permit. And that type of thing wouldn't even make it past the staff level before coming to council for your consideration. So when those things come in, it would be as part of a special event permit and that whole process.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the motion?
The WISTA program has been mentioned a couple of times, and I've seen them there. They do it at Rainbow Park, and Rainbow Park is 2-3 kilometers from the nearest restaurant. So they're needed there, and it's important there, but they don't compete with long-standing businesses on the waterfront. So I'm not sure what we're voting on exactly.
We're voting on a motion to have directing staff to return with bylaw amendments to a bylaw or policy that would, I'm paraphrasing here, hoping to get it.
That staff be directed to come back to council with a draft policy or bylaw on allowing food trucks on private property and events where the public is not invited, and on a case-by-case basis for village sanctioned events, with an amendment to include considerations of where food trucks would not be permitted. So there's no decision being made on food trucks here today. The motion is to either we continue to research it and look at ways, and council's indicating its interest at least continuing to look at it, or today we get feedback that just says keep it the way it is.
Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, this is just schematic. Can you change it from trucks to truck?
Or vendor, how about food vendor?
Food vendor?
Well, make food vendor, but if you put the word trucks in, that means it can be lots of trucks. Truck means one, but that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Well,
What's the difference?
Yeah, I'm just
The
thinking
difference.
that, say if a campground wanted to have a food truck festival, then the policy could say a limit to one, where maybe that private campground would want to have 3 or 4 different types of food vendors. Oh,
I'm not sure that makes a material change. Because quite often the plural can be read as singular and a singular plural if you're interpreting a bylaw, but a vendor works for me too. If a truck is triggering something because sometimes they're not trucks, they're trailers. So maybe a mobile food vendor or something like that.
something like that, yeah.
All right, not seeing any other comments, I'll call the vote. All in favor of directing staff accordingly? Opposed? 2 opposed, 3 in favor, the motion carries. So we'll wait for staff to return with something for us to consider. Good. And that takes us to how's people's energy level. Do we need a quick break, or can we go into the e-bikes and scooters?
Let's go.
Let's scoot into e-scooters.
Okay, I'm just getting some IT support here to queue up my.
The sleep mode.
Everyone has been looking forward to this presentation on e-bikes all day. So I know you're excited to talk e-bikes and e-scooters in the village.
Your time to shine.
Yes. Okay, thanks, Tyler.
Did it click your word? Yep.
It does? Okay. All right, let's talk e-bikes and e-scooters and more broadly e-devices in the village. So last year, council asked staff to come back with some information about e-bikes and e-scooters in the village and e-unicycles, which I'll be talking about today as well. Any provisions under the Motor Vehicle Act, provincial pilot projects, bylaw options, and then looking at some safety and liability considerations. So a good place to start is definitions. So we all know what we're talking about here today. There's e-bikes. which are regulated by the Motor Vehicle Act. They're not called e-bikes in the act, they're called motor assisted cycles. And there's two categories. There's light e-bikes, less power, lower speeds. You can be 14 and ride those. And then a standard e-bike is any e-bike that's not a light e-bike, and you have to be 16 for those.
So the bikes that all people have, are they considered light or are they considered standard? Like, the rental?
Yeah, so it depends. So a motor, it has to, there's many categories, but it's basically you can't have, you have to have a hand crank on it. And it has a different maximum speed. I think it's 25 kilometers and a different maximum power output.
Wow, I had no idea.
So there's two categories, and if you're under 16 or between 14 and 16, you cannot operate that standard e-bike. You have to only operate a light e-bike, and they have some other different categories to them. E-unicycles and e-hoverboards. These are not captured by the definition of either e-bikes or e-scooters. They're currently illegal on public roads. They're subject to a violation ticket and a $598 fine under the Motor Vehicle Act. So just to be clear, that fine, that's not a village bylaw fine, that is a police issued fine, yeah.
I see.
Yes, we do have
one or two.
Yes, we do,
It's
yeah.
amazing on it.
You can speed for cheaper.
So I'm going to talk about that a little later on, but there are calls for clearer regulations about e-unicycles and e-hoverboards because they're just not captured by the legislation right now. And that's one of my proposed next steps, is to advocate for some updates to the Motor Vehicle Act in order to capture those. But right now they're illegal throughout BC.
So the fellow that's in town here every day doing this thing.
If it's on public property, it's
So we get
illegal.
up and,
Yeah.
It's amazing on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Illegal. Is what you're saying.
They're not captured by the definition, so there's nothing. They're considered an illegal device, so they're not prohibited in the sense that the regulation says you cannot operate an e-unicycle or an e-hoverboard, but they're not defined in the legislation at all. So they're just the legislation hasn't caught up to the technology. Is basically what we're.
But your second point there says you're subject to a fine.
Yeah.
So it is illegal.
There's only certain
They're not
vehicles that are
explicitly,
permitted on
yeah,
public roads.
they're not explicitly illegal, but because they're not defined in the legislation, they could be considered an illegal.
It's not on the
Device.
list of
Yeah.
It's like a quad.
This is
Yeah.
gray zone.
You can't take a quad on the highway.
Yeah, or a golf cart.
Yeah, we can talk about those too.
They're not-
You can in certain instances. Okay. E-scooters are on their own, so there is a regulation, it's a Motor Vehicle Act regulation called the Electric Kick Scooter Pilot Project Regulation. There's a definition in here. They have up to 4 wheels. They're self-propelled, they have a steering handlebar, essentially everything you think of when you think of an e-scooter, although I don't think I've seen one with 4 wheels. 1 person, standing platform, no seat, can't go faster than 25 kilometers. I think that 500 was supposed to be in relation to their power output. You must be at least 16 to operate them, and you have to use a bell or a horn when passing. Now, the key thing with e-scooters is they are only legal in participating municipalities of the pilot program. So they are not permitted here because we are not part of the pilot program. So we can join it, and I'll look into that later if that's something that council wants to explore. But essentially, e-scooters can only be operated on a highway, which is a public road, if the community is a participant.
That would include our highway here.
Yep. There's 36 participating municipalities. It started out with 13. It was a 3-year program, and it's been renewed. The pilot program's been renewed until 2028.
And you have to be 16 or older to use it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising because
Yes.
usually by the time you're 16, you realize that's a way to
Some other
travel.
funner vehicles to drive, I suppose, by then.
Found another way to get around. Anyway, okay, keep going.
This slide doesn't really pertain very much to the village in general, in the sense that we don't have a lot of authority or say in what happens when there's an incident. if an e-scooter or an e-bike hits a pedestrian, it's either private insurance or potential personal injury lawsuit. So the key takeaway here is that e-bikes and e-scooters are not insured by ICBC.
Yeah.
So they're not treated like vehicles, they're treated like as if a bike hit you when you were walking, a cyclist hit you, except that the consequences of getting hit by an e-bike or an e-scooter are probably a lot more dire than regular cyclist accident, because you can be going a lot faster. They're not required to be licensed or have insurance, but they are supposed to stay on the scene of an accident. Again, that's very challenging when you don't have a plate to identify somebody by. If an e-bike or an e-scooter did hit somebody and left, didn't stay on scene, it could be very challenging to identify them. In 2025, we received one complaint of e-bikes and e-hoverboards on the Miami Greenway Trail coming up quickly behind trail walkers. And the main challenge is that they can't hear them because they are so quiet and they can go very fast.
Yes.
They are prohibited, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a later slide. I did want to say we also had one e-scooter accident that our bylaw enforcement officer and actually our public works supervisor happened to come across on scene shortly afterward. The operator was not wearing a helmet. They left the scene by ambulance. Both the fire department and emergency health services attended. It was quite a bad accident. We ended up taking possession of the e-scooter and returning it back to the operator.
And Amanda, was it like a kick scooter?
An electric kick scooter, yeah.
Electric kick.
Well, they're called electric kick scooters, but it was an electric scooter, not a.
Yeah, but I guess I'm trying to get my head around a scooter because, like, Vespa's scooters,
No,
that's
like,
some people call that a scooter.
Yeah,
And
no.
They're electric, some of them.
This, I can't.
You're talking about
You
a
stand
kid
on
on
a
a kick scooter, standing up.
skateboard with a stick.
Standing up like doing this. Okay.
Except you can operate it,
Okay.
it's got an electric,
Can you not operate
yes,
it?
There's no seat.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
But no
Yeah.
seat.
there's no seat.
Interestingly, there's a guy that you see them on a board in the water, like on a surfboard. That's battery powered. He's just whipping it down. It's amazing to see.
We're not talking about those.
We'll just stay on
We're
land
not talking
base.
about the lagoon.
We'll stay on the land.
Okay.
We touched on this before. There's a couple of avid e-unicyclists in town that are seen quite frequently.
Yeah.
And in general, e-device use picks up in the summer when the weather's nicer and people are out and about and looking for quick ways to get around. So enforcement, so e-scooters and e-bikes use are enforced by police under the Motor Vehicle Act and their associated regulations. As a municipality, we have some authority under the Motor Vehicle Act to restrict certain aspects of them. So for example, use in parks and trails, which I'll talk about later, and storage on municipal property. But we can't stop e-bikes from being used, of course, those are permitted under the provincial legislation. E-scooters are not. Yeah, again, e-unicycles and e-hoverboards, again, that would be enforced by police. And if you would like to participate in the e-scooter program, you can do so by law. So I kind of got ahead of myself here, but Section 124 of the Motor Vehicle Act allows council to adopt bylaws that are consistent with the Motor Vehicle Act to regulate certain aspects. So you can require that parents must ensure that youth under 16 wear a helmet. We can also designate paths or ways within the village other than highways and private property for the purposes of a bylaw to require youth to wear helmets. So we're allowed to regulate helmet wearing for youth.
Okay.
This is our current park regulation bylaw. So no person shall ride or drive any micro mobility device. Now I want to pause here. Micro mobility device captures all e devices. So it's a bit of a outdated term. When you read that section of the park bylaw, it's not immediately obvious that e-hoverboards, e-unicycles, and e-scooters are captured in there, but they are under the term micro mobility device. Motor assisted cycle, scooter, etc. in or upon any of the public areas, beaches, parks, grounds, or boulevards. So we already have a bylaw in place, which is why you'll see at the trailheads, no motorized devices. I think those signs probably could use a revamp. I think people walk right by them or
Someone with a
right by them.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I'll just say wheelchair.
No, so that's the issue with the term micro mobility
Yeah.
device, because when I read that, that's what I think,
I
but
think
that's
of a
not how it's defined.
Wheelchair, someone with mobility issues
That's right,
to sit
yeah.
on it.
Yes, yeah, so the park bylaw defines micro mobility device as a zero emission motorized personal mobility device such as an e-scooter, electric skateboard, or other device designed to transport one person. But then mobility device is a separate definition for any wheelchair, motorized scooter, or any other device used by physically challenged or cognitively impaired persons. So our bylaw makes a distinction between a mobility device and a micro mobility device.
Okay.
But it's confusing unless you
Yes.
refer back to the definitions.
Okay.
So in theory, nothing needs to change in order to continue what we're doing, which is not allowing e-scooters or e-unicycles or e-hoverboards on public areas, beaches, parks, trails. But the bylaw, when you read it, it's not immediately clear. You have to do a little bit of digging.
How old is the bylaw? When was this drafted?
Yeah.
The bylaw is from 2020.
Oh, so it's not that
That's
old.
recent, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any local municipalities joining, participating?
In the e-scooter program? I don't know. I think Mission was recently looking at it and they decided not to. Chilliwack, are they joining?
I think so.
Okay. Some that are on the list, I think there's a couple on the island, I believe Kelowna. There's a list online I can get for you easily. It's
Okay.
30 some odd. Yeah, sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. Highway and traffic bylaw, there is a definition of cycle, which includes electrically assisted devices, and then there's nothing beyond that. So there's a definition that doesn't relate to anything in the bylaw. I just wanted to touch on that. We'll probably be looking at some amendments just as part of our bylaw review that we're doing right now to this highway and traffic bylaw. Yes, so I touched on this before, RCMP, of course, the e-bike regulation and the Motor Vehicle Act. Under the Motor Vehicle Act, for e-bikes, they're not supposed to ride on a sidewalk or a crosswalk across a highway unless authorized by bylaw. They need to have lights, they must have helmets. And I touched on this earlier, no requirement to register with ICBC, but bylaw can enforce their use in parks, public areas, and beaches. So anything that's not on the road.
But, okay, so under S 183 MVA, I thought they were illegal.
Sorry, this is e-bikes.
We're
I'm
talking about
jumping
e-bikes
around
now,
a bit,
okay.
yeah. No, sorry.
Oh, got it.
E-scooters are illegal, yes. Moving on to enforcement options for e-scooters. Again, these are currently illegal. So we have two options here. The status quo is to not join the pilot program and not allow e-scooters in Harrison Hot Springs and continue on with that. The other option is to join the pilot program, which would require a council resolution or bylaw and requires that council either pass an e-scooter bylaw or use the provincial regulations. So I want to talk a little bit about e-scooters. If we keep the status quo, there's nothing more that we need to do except, I think, increase our communications and awareness with a focus on public education. We don't have any materials on our website about e-scooters and whether they're allowed or not. We don't have any pictures of e-scooters on any signage in the village or anything like that. So I think it's just another one of those situations where the technology has moved a lot faster than the province and local governments. The option 2 is to join the pilot program now, or what I should more clearly say is look into joining the pilot program, because there are a lot of pros and cons to e-scooters, and there's a lot of considerations that council would need to make sure they're aware of before even considering joining. you talk about parking, where are they gonna park? There's safety concerns. There's enforcement concerns, there's communications that we would need to look at. There's visual issues. I mean, I went to Kelowna, people had e-scooters literally everywhere, the sidewalk. This is a couple of years ago, but they're, if you don't have the infrastructure for them to be parked properly, there's all sorts of things that I haven't looked into for the purposes of this presentation. But if council would like to consider that, it would be more direction to staff to look into that. So I've got a recommended motion there. We can come back, but that's only if council is considering joining the pilot program. All that to say, it's going to take a lot more work than what we've done here today. Sorry, did you have a question?
Oh, but wait till you finish.
You can if you like.
Okay. I have the correspondence here from Mission that we all received, I believe, at some point.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Dated April 22nd of last year. And of course, right away, it gives a paragraph where the RCMP have stated we do not have the resources to enforce this. They don't have the time or the resources. They said this in 2 communications in this report. And that, where's the other one? And of course, the extra time for staff plus more bylaw staff time. Participating in the pilot would lead an increase in workload for the RCMP and city staff. Staff discussed participating in the pilot with the RCMP in the summer 24, with the RCMP indicated they do not support the city's participation in this program. And whether they went into it or not, there was a recommendation to go for the pilot program. Whether they went for it or not, it doesn't say here. It says the program is on until April 2028. Over the next 4 years, the province will analyse the results of electric kick scooter, e-scooter pilot project. As far as I'm personally concerned, I don't think we should go with this program, the e-scooters whatsoever. I think it's more time for staff, safety issues. It's just put forward by the corporate officer, and the extra staff and bylaw time is going to take, and the police are not going to come running to help you if you call them. And the person who's knocked me over is gone. No papers, no, do you have a, look, obviously I don't have a license. Like I said, it was just awful in Vancouver on forget what street, Howell, with the scooters all over the place on the sidewalks. We have enough problems now with the, although I don't think they've had many accidents over the years, but we have enough problems with the congestion of traffic on Esplanade. On top of that, all the 4-wheel cycles that go down there as well. And now you're going to have scooters as well. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's just going to be too much. You're going to have scooters whatsoever being on the sidewalks, and the bylaw officer, well, how many jobs is she going to do now with this new job of hers? It should have enough on our hands with paid parking for those months, besides looking after the rest of the village and trying to enforce the bylaws of the village. Plus the no smoking, as we know. Look what a tough one that is. There's no smoking on our beaches or public areas. That's another one. So on top, I'm referring to how much more work this is going on, plus the staff. So I'm against the whatever option that is for the e-scooters. Thank you.
Councillor Feinberg, I do want to make sure that our corporate office gets a chance to complete
you want to finish? Yeah, okay.
Sure. I'll quickly wrap it up, but I just wanted to say, we did connect with the RCMP on this report too, and they had a chance to look at the content of the report in advance, and you heard it last night, right? There's resource strain, and we're not unique in that situation at all. And is e-scooter enforcement, is the need for e-scooters or the desire to have e-scooters in the village, we haven't even quantified that yet. So we see it from time to time. We haven't done any engagement on that. So these proposed next steps are kind of based on council not joining the pilot program for scooters. Of course, if that direction changes today, we can look at different next steps, but I think proposed next steps, if council wants to go with option one, it would be, like I mentioned, reviewing that signage, focusing on very clear, straightforward public education, using our EMB when it's operational again, our electronic message board to push out some of that communications. We haven't really done that. Updating the park regulation bylaw to make it more clear, that micromobility definition, that's what I'm talking about. Working a little bit more closely with RCMP to provide that public education as well. Another communications plan to clearly lay out what is and is not permitted and where. The other matter that I think council should turn their minds to is advocating to the ministry for regulations that will address the use of e-unicycles and e-hoverboards, because without those, we're left in a bit of a gray area as to how to deal with those. So, okay, that is it from me.
Thank you, Corporate Officer. Councilor Simon.
Thank you, Mayor Tallon. I think, oh, sorry.
Okay, Councilor Boyle, it doesn't matter to me.
You can wait?
If you have the answers, speak.
I don't want to, discourage the use of, e-cycle or whatever, because we tout ourselves as active transportation community. My concern is that by not buying into this pilot program, which I can't see the benefit to it, what do we have the ability to do right now to regulate it or to update a bylaw? My concern is that you're going to have people getting injured on roadways because they're out riding pedal bikes or something, and these will come up behind them. And I know it says they're supposed to use a bell or a whistle. So I'm looking at some kind of a balance, and perhaps maybe that just includes a good communications plan, update the bylaw, the policy, and then get the communications plan going up, because I think we're only going to see an increase in usage of them. So,
is that what that's about? It's going to be putting in that? Which ones? Which Council Vital is on about? Is this part of would be it, proposed next steps? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Question on the pilot project. Is there a report that's coming out? But usually there's a report. Some municipalities have been doing this. Are there some takeaways that we can benefit from so we don't have to learn the hard way?
Sure, yeah. I can look for a report. I think there was one when they decided to extend it. And I think before we did a lot of research on e-scooters, we wanted to gauge council's interest on whether that's something we should even be spending the time to look into.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other projects and initiatives that are on the go right now, separate from this, that I don't know that the need is quite there for the village to consider joining the pilot program. Now, having said that, we haven't done any engagement on it. In terms of like a happy medium, there isn't really one. It's either you're in or you're out for the pilot program. So they're either allowed under all these regulations or not.
I kind of meant by not joining the pilot program.
Okay.
What do we have available right now in the village, either through policy or bylaw, that could at least provide some guidance for them?
Yes. so that is this.
Parks regulation.
So they are addressed under the park regulation bylaw right now. So they're captured in that micro mobility device on the first line there.
Okay.
So, of course, if we were to join the pilot program, this would have to be amended.
I have been approached by a couple residents regarding golf cart use.
Yes.
And so I don't know, I don't think it's allowed, and I think the highway is an obstacle in the sense of, I think I've read some pilot project for
Yes.
golf carts, but it's only on local roads, municipal roads, not public highways. And with Hot Springs Road and Lillooet being a highway, it wouldn't be permitted, so you kind of get that. I've had questions about that, so I don't know if there's any more information on that. And I'm wondering, the people that rent the quad cycles, it'll be a pretty simple upgrade to put a battery in there and have an electric hub, and now you've got an electric quad cycle. Would that be allowed in the village?
On roads.
On roads in the village? Only on roads. Okay.
Well,
Well, the quad
that's
cycles are-
actually a good question because.
It's eventually someone's gonna click in
Well,
that I don't want to. I could have an electric hub on one of the wheels and a battery and could scoot around town on a quad cycle. So I know quad cycles, I presume, are legal.
I think I will have to double check the definition of motor assisted cycles, but I
Okay.
believe that they would be, again, one of those that are not captured by the definition, although the scooter does say you can have up to 4 wheels, but it's only for one person. So yes, my unprofessional opinion is they would not be in that, those electric quadricycles would be not captured.
If the quad cycle
Yeah.
people went from just pedal to some battery assisted of some kind, we don't have a bylaw that speaks to that in any way.
It would essentially become a golf
That
cart.
would be the motor vehicle.
Would it be a golf cart then?
I think it
Well,
would be.
become like an
pedal.
electric golf cart.
What's the difference? Well, a golf cart, you can't pedal.
No, that's true.
Anyway,
You're talking a hybrid.
I don't have any answers, all I have questions, and I think it's not. Councillor Schweinfeld.
Thank you. I was quite serious last week. If you go to the boat ramp, sometimes there is a guy who's on some kind of a battery board,
Yeah.
battery powered surfboard.
Yeah.
And when I was in Europe this September, Julie and I, it's unbelievable the diversity of ways that people are becoming mobile. And it's all e-scooters, it's all e. The world is going e. The future is e. From an environmental point of view, from a space point of view, I think it's just a fantastic idea. They're all over the place. Kids, to see kids using these kick scooters and their power assist and their help, they're having so much fun. And, we talk about extra work by allowing this thing. I see more work by not allowing these things. It's going to be more incumbent on us to try and avoid it. But the world is going, this is the way of the world. This is the future. And frankly, I think we're showing our age if we don't allow this. It'll become a no-fun village. There's desire for this kind of thing. And but in the early 80s, something called a snowboard was developed. And the skiers said, no way you're coming on our hills. These are our roads, our runs. They don't mix, but they do mix. And it's been wonderful. So I think we should allow it. I believe that we should join the pilot program and allow kids to have fun and allow old people to drive their golf carts wherever the heck they want. I think E is the future and we should embrace it.
Suggestion, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Just before I make a motion to adjourn, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
I lived in White Rock for 10, 11 years. And while I was there, 2 seniors were struck from behind by bicycles. And they both died. They must have been fragile, but the point was, they could, because you get the Doppler effect when you're riding. The noise is going this way, not that way. So you have no idea if someone's coming up. It happened, I got hit by a bicycle on the promenade. I mean, I had no idea the bike was coming, but it got right into me. I was lucky I was tall. So, but you gotta be very, very careful. I mean, we just had, you know, McCombs is a dog walking. Every day I see dozens and dozens of people walking their dogs. Gotta be a conflict. We don't need that kind of trouble.
I confess, I just don't know enough about it, and I don't know what the demand is, but I can see challenges to having it.
Okay.
Certainly don't want conflicts on our sidewalks. I think I'd love signage that makes it very clear if something's a shared use path, pedestrians always have the right of way, period, full stop. Can we somehow put something out, a question out to the village, a survey or something like that into one of our platforms, maybe get into Harrison, and ask, is there a demand or an interest in the village for the E-things to be allowed? And I'm calling it things, I don't want to get technical, but be it a golf cart, the scooters, the hoverboard things,
Drone.
is there a demand for that? And if so,
What-
just
what-
get a level, I'm trying to gauge a level of interest. Because why go through all this work if no one in the village wants to ride an e-scooter and we develop all this stuff for an e-scooter that really the village doesn't, I don't hear a call for it.
I hear what you're saying. Would you be opposed to also including comments and concerns that residents may have
Absolutely.
regarding them?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'd like to know if people think it's a good idea, a needed idea,
Okay.
or something to be avoided because of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
I really just don't know.
Depending on those results, what may only be required at this stage is a really good communication
Yeah,
strategy. So I like your idea of.
I'd like to have a little more information.
Okay.
And see what the residents have to say, because I don't, it's not something that interests me in any way, shape or form, a scooter, but I am probably not your typical resident. Councillor Thatcher.
I'm not disagreeing with your worship.
You
I would never do.
can.
But I think this program, I thought today there's going to be a slam dunk of vote on this, one way or the other. Again, we're going back to the start to create something else, get more input from the public, and the families with kids, 16-year-olds, like my colleagues are up, yeah, of course my kid's going to get one of these for Christmas. Well, yeah, I'm in favour of all this bit at the school. We've got correspondence from the RCMP, they cannot enforce this whole situation. I think we're putting our foot right in it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I would like to just make a decision, yay or nay. This is fine, what proposed next steps. You want to write something up to me? That covers it, that covers quite a bit of it. I agree with that part of it up there. And our corporate officer answered Councillor Vidal's question and showed her the bylaw on the other part, so we've covered that part of it. So I don't know, I think we're just, we've got so much work here to get through. I mean, another meeting next week to do with bylaw, or the week of bylaw services. I mean, I would just like to put this to her. But you're the chair.
You're welcome to put a motion forward to
I
say.
want to put a motion forward that we object the joining the club. What do you call it? The
Pilot project?
Yeah, the pilot project and the e-scooter situation. That's my motion.
Discussion on that? Councillor Schneider?
I don't support it. I think we should join the pilot program. I think we're showing our age if we don't allow the kids to do what they want. I'm not suggesting they're on sidewalks or promenades. This is the future. Let's not be a no-fun village. I think we need to go E. I don't want to just close. Why not let them do some research? Come back to us, and to Fred's point, let's ask the village. I don't want to put this to bed tonight if it's not going to.
As the mayor says, 16-year-olds are going to be thinking about getting a car, and it's probably going to be electric anyway.
Right.
So forget about e-scooters.
I got one for sale.
Councillor Jackson, you had a question.
No,
What was the motion?
I didn't quite get the motion.
Corporate officer.
That the village not join the e-scooter pilot project.
I agree, we shouldn't join it today, but I would like to know if this is a need in the village that I haven't heard, because I'm not aware of it, and I'd like to know if there's an interest or an appetite for this or demand for this in the village to do something. Community Services Manager.
Thanks, Mayor Talon. I just wanted to make a suggestion, and I don't think it needs to happen right away. We do have a lot of open engagement opportunities right now, but perhaps as we get more into the springtime, we could look at a survey and we could even broaden it a little bit more. We gathered some active transportation in general data during the Parks and Trails Master Plan, but it might be nice to make some of those questions a bit more specific too, even in regards to things like bike lanes for the future and things like that. So I think if you give us a bit of time on that, and then if staff are not directed to continue pursuing the pilot project right now, then we can focus on Amanda's proposed next steps and the communication side of things and just sort of slowly work away at that over the next few months.
I'm not comfortable joining the pilot project today.
No.
I don't have enough information,
I don't see the
but I
need
would
for
like that. So to the motion, which is to join the pilot project now, I'll put that to a vote, seeing no more comments.
Is that, I'm sorry, I'm confused. What motion are we voting?
Oh, to not join the pilot
To
project.
not join the pilot. Okay,
Yes,
all right.
But with that though goes sending it back to staff for research.
I think staff have offered that they would include that in future open
Okay,
houses.
so there's no time limit on your motion. If it's 60 days, we've heard from the village, people want it, we can reconsider this.
Councillor Swinburne, there's a list of items there that staff is going to do.
But these steps were if we stay status quo.
Which is
Yeah.
not joining.
Right,
pilot
and I want to work towards more engagement and more.
Well,
That's
there's
this.
communications plan clearly lays out what it is. We're gonna do an engagement piece.
Bullet 4.
Okay, sorry, can I just
Yep.
make sure we're getting clear feedback here and so that we know exactly what we're supposed to be doing? So the sense that I'm getting today is that no one is prepared to join the e-scooter pilot program because there's simply not enough information. Okay. So moving forward with these proposed next steps in the meantime, while also working towards a general kind of transportation survey that will help get some information about what the need is and desire is for e-devices in the village and golf carts and comments and concerns.
All the new
Okay.
things.
Yeah,
that we use
so a
to
bit of a
transport
transportation survey. Okay.
So to the motion, which is not join the pilot project, I'll see
At
no
this
more comments.
And follow
And we'll
the
do- yeah,
proposed next steps.
Yeah,
And do you need that included in the motion? Or you know that?
Sure. So if Councillor Facio, are you agreeable to this, that the village not join the e-scooter pilot project program and follow the proposed next steps?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a procedural question. We can't have a motion that's going to negate a future possibility of joining something.
There's always come-
Direction, we're not joining it today. We can always revisit.
We always revisit these things. Yeah.
We can't bind a future council or ourselves. I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion? I'm in favor, opposed, and one opposed, and the motion carries. Which takes us to our last item on the agenda. Adjournment.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Fascia, seconded by Councillor Jackson.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor